Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Walked Through an Empty Tunnel. The footsteps behind me were barefoot. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed was the sound behind us didn't match the tunnel. Not at first. At first, it was just one extra slap in the dark, soft and wet against the concrete, tucked between the scrape of my boots and the dry squeak of Tessa's sneakers. It could have been a puddle dripping from the ceiling. It could have been a loose flap on someone's shoe. It could have been the way sounds doubled back inside that old maintenance tunnel, bouncing off the curved walls until your own footsteps seemed to hurry up and pass you. Then it happened again. Bare skin against damp concrete. A flat little pat. Close enough that I turned around before I meant to. My name is Nolan Price, 31 male, from Pittsburgh originally. Though I'd been living in western Pennsylvania long enough that I'd started saying, from around here, whenever strangers asked. I worked as a freelance location scout for low-budget film crews, wedding photographers, the occasional tourism campaign that wanted gritty industrial textures without paying for Pittsburgh permits. That was why I was in the tunnel that evening, carrying a camera bag, a cheap LED panel, and a clipboard with a printed county map folded into quarters. That was the official reason. The personal reason was that I hated backing out once I'd said I could handle something. I'd been like that since I was a kid. If I got scared, I got quiet. If someone asked whether I was okay, I smiled too fast and said, "Yeah, all good." It had gotten me through some bad situations and into several worse ones. I knew that about myself. Knowing didn't stop it. The tunnel ran beneath an abandoned rail embankment outside Braddock, not far from the Monongahela River, where the land still carried the smell of old industry even after the mills went quiet. Rusted chain-link fences sagged along the access road. Weeds had swallowed the gravel shoulders. Somewhere above us, traffic moved along Braddock Avenue in slow bursts, but down at the tunnel mouth, the city seemed to lose interest. The entrance was a wide concrete arch tucked behind sumac and knotweed, tagged with overlapping spray paint, names, dates, a cartoon skull with one lazy eye. Rainwater had collected in the first 20 feet, brown and still, except for trembling circles where drops fell from cracks overhead. The air smelled like wet pennies, cold stone, and that sour, papery stink you get inside old underpasses where people have slept and left in a hurry. Tess Marlowe, 29, female, from Cleveland, was the reason I had the job. She produced micro-budget horror films with the exhausted confidence of someone who could stretch $600 across 3 departments and still find money for pizza. She stood beside me at the tunnel entrance with her hood up and her phone held high, trying to coax a signal from the gray evening. Tess had a way of making impatience look practical. She didn't fidget. She simply stared at a problem until the problem felt embarrassed. "Still one bar," she said. "Luxury, I said. Don't get cute. I told Marco we'd send photos before 7. Then we'll be heroic and send them at 7:05. She looked at me. You always joke when you're about to make a questionable decision. That's not true. It's extremely true. Behind her, Marco Alvarez, 42, male from Philadelphia, crouched by the edge of the puddle and pointed his own camera into the tunnel. Marco was the director, though he dressed more like a tired high school art teacher than the kind of person who gave orders through a megaphone. He wore a faded denim jacket, black jeans, and a knit cap pulled low over his ears, despite the humidity. He had come along because he didn't trust location photos unless he could smell the place himself. His words, not mine. This is good, he said, voice echoing ahead of him. This is really good, Tess frowned. You haven't seen anything past the entrance. I can feel it. That's mildew, it's production value. The fourth member of our little group was Jessa Quinn, 26, female, from rural West Virginia, but living in Pittsburgh, our sound recordist and unofficial safety pessimist. She was small, sharp-eyed, and stronger than she looked, with a field recorder hanging from a strap across her chest and a boom pole collapsed in one hand like a walking stick. She had insisted on coming because, as she put it, if you people choose a location that sounds like garbage, I'm the one who suffers later. Jessa tapped the toe of her boot against the damp concrete. Nobody mentioned standing water. It's an old drainage access, I said. There's always some water. You said dry. I said mostly dry. You texted, quote, should be dry enough, which is legally different. She gave me a flat look. I'm going to write that on your accident report. We all laughed, not because it was especially funny, but because standing at the mouth of a dark tunnel makes people want proof they are still ordinary people doing ordinary things. The plan was simple. Walk in maybe 200 yards, take photos and sound samples, see whether the tunnel connected to the old service corridor marked on the county map, then walk back before full dark. We weren't trespassing in the dramatic sense. The land was county-owned, technically closed, but not fenced on the south side, and Tess had already left 3 voicemails with the Public Works office asking about permits. Nobody had called back, which in indie film terms counted as a maybe. I had scouted worse places, half-collapsed barns with raccoons in the rafters, an old elementary school where copper thieves had peeled the walls open, a flooded motel outside Erie that smelled so strongly of mold my eyes watered for 2 hours afterward. This tunnel, compared to those, looked manageable. That was what bothered me later. It looked manageable. We started in single file because the dry strip along the left wall was narrow. I went first with the LED panel in one hand and my camera strap crossing my chest. Marco came behind me, filming short test clips on his mirrorless camera. Tess followed, checking her phone every few steps. Jessa brought up the rear, recording ambient sound. The tunnel changed once the entrance shrank behind us. Not dramatically. No sudden blackness. No cinematic swallowing of light. Just a slow dimming, the way evening thickens in a room when no one wants to stand up and turn on a lamp. The walls were stained in vertical lines where water had seeped through. Mineral deposits made pale ribs across the concrete. every 20 or 30 feet, narrow maintenance niches cut into the side walls, shallow enough that a person could stand in one if they turned sideways. I didn't like those. They were probably for pipes or inspection panels long removed, but the lead beam caught them in fragments, one after another, each little recess appearing empty only when we were already next to it. Our footsteps made different sounds depending on where we stepped. My boots scrape, thud, scrape. Tess's sneakers, rubbery squeaks when she hit damp spots. Marco's shoes, soft grinding on grit. Jess's boots, measured, careful taps. And underneath all of it, the tunnel had its own noises. Drips, a faint rush somewhere inside the walls, the distant tick of cooling metal, though there shouldn't have been any exposed metal left. Once, a bottle rolled under my light, nudged by runoff, and Tess sucked in a quick breath before laughing at herself. Professional horror producer, Marco said, "Shut up, you jumped at litter." I reacted to movement in a blind environment. "That's called intelligence." Jessa said, "I'm keeping that for behind the scenes." We kept walking. At around 80 yards in, my phone lost signal completely. I checked out of habit and saw the empty triangle where bars should have been. No surprise. Still, I felt that small modern irritation that comes when a device stops quietly promising rescue. "No service," I said. Tess looked at hers. "Same." Marco didn't check. "Good, nobody can bother us." "That's one way to frame it," Jessa muttered. The tunnel sloped very slightly downward, not enough to see, but enough to feel in my calves. The air cooled. The river smell faded, replaced by something older and enclosed, wet dust, stale water, maybe animal droppings somewhere deeper in. My LED panel threw a wide square of light ahead, flattening the tunnel into gray concrete and black seams. Then I saw the footprints. Not ours. Not fresh exactly, but not old either. They crossed the damp strip near the right wall, heading deeper into the tunnel. Bare feet, adult-sized maybe. The toes were clear in the thin film of mud, 5 rounded marks, heel, arch, then another. Whoever had made them had walked through the shallow puddle at the entrance and continued inward without shoes. I stopped. Marco nearly bumped into me. "What? Hold up." I angled the light down. Tess came closer, careful not to step on them. "Are those?" "Yeah," Jessa lowered her recorder. "Barefoot." Marco leaned in with the camera. "That's creepy." "It's also useful," Tess said automatically, though her voice had tightened. "Set dressing we don't have to pay for." I looked back toward the entrance. It was still visible, a soft gray opening behind us, smaller now but not far. Anyone could have come in before us. Kids, a homeless person, someone drunk, someone messing around. "Could be recent," Jessa said. "They're not filled with water," I said. She looked at me. Meaning they were probably made after the last runoff came through. Which was when? I didn't answer because I didn't know. Marco crouched and filmed the prints from a low angle. "This is perfect." "Marco," Tess said. "What? We need texture. We also need not to step on evidence if there's some injured guy wandering around." That sentence changed the shape of the moment. Before that, the footprints were eerie in a fun way, the sort of thing people tell each other about later over takeout. After Tess said injured guy, I pictured someone disoriented, bleeding, walking barefoot into a service tunnel because panic had made the wrong direction feel like escape. I raised my voice slightly. Hello. The tunnel took my word and stretched it thin. Hello. Low. Low. We listened. Water tapped somewhere ahead. Nothing answered. Jessa slid one headphone cup off her ear. Say it again. I did, louder this time. Hello. Anybody in here? No response. Tess hugged her elbows, though it wasn't that cold. Maybe we should call it. Marco lowered his camera. We just got here. There are barefoot prints going deeper into an abandoned tunnel. Could be from last week. Could be from 10 minutes ago. Marco looked at me. Nolan. I hated being put in the middle. I also hated the tiny relief I felt when someone else looked ready to turn around, because relief felt like cowardice when nothing had actually happened. I shone the LED along the muddy strip. The footprints continued for maybe 15 feet, then disappeared where the floor dried. Beyond that, just concrete. We can go a little farther, I said. Not deep, just to the first bend. If there's any sign someone's inside, we leave and call non-emergency once we have signal. Jessa stared at me. Non-emergency. If we hear someone hurt, obviously 911. And if someone is just living down here, then we leave them alone. Tess watched my face in the half-light. She knew me better than Marco did. Not romantically. Never that. We worked 6 projects together, which meant she had seen me pretend not to be scared in basements, rooftops, alleys, and one grain silo that I still thought about whenever I smelled wet corn. You don't have to prove the location is usable tonight, she said quietly. I'm not. Okay. But she said it like she didn't believe me. We moved again, slower now. The mood shifted into something more careful. Marco stopped making jokes. Jessa kept her recorder on, headphones over both ears, the little red light glowing against her jacket. Tess stayed closer to me than before, her phone gripped in one hand like a tool she might need, even without service. The tunnel narrowed slightly where old cable conduits ran along the ceiling. Some had been cut, leaving short lengths of black rubber drooping like dead vines. Water dripped from one of them at regular intervals. Tick, tick, tick. 120 yards in, we found a sock. It lay near the left wall, gray-white, stiff with dirt. Not ancient, not clean either. An ankle sock, the kind you'd wear with running shoes. It had a dark smear across the heel that might have been mud. Jessa whispered, "Nope." Marco said, "Could have washed in." "From where?" she asked. He didn't have an answer. I crouched without touching it. The sock was turned inside out at the cuff, stretched like someone had yanked it off in a hurry. A small burr clung to the fabric. There were no shoes nearby. Tess said, "We're done." Her voice was calm. Too calm, producer voice. The tone she used when a permit fell through or an actor didn't show, and the only option was to stop wasting daylight. I nodded. Yeah, okay. And then the LED panel flickered. Just once. A quick dip in brightness. Everyone froze anyway. "Battery?" Marco asked. "Shouldn't be." I tapped the back of the panel. The light steadied. "It's fine," Jessa said. "I heard something." Nobody spoke. She lifted one hand, asking us to stay still. That was when I heard it too. Not a voice. Not a scrape. Not the drip from the cable. A step, soft, behind us. We all turned toward the entrance. The gray opening remained there, faint and distant, maybe 100 yards back. The tunnel between us and it was empty in the LED spill, empty in the dim wash of evening leaking through the mouth. Another sound came. Pat, bare skin on wet concrete. Then nothing. Marco whispered, "Was that one of us?" "No," Jessa said immediately. "You sure?" "I'm wearing headphones. I know what we sound like." The four of us stood so still, I could hear Tess breathing through her nose, short and controlled. The smell of damp concrete seemed stronger. My hand tightened around the LED handle until the plastic edge dug into my palm. I wanted to say something reasonable. Echo, drip, rat, someone at the entrance. But the sound had not come from the entrance exactly. It had come from the dark stretch between us and the entrance, the part we had just walked through, where the footprints had been. Tess leaned close to my shoulder. "Nolan, I know. Do we go back?" The practical answer was yes. Entrance was behind us. The outside world was behind us. Cars, signal, streetlights, people walking dogs along cracked sidewalks. Everything normal was behind us. But the tunnel was narrow. The dry strip was narrower. If someone was standing between us and the exit, even someone harmless, even someone confused, we would have to pass them in single file. Ahead, the tunnel bent left where the old county map showed a service alcove, possibly another access shaft. I had not verified it. It might be locked. It might be collapsed. It might not exist anymore. Marco lifted his camera toward the darkness behind us, but his hands were shaking enough that the lens made a tiny clicking sound against the strap hardware. Jessa said, barely above a breath, "I don't like that we can't see who made it." The LED panel flickered again. This time, it dimmed for a full second before coming back. Tess looked ahead at the bend, then back toward the entrance, then at me. We had a simple choice. Walk back toward the barefoot sound, or go deeper to see if the tunnel gave us another way out. For a moment, nobody moved. And somewhere behind us, close enough now that it no longer sounded like an echo, a wet bare foot settled softly onto concrete. Pat. Nobody wanted to be the first one to say run. That was the strangest part. 4 adults in an abandoned tunnel, one bad flashlight between us and the dark, a barefoot step landing somewhere behind our backs, and still we all stood there trying to look like reasonable people. The lead panel hummed in my hand. Marco whispered, "Please tell me that was water." Jessa didn't take her eyes off the stretch behind us. Water doesn't step with weight. Tunnels mess with sound, I said. I hated myself for saying it. Not because it was wrong. It was possible. The curve, the damp concrete, the open entrance behind us, any of it could have bent a noise into something it was. But my voice had that thin, managerial tone people use when they're talking themselves down from the ledge. Tess heard it too. "Nolan," she said, quiet but sharp. No speeches, decision. Ahead of us, the tunnel bent left. Behind us, the gray mouth to the outside looked farther away than it had a minute ago, though I knew that was just panic doing bad math. The way back was visible, but not clear. The way forward was unknown, but empty. Then the sound came again. Pat, closer, not fast, not rushing us. That made it worse. Jessa lifted the field recorder closer to her chest. The tiny screen glowed green against her fingers. That was from behind us. Maybe 30 yards. 30, Tess asked. Maybe. Sounds bouncing. Marco backed into my shoulder. If there's someone there, we say we're leaving. We just walk past. And if they don't let us? Jessa asked. Marco swallowed. Why wouldn't they? Nobody answered. I raised the LED higher, letting the light push down the tunnel behind us. The beam reached the damp strip where we'd first seen the footprints. It caught the side niches, the stained walls, a crushed soda can, the brown shine of shallow water. No person, no shape stepping into view. Hello, I called. The word came out too loud and broke apart on the walls. Hello. Low, low. Tess flinched, annoyed and scared. Don't yell. If someone's hurt, they can answer. I tried again, softer. We're leaving now. We don't want trouble. Marco gave a strained laugh through his nose. Great, very comforting, Jessa said. Stop talking. We all did. For 3 seconds, there was only dripping water and the soft electrical buzz from my light. Then something scraped behind us. Not a footstep that time. A slow drag like fabric pulled over concrete. Tess whispered, forward. Marco turned his head. What? Forward to the bend. If there's an alcove, we put a wall at our backs and figure it out. That's deeper. I know what direction forward is, Marco. He looked at me, desperate for me to overrule her. That was how it always happened. Someone else would put the obvious fear into words, and I'd become the person expected to measure it, label it, make it safe. My chest tightened. I saw, for no good reason, my father standing at the bottom of our basement stairs when I was 12, telling me a breaker had tripped, and I needed to hold the flashlight while he checked the panel. I had been terrified of that basement. Not monsters, not ghosts. The old coal room at the back. The smell of damp cinder block. The way the pull chain light didn't reach the corners. I remembered pretending I wasn't scared because he hated fuss. Remembered dropping the flashlight when a shelf shifted. Remembered him saying, "For Christ's sake, Nolan, you're too old for this. Too old for this. Too old to freeze. Too old to admit I wanted the door open behind me." Forward, I said. Jessa shot me a look. Seriously, to the bend, I said. We don't split up. We don't run unless we have to. If there's no side access, we come back together fast. It is not a plan, she said. It's the plan we have. Tess nodded once. Not relieved, just committed. We moved. The dry strip forced us into single file again, but this time Tess stayed close enough that her sleeve brushed my backpack. Marco came behind her, camera lowered against his chest, no longer filming. Jessa followed last, walking backward for the first few steps until Tess hissed, "Turn around before you fall." Jessa turned, angry and pale. I'm trying not to get grabbed. By who? I don't know, Tess. That's sort of the issue. The tunnel bent left about 40 yards ahead. It looked farther because my LED was dimming again, not flickering now, but losing strength in a slow, dirty fade. I checked the battery indicator. 2 bars. Why is your light doing that? Marco asked. Moisture, maybe. You said it was weather sealed. I said it could handle rain. I didn't say it loved abandoned sewer vibes. It's not a sewer, Tess said automatically. Jessa gave a humorless laugh. That's your concern. Then her boot slipped. It happened fast. A short skid, a hard gasp, her shoulder hitting the wall. Her recorder swung out and cracked against the concrete with a plastic snap. She caught herself before she went down, but the sound of the impact shot through the tunnel like a starter pistol. Jessa, I said, I'm fine. You sure? I said, I'm fine. But she was. Even in the weak light, I could see her right hand clamped around the recorder, thumb moving over the buttons with frantic little presses. No, 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 she muttered. Tess stepped toward her. What happened? The battery popped out. Marco looked behind us. Can we not stop? Jessa crouched despite him. My SD card door's open. Leave it, Tess said. I can't leave it. We are not doing equipment recovery right now. It has the audio, Marco snapped. Who cares about audio? Jessa looked up at him with sudden fury. Maybe the police, if there is actually someone following us. That shut him up. The word police landed heavily. Not because it was dramatic, but because it made this real in a bureaucratic way. Reports, statements, questions. Why were you in there? Did you have permission? Why didn't you turn around at the first sign? The same thought seemed to hit Tess. We need signal, she said. Now. I know, I said. No, not eventually. Now. If someone is down here, we need to call it in before we get cornered. I looked back. The tunnel behind us was darker now, the entrance no longer visible from this angle. The curve had taken it away. My LED beam showed only the wet floor and the wall sliding into black. Another sound came from back there. Not a step, a cough, human, wet, muffled, and close enough that Marco whispered, "Oh God." Jessa stood so fast, she almost hit her head on a conduit. That was a person. Hey. I called before I could think better of it. Do you need help? Tess grabbed my sleeve. What are you doing? If someone's hurt, Nolan, stop. The answer came after a delay, not words. A low inhale, shaky and nasal. Then a voice, so faint it could have been a breath dragged over teeth. Don't, one word. We stared into the dark behind us. Marco whispered, did they say don't? Jessa had her broken recorder pressed to her chest like it was a wounded animal. Yes, Tess said. Don't what? No one answered. I should have turned us back right then. I know that. I can make it clean in hindsight. 4 people hear a person in distress. They retreat toward the known exit, call emergency services, wait outside. That is what you do. But the voice had come from between us and the exit, and it had not sounded like a warning from someone who wanted help. It had sounded like someone trying not to be heard by someone else. Tess understood at the same moment I did. Her face changed. Move, she said. This time nobody argued. We hurried to the bend. The floor got worse past the curve. The dry strip vanished, and we had to step through a shallow sheet of brown water that covered the whole width of the tunnel. It was only an inch deep in places, maybe 2 in others, but the bottom was uneven. Gravel shifted under my boots. Something soft bumped my ankle and floated away before the light caught it. Marco gagged. What was that? Plastic bag, I lied. The bend opened into a wider section where a maintenance alcove had been cut into the right-hand wall. Relief hit me so hard my knees almost loosened. The county map had been right, mostly. The alcove held an old metal ladder bolted to the wall, rising into a vertical shaft about 12 feet high. At the top was a circular manhole cover or access hatch. A thin ring of daylight showed around one edge. Out, Tess said. She was already moving toward it. I grabbed the ladder and shook it. It flaked off in gritty orange chips. The bolts groaned but held. Let me check first, I said. Tess stared at me. Check what? Climb. I climbed. Every rung was slick. The ladder was colder than the air, and the rust scraped my palms through the thin film of damp. Halfway up, my boots slipped and clanged against the wall, sending a bright metal note down the shaft. Careful, Jessa called. At the top, I braced my shoulder against the concrete rim and pushed the cover. It didn't move. I pushed harder. Nothing. Is it stuck? Marco asked from below. Yeah, stuck. I bit down on the answer I wanted to give him and adjusted my footing. The shaft smelled different from the tunnel, less stale, touched by exhaust and wet leaves. Outside was close. I could hear tires hissing on pavement above us. I put both hands against the cover and shoved. A grinding scrape, maybe half an inch. Daylight widened, then stopped. There's something on it, I said. What? Tess demanded. I don't know. Dirt, maybe. Parked car. It moves, but not enough. Jessa said, can you get a phone through? I wedged my fingers into the gap, got them pinched, swore, then managed to slide my phone up sideways. One bar appeared, then vanished, then came back. Come on, I whispered. Emergency calls only. I dialed 911 anyway. The call tried to connect. Failed. Tried again. The screen flashed, searching. Below me, Tess said, Nolan, I'm trying. How much battery do you have? 32%. No, the light. The tunnel below had dimmed to a murky gray. My LED panel, propped on a broken concrete ledge, was fading fast. I looked down the ladder. Beyond Tess, Marco, and Jessa, the tunnel behind them curved away into black. Water trembled across the floor. Something moved in that water. Not a shape, not clearly, just a spreading ripple. Jessa saw it too. Someone's coming. Marco backed into the ladder. Open the hatch. I can't. Open it. I said I can't. My phone chirped. One bar. I held it high through the gap and dialed again. This time, after a long pause, a dispatcher's voice came through broken and clipped. 911, what is your emergency? The relief nearly took my voice. We're in an old maintenance tunnel near Braddock off, I twisted, trying to remember the access road name. Off the rail embankment south of Braddock Avenue. 4 adults. We think someone is following us, possibly injured. We're trapped under a hatch. Static shredded the reply. Location again. I repeated it. Tess called up, tell them county drainage tunnel by the river access road. I did. The dispatcher cut in and out. Are you in immediate danger? I looked down. Another ripple. A soft footstep. Pat. Then another pat. Not running. Still not running. Yes, I said. Maybe. Someone is between us and the exit. Can you leave the way you entered? No. That was the first time I had said it. The first time it became true. The dispatcher asked something else, but the signal dropped half the words. Stay on the line if you can, she said, or maybe stay where you are. Then static surged and the call failed. I stared at the screen. No service. Nolan, Tess said, I got through. Are they coming? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I gave the location. The call dropped. Marco let out a small, cracked laugh. Great, that's perfect. Jessa slapped his arm. Shut up. No, I'm just enjoying how every decision we make gets worse. Tess rounded on him. You wanted to keep filming the footprints, and you wanted the tunnel. I wanted a location, not whatever this is. Their voices rose, bouncing up the shaft and down the tunnel, and I felt the old panic pressing behind my ribs. Arguments made people slow. Pride made people stupid. Fear turned every sentence into a shove. "Stop," I said. Nobody heard me. Marco pointed at Tess. "You said it was county-owned." "It is." "You said permits were handled." I said I called. "Oh, excellent distinction." "Stop," I said louder. The LED flickered below. For half a second, darkness folded over them. In that half second, something splashed behind Jessa. She screamed. The light came back. Jessa had stumbled forward, one hand over her mouth. Marco caught her by the elbow. Tess swung her phone flashlight toward the curve, its weak beam shaking wildly. "What?" I shouted. Jessa couldn't answer. She pointed. At the edge of the light, near the bend we had just come through, a hand rested against the wall. Human hand, pale with grime across the knuckles. Low to the ground, fingers spread, as if someone was crouched just out of sight. Then it slipped away. No rush, no dramatic vanishing. It simply pulled back around the curve. Marco made a thin sound in his throat. Tess whispered, "Up, we go up." "The hatch won't open," I said. "Then we make it open." I climbed down fast enough to burn my palm on the rung. Jessa first. She's smallest. We boost her, she might squeeze through the gap. Jessa stared at the shaft. The gap is like 4 inches. We widen it. "With what?" Marco asked. I scanned the alcove. Old pipe brackets, broken concrete, rust flakes, trash, my camera bag. Then I remembered the tripod strapped to the side of Marco's backpack. "Tripod," I said. He blinked. "What?" "Give me your tripod." "It's carbon fiber." "Marco." He fumbled it loose with shaking hands. The footsteps resumed beyond the curve. Pat, pat. A pause, pat. Tess whispered, "Why is he barefoot?" "Maybe he lost his shoes," Jessa said, voice trembling. "Maybe somebody took them." That image landed hard. I jammed one leg of the tripod into the gap at the top of the hatch and leaned with all my weight. The carbon fiber flexed. The cover scraped another inch, grinding against whatever blocked it from above. Daylight cut across my face. More air came through, and with it a smell that didn't belong outside. Bleach. Sharp. Chemical. Recent. I froze. Tess saw my expression. "What? There's bleach." "From above." "I think so." Marco whispered. "Why would there be bleach above a manhole?" Before anyone could answer, my phone buzzed in my pocket. A text message had come through late, time-stamped 7 minutes earlier from an unknown number. No police. He hears them first. Under it was a photo, blurry, dark, taken from behind us, inside the tunnel. 4 figures walking away. Us. My hand went numb around the phone. Tess climbed 2 rungs and looked at the screen. For once, she didn't say anything. Below us, Jess's broken recorder began playing sound from its damaged speaker, distorted and low, maybe triggered by the fall, maybe by her thumb hitting the wrong button earlier. At first, it was only tunnel noise. Drips, boots, breathing. Then my own voice, recorded minutes before. "We're leaving now. We don't want trouble." A pause. Then, buried beneath the static, another voice much closer to the recorder than any of us had been. A whisper. "Wrong way." The LED panel died. The tunnel went black except for Tess's phone, my phone, and the thin, unreachable ring of daylight above. And from the darkness at the curve, the barefoot steps entered the wider chamber. The dark did not come all at once. It came in pieces. First, the tunnel lost its edges. Then the floor disappeared, except for the oily flash of water when Tess's phone beam shook across it. Then Marco's face became a pale oval above his jacket collar, and Jessa turned into a shape with one hand pressed to the wall and the other wrapped around her broken recorder. And behind them, at the curve, the barefoot steps stopped. Not because whoever was there had left, because he had arrived. "Light," Tess whispered. "I've got it," I said, though I didn't, not really. My phone flashlight came on with that pathetic little burst phones give you when you ask them to replace something designed for the job. The beam made everything smaller. The alcove, the ladder, the four of us, the black mouth of the tunnel bending away behind Jessa. We were in the wider chamber now, maybe 12 feet across and 15 feet long, with the rusted ladder bolted to the right wall and the main tunnel running through it like a throat. Behind us, the way we came in curved back toward the entrance. Ahead past the alcove, the tunnel continued deeper, sloping down and bending left again after maybe 30 yards. The hatch above was still cracked open only a few inches, a gray ring of daylight too narrow to mean escape. Tess had her phone aimed at the curve behind us. A man stood there, not fully in the chamber, not fully hiding either. He was crouched low, one palm on the wet floor, the other braced on the wall. Skinny, white, maybe 30, maybe 50. Fear and grime made age useless. He wore a torn navy sweatshirt and basketball shorts so dirty they looked stiff. His feet were bare. One ankle was swollen badly enough that the skin had puffed over the bone. Mud packed between his toes. His eyes moved over us too fast. "Don't go up," he said. His voice was raw, scraped down to almost nothing. Marco made a choking noise. "Who are you?" The man flinched like the question had been thrown at him. Tess kept the light on his face. "Are you hurt?" He blinked hard. "Don't go up." "We called 911, I said. The man's mouth twitched. Not a smile, more like a spasm. "Then he knows." "Who?" Jessa asked. The man looked over his shoulder into the tunnel behind him. That movement did more to scare me than anything he had said, because it was not theatrical. It was quick and practiced, the glance of someone who has learned exactly where danger comes from. Tess lowered her voice. "Listen, we can help you, but you need to tell us what's happening." "No," he said. "No, you need to move." "Move where?" I asked. He pointed past us, deeper into the tunnel. Jessa shook her head. "Absolutely not." The man's eyes snapped to her. "He sealed the hatch. He watches that one." Marco said. "Who is he?" The man breathed through his mouth. Wet, shaky. "I don't know his name." "Convenient," Marco snapped. "Marco," Tess warned. "No, I'm sorry, but a random tunnel goblin tells us not to use the exit, and we're supposed to just..." The man lurched forward. All of us recoiled. He stopped immediately and raised both hands, palms out. His fingernails were broken, black underneath. "I was on the river trail," he said, 3 nights ago. I came in because it started raining and there was somebody crying inside." His eyes flicked toward the hatch. "He took my shoes." Jessa whispered. "Who took your shoes?" The man swallowed. "The guy with the cart." That meant nothing to us then, and somehow that made it worse. Above, through the cracked hatch, tires hissed on wet road. Normal life went by, close enough to hear. I climbed the ladder again with Marco's tripod in one hand. "Nolan," Tess said, "we try the hatch one more time." The man just said the man might be confused, hurt, or lying. The barefoot man gave a short, awful laugh. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I ignored him because I had to. Attempt one, get out through the hatch. It was the simplest solution, which made it feel like the only adult one. I wedged the tripod leg into the gap and shoved upward. The cover scraped. Rust dust fell into my eyes. I blinked hard and tasted metal in the back of my throat. Again, Tess said from below, I know. I changed the angle and pushed with my shoulder. Something heavy shifted above with a gritty drag. The gap widened another inch, enough that a stripe of evening cut across the shaft and showed the ladder bolts furred with rust. Almost, Marco said. Hope made him stupidly loud. The barefoot man hissed, quiet. Marco looked down. Don't shush me. Then something clanged above the hatch. Once, metal on metal. Every face turned upward. The sound came again, not from inside the tunnel, but above ground, directly over us. A slow scrape. Then the soft crunch of weight shifting on gravel. Tess killed her phone light by instinct. I killed mine a second later. Darkness slammed back. We froze on the ladder and below it, breathing in a stack. Through the narrow hatch gap, a thin shadow passed over the daylight. Someone was standing on top of it. A voice above us said, You stuck. It was male, calm, almost friendly. Marco's breath hitched. The barefoot man backed away so fast his bare feet splashed. Jessa grabbed his sleeve before he could bolt deeper into the tunnel, and he nearly tore himself free before realizing she wasn't attacking him. Above, the man tapped the hatch with something metal. Tap, tap, tap. You want help? He called. Nobody answered. My arms were trembling from holding myself halfway up the ladder. My fingers cramped around the tripod. The voice above chuckled softly. Then a pale liquid began to drip through the gap. At first, I thought rainwater. Then the bleach smell hit so hard my eyes watered. It splashed on my sleeve, cold and chemical. A few drops struck my cheek, burning in tiny pinpricks. Down, Tess whispered. I dropped too fast. My boot missed the last rung, and I landed badly, pain flashing through my left ankle. Tess caught my backpack and kept me from going over backward. More bleach ran through the gap, not a flood, just enough to make the message clear. The man above dragged the hatch shut with a heavy scrape. The ring of daylight narrowed. Gone. The shaft became a black pipe. Jessa coughed into her sleeve. Why bleach? The barefoot man answered from the edge of the chamber. Dogs. What? Tess said. So they can't track where he takes people. Nobody spoke for a second. Then Marco vomited into the water beside the ladder. It wasn't dramatic. Just a sudden bend at the waist and a harsh, wet sound that made Tess turn away, and Jessa whisper, Jesus, Marco. My ankle throbbed, but it held when I put weight on it. Not broken. Sprained, maybe. The bleach burned on my cheek. I wiped it with my sleeve and probably made it worse. Tess looked at me. Her face was furious and scared. Still think he might be lying. I didn't answer. The barefoot man had retreated to the far side of the alcove, near the deeper tunnel. Tess put her light on him again, lower this time, not blinding him. What's your name? She asked. He hesitated so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Evan, he said. Evan Rusk, 38, male, from Youngstown. He said it like he was reading from a form in his head, like identity had become something he had to prove. Tess nodded. "Evan, how do we get out?" He pointed deeper. "Old pump room. Service stairs past it. Maybe, Marco coughed, wiping his mouth. "Wonderful." Evan's face tightened. "I didn't get that far." "Why not?" "Because I heard him ahead." That was when attempt 1 became failure, and failure became geography. The entrance was behind us, blocked by distance, curves, and maybe whoever had taken Evan's shoes. The hatch above was watched, and now sealed. The only remaining route was deeper, through the chamber, down the sloping tunnel, past a pump room Evan had not reached safely, towards service stairs he only believed existed. Attempt 2 was to contact help again. Tess crouched at the base of the ladder and held her phone high toward the sealed hatch. "1 bar, come on, come on." I stood beside her with my phone too, arm raised until my shoulder burned. No service. Then emergency only. Then nothing. Marco wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Text. Text is better than a call." "I know," Tess said. She typed with both thumbs. "Old tunnel NEARBRADDOCK AVE. 4 of US plus injured man. Trapped. Man above hatch. Send police." She tried to send it to 911 first. Failed, then to her sister. Failed, then to group chat with her production coordinator and 2 friends. It hung there with a little spinning circle. "Send the photo," Jessa said. "What?" "The unknown text. Send screenshots, location, everything." Tess looked at me. I handed her my phone. The text from the unknown number still glowed on the screen. "No police. He hears them first." The photo of us from behind looked worse the second time. In the blur, my LED made a white square on the tunnel wall. Jess's headphones were visible. Marco's cap, Tess's hood, and at the very edge of the frame, in the lower left corner, something else. A gray wheel, not a car wheel, small, rubber, like a cart. I zoomed in. "Evan," I said, "you mentioned a cart." His face shut down. "What kind of cart?" He looked toward the deeper tunnel. "Maintenance cart. Old laundry cart. I don't know. Metal basket. 2 wheels squeak, 1 drags." Jessa closed her eyes for a second, listening to a memory. The scrape, the fabric on concrete sound we'd heard earlier. Not fabric, a bad wheel. Tess's message failed. She swore once, softly, with real feeling. Jessa lifted her damaged recorder. "I might be able to get signal higher up if I use the cable." Marco stared at her. "Your recorder sends texts now." "No, but my phone was in my back pocket when I slipped. I didn't check it." She pulled it out. The screen was cracked in a spiderweb across the top corner, but it turned on. 11% battery. "No bars," she said. "Climb the ladder," Tess said. Jessa hesitated. After the bleach, he closed it. "Just try from below the cover." Jessa climbed slower than I had, one-handed, keeping her phone raised. Halfway up, the ladder shifted. A bolt popped. The sound cracked like a gunshot in the shaft. Jessa screamed and slammed against the rungs. Tess grabbed the bottom of the ladder as if she could hold the whole thing to the wall by force. I lunged under Jessa, hands up, ankles screaming. "Don't move," I said. "I am not moving," Jessa snapped, breathless. A second bolt groaned but held. She climbed down inch by inch, shaking so badly her boot knocked metal twice. When she reached the floor, she slid down the wall and hugged her phone to her chest. "Okay," Tess said. Okay, no more ladder. Jessa laughed once, ugly and dry. Because I hated ladder. Attempt 2 had failed too. No call, no text, no climb, and now the ladder was unsafe enough that even the hatch wasn't a fantasy anymore. That was when the terrifying misdirection happened. A scream came from the deeper tunnel. High, human, sudden. It ripped through the chamber and bounced so violently off the concrete that Marco fell backward into the wall. Tess grabbed Jessa. Evan clamped both hands over his ears and folded down into a crouch. The scream came again. Longer, a woman's scream. Someone's down there, Jessa said. Evan shook his head hard. No, you don't know that. No, Marco was breathing too fast. We can't just leave someone. Tess looked at me, and I knew what she saw. The thing I hated in myself and had built a whole personality around hiding. The part that couldn't bear being thought cowardly. The part that would walk deeper into a tunnel because a stranger might need help. And because 3 other people might watch me not do it. Nolan, Tess said, think. The scream came a third time, but this time it cracked at the end, bending into a metallic shriek. Not a voice. Jessa's head lifted. She listened. That's not a person, she said. We waited. The sound came again, shorter now, and underneath it was a grinding rhythm. Evan whispered, train. Train, Marco said. Freight line above. Sound comes through the vents near the pump room. Evan swallowed. First time I heard it, I ran straight into a wall. A moment later, the low thunder arrived, muffled by earth and concrete. A train passing somewhere above us, its brakes screaming on the curve. Ordinary, explainable, still awful. The tunnel shook dust from its seams, and the water at our feet trembled as if something huge were moving beneath it. The relief did not help much. It only proved that our nerves could be tricked. When the train faded, the chamber felt smaller. Evan said, we have to go before he comes down from the south stairs. Tess turned on him. There are south stairs. Not here, farther in. You said service stairs were a way out. They are, maybe, but he uses them. Marco threw his hands up. This guy is a fountain of helpful details. Evan stepped toward him, sudden anger cutting through his exhaustion. I have been in here 3 days with no shoes, drinking runoff, and hiding in pipe holes. I am sorry my tour of the murder tunnel is incomplete. That shut Marco up better than anything. Jessa stood, wobbling slightly. Pipe holes. Evan pointed into the deeper tunnel. Past the pump room, there are side drains, too small for him with the cart, big enough to hide if you don't breathe loud. Tess looked down the tunnel, and the stairs, beyond the flooded section. Flooded how deep? Evan hesitated. How deep? She repeated. Knee, maybe waist in the middle, Marco groaned. No. Then go back, Evan said. The words hung there. Back meant the entrance. Back meant the watched hatch. Back meant the man above, the cart, the bleach. Whatever route he used to move around the tunnel system while we stumbled around with dying phones. Tess checked her phone again. Message still failed. My phone buzzed. All of us jumped. One new text. Unknown number. Stop lighting MY floor. Attached photo. This one was clearer. It showed the chamber from above, from the shaft, or somewhere near it, looking down at us through darkness. Tess's phone beam made a hard white patch on the wall. My face was turned up, mouth open. Jessa sat below the ladder. Marco stood hunched near the alcove, and Evan was circled in red. Under the photo, Another message appeared. Send HIM back and you walk out. Evan saw it. His face did something I will never forget. It did not twist into fear. It emptied, like he had been expecting the tunnel to ask for him eventually. Marco whispered. No, Jessa said. Nobody's sending anybody. But her voice shook. Tess took one step closer to Evan, putting herself between him and the rest of us without making a show of it. He's trying to split us. I nodded. Yes. My phone buzzed again. 10 seconds, then, from the tunnel behind us, the way back toward the entrance, came the squeak. One wheel, a dragging scrape, metal rattling softly in a basket. Evan whispered, cart. The sound was not close, but it was moving. Not fast, steady. Tess pointed deeper. We go now. Marco didn't move. Into waist-deep water. You can stay and negotiate with the cart guy. He moved. We left the chamber in a tight line. Tess first now with her phone light held low. Then Jessa. Then Evan limping hard. Then Marco. Then me at the rear because I was the one with the other phone. And because some stupid part of me still believed standing last meant I was in control. The tunnel beyond the alcove sloped down more sharply. The walls narrowed, then widened again. On the left, a rusted pipe ran along the floor before disappearing into a square opening. On the right, 3 maintenance niches passed by, each one deep enough for a crouched person. I shone my phone into each as we passed. Empty, empty. A pile of old clothes in the third, and for half a second my mind turned it into a body before the light steadied and showed a moldy jacket, 2 beer cans, and a tire. Keep moving, Tess said. The squeaking cart faded behind us, muffled by the bend. Ahead, the floor dipped into water. Not a puddle. A flooded section stretching at least 30 feet, maybe more, because the tunnel curved again beyond it. The water was black under our phone lights, carrying floating leaves, foam, and something that looked like strips of insulation. How deep? Tess asked. Evan leaned against the wall, sweating. Shallow on the right, drops on the left. Jessa looked at me. Your ankle, fine. It was. Every step sent a bright pulse up my leg. We entered on the right. The first few steps reached our ankles. Then mid-shin. The cold bit through my jeans and tightened the muscles in my calves. Tess moved slowly, feeling with each foot before shifting weight. Jessa kept one hand on the wall. Evan stumbled twice. Marco muttered, no, 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 under his breath like prayer had become a bad habit. Halfway through, Jessa stopped. What? Tess whispered. My recorder. For God's sake, Marco said. No, listen. We listened. Behind us, beyond the chamber, beyond the curve, the cart stopped squeaking. Then came the bare footsteps. Pat, pat. Faster now. Evan said, he's off the cart. Tess moved. Go. The water deepened without warning. Tess dropped to her waist with a splash and bit back a scream. Jessa grabbed her hood. I grabbed Evan's sweatshirt. Marco grabbed my shoulder and nearly dragged us all down. Right side, Evan gasped. Stay right. I am right, Tess snapped. No more right. We pressed against the wall, scraping our hands over slime-slick concrete. My ankle rolled on submerged debris, and pain burst white behind my eyes. I almost went under. Marco caught my backpack strap and hauled me upright, his own panic giving him strength he hadn't had a minute before. Got you, he said, breathless. I got you. Thanks. Don't make it emotional. We reached the far side soaked to the waist, shaking, phones held high. The tunnel floor rose again. Past the flooded section, the air changed. Warmer, sourer. A mechanical smell, old oil and rust. The pump room was on the left. A rectangular chamber through a doorway with no door, its frame crusted orange. Inside were 2 dead pumps, a control panel stripped of copper, and a broken office chair lying on its side. Beyond the pump room, the main tunnel continued another 20 yards to a T-junction. Painted arrows on the wall, barely visible under grime. North outfall, left arrow, south access, right arrow. Evan stared at the words. Tess said, "Which way?" He didn't answer. "Evan, I came from south," he whispered. "Then north." "No, north is the river Great. Locked." "South is him," Marco said. Behind us, from the flooded section, came a splash. Then another. The barefoot man was in the water. Not slowly anymore. Tess looked at the T-junction. North to a locked grate. South to stairs used by whoever had trapped Evan. Behind us, water and footsteps. A triangle with closing sides. Then Marco, who had drifted toward the pump room doorway, said, "Guys." His voice was small. We turned. On the far wall of the pump room, half hidden behind the dead control panel, was a fresh sheet of plywood covering a service door. It had been screwed in from our side, and written on it in black marker, in large, careful letters, "Do not open if you hear bare feet." Below that, newer, smaller, scratched into the wood with something sharp, "Liar. Open IT." The splashing behind us reached the near edge of the flood. Tess grabbed the screwdriver from Marco's tripod plate with shaking hands. That was the point where retreat ended, because behind us, the tunnel filled with phone light that was not ours, and a man's calm voice called from the dark, "Evan, you know I can wait." Then the first screw turned. The first screw came out clean. That was the only clean thing that happened. Tess turned it with the little screwdriver plate from Marco's tripod, her fingers shaking so hard the tool kept slipping out of the slot. The screw squealed in the plywood. Every turn sounded too loud. Behind us, the man's phone light floated at the far side of the flooded stretch. Not close enough to show his face. Not yet. Just the light, low and steady, shining over the water like a small white eye. "Evan," the man called. "You're making new friends nervous." Evan stood beside the pump room doorway with his back against the wall, one hand gripping a rusted pipe. He looked smaller in our light than he had before. Not harmless, not exactly, but stripped down. Bare feet gray with tunnel mud, sweat running along his jaw, his swollen ankle trembling because he was trying not to put weight on it. "Don't answer him," Tess said. Evan made a sound that might have been a laugh if he'd had enough air for it. Wasn't planning on catching up. Marco held his phone toward the flooded section. His other hand clutched the collapsed tripod like a spear. Jessa stood behind him with the broken recorder hanging against her chest, headphones pushed down around her neck. I was at the rear, or what had become the rear, between them and the main tunnel, my ankle pulsing hot inside my boot. The geography had turned cruelly simple. Pump room on our left. T-junction 20 yards ahead. North outfall supposedly locked. South access supposedly his. Flooded tunnel behind us with the man crossing it now, plywood-covered service door in front of Tess. One way had to work. The second screw came loose and dropped into the water at her feet. Ping. The man's light stopped moving. "Careful," he said. "That door is closed for a reason." "Then you shouldn't have trapped us on this side of it," Tess snapped. A pause. Then the man laughed once. Not loudly, not madly, just amused enough to make my hands tighten. "Trapped," he said. "You walked in." Marco whispered, "I'm going to hit him." "No, you're not," Jessa said. If he gets close, you'll swing too early and fall over." He looked at her, offended even now. "Thanks, you're welcome." Another screw turned. The plywood shifted at the top, flexing away from the frame. A breath of air slipped through from the other side. Cold, moving, not the dead, wet air of the tunnel. Outside air. I saw Tess feel it. Her face changed. "There's space behind this," she said. The man's tone sharpened. "Don't open that," Evan whispered. "Open it." The man's light moved again. Faster now. Water splashed around his legs. "Evan," he called, "no more softness in it. Last chance." I raised my phone light higher. For the first time, the beam caught him properly. He was broad through the shoulders, maybe mid-40s, white, wearing a reflective road worker's jacket over dark clothes and rubber boots that reached his knees. Not a monster. Not even especially strange at first glance. That made the whole thing worse. He looked like someone you'd wave past a work zone, someone who belonged beside cones and utility trucks. He pushed the metal cart with one hand, letting it roll through the shallow edge of the flooded section. One wheel squeaked. One dragged. In the cart were bolt cutters, a coil of rope, a plastic jug, a folded tarp, and a long-handled hook like the kind used to pull grates. The bleach smell came with him. Jessa whispered, "He's not barefoot." "No," Evan said. "He makes you barefoot." The third screw stuck. Tess pressed harder. The plate slipped and sliced the pad of her thumb. She hissed and shook her hand once. Blood spotted the plywood. "Move," I said. "I've got it." "Tess," I said, "I've got it." She dug the little screwdriver back into the groove. The man was halfway across the flooded stretch now, boots sending low waves ahead of him. The phone light washed over the water. It caught the wall, the rusted pipe, the painted arrows, north outfall, south access. The man saw what we were doing and left the cart. The squeak stopped. He stepped into deeper water without hesitation. Jessa grabbed Marco's sleeve. "Now would be the time for your big director swing." Marco swallowed. "Right." The fourth screw came out. The bottom of the plywood still held. "How many?" Tess said. "Two more," I said. "Of course." The man reached the near side of the flooded section. Maybe 30 feet away, maybe less. "Listen to me," he said. "There's a drop behind that door. Open it fast. One of you goes down hard." "Better than staying," Tess said. "Ask Evan how good his judgment is." Evan's face tightened. The man looked at him and smiled without showing teeth. "Tell them about the first guy." Evan shut his eyes. Marco turned on him. "What first guy?" "No," Tess said. "Do not start that now." The man took another step toward us. "He didn't mention that." "Shut up," Evan rasped. He was so helpful with the first one, held the flashlight, told him the way out. Evan shoved away from the wall. "I didn't know." "Didn't know what?" Marco demanded. "Marco, eyes forward," Jessa snapped. Too late. The man moved. Not a charge, a quick, practical burst. He came off the tunnel wall and crossed the last distance while Marco was looking at Evan. The long-handled hook lifted. "Marco," I yelled. Marco turned and swung the tripod. He did swing too early. Jessa had been right. The hook caught the tripod's legs and ripped it sideways. Marco stumbled. The man stepped in and drove his shoulder into him. Marco hit the wall with a heavy grunt, phone bouncing from his hand into the water. Darkness swallowed half the room. Jessa screamed his name. I lunged despite my ankle. The man swung the hook low. It caught my bad leg just above the boot, not sharp enough to cut deep, but hard enough to sweep me off balance. My foot twisted. Pain tore up my shin and into my hip. I went down on one knee in the cold water. The man reached for Evan. That was all he wanted, not us, not first. Evan tried to back away and couldn't. His swollen ankle folded. He fell against the pump room doorway, one hand up like that could stop a man who had built his whole little kingdom out of corners and fear. Tess abandoned the screw. She drove her shoulder into the plywood. It cracked but didn't open. Again, Jessa shouted. The man grabbed Evan by the sweatshirt. Evan punched him in the throat. It was not graceful. It was not cinematic. It was a desperate, ugly jab from a half-starved man with broken nails. But it landed. The man choked and loosened his grip. Marco came off the wall and swung the collapsed tripod again, this time from close range. It struck the man's forearm with a hollow crack. The hook clattered into the water. The man roared, not pain exactly, fury. He backhanded Marco across the face. Marco dropped hard, his head glancing off the concrete wall. The sound was dull and final enough that Jessa made a small broken noise. Marco, he moved, but badly. Tess hit the plywood again. The lower screws tore through softened wood. The panel bowed inward. Air rushed through the gap, and behind it, dim gray light, not daylight from above. Lateral light, a side opening. "There's a crawl space," she shouted. The man heard. He looked from Evan to the door. His face changed from anger to calculation. I saw the choice happen. If we got through, he lost control. I shoved myself up, grabbed the long-handled hook from the water, and jammed it through the nearest wheel of the cart behind him. It was the only thing I could reach. Then I kicked the cart with my good foot. It rolled crooked. The hooked wheel locked. The cart flipped sideways with a brutal metal crash, spilling the jug, rope, tarp, and bolt cutters into the water. The man turned toward the sound. "Go," I shouted. Jessa ducked under Tess's arm and grabbed the edge of the broken plywood. Together, they pulled. The panel tore away from the remaining screw in a spray of splinters. Behind it was not a doorway exactly, but a low service passage, maybe 3 feet high, slanting upward through concrete. Old utility access. Narrow. Wet. The bottom was lined with mud and broken leaves. At the far end, maybe 20 feet away, I could see a rusted grate with faint outside light beyond it. North outfall. Not locked from this side, just small. "Tess first," I said. "No," Tess said. "Jessa." "Move," I yelled. Jessa dropped to her knees and crawled in, dragging her recorder by its strap. Tess pushed Marco's shoulder. "Marco, up." He blinked at her. Blood ran from his nose and into his beard. "I'm good." "You are not good, crawl." He tried to stand, wobbled, then dropped to hands and knees and went into the passage behind Jessa. The man came at me. I still had the hook shaft in both hands. My grip was bad. My right palm was slick with tunnel water and rust. He grabbed the far end and yanked. I held on because letting go meant he had it. My ankle screamed. He was stronger, much stronger. He pulled me toward him in 2 harsh jerks, boots planted wide, face red, breath loud through his nose. Up close, he smelled like bleach, sweat, and old coffee. "You should have walked out when I offered," he said. "You weren't offering us anything." He smiled then, quick and private. "No, but you wanted to believe I was." He twisted the hook. My fingers slipped. Then Evan hit him with the bolt cutters. Not in the head. He didn't have the angle. He swung them 2-handed into the man's knee. The sound was sickening. The man buckled and let out a shout that filled the chamber. He released the hook and grabbed for Evan. Evan stumbled backward, but Tess caught him from the service passage entrance. "Crawl," she shouted at him. "I can't fast." "Then crawl slow." She shoved him into the low passage ahead of herself. Evan cried out as his bad ankle dragged over the broken threshold, but he kept moving, elbows and knees scraping through mud. The man reached for the bolt cutters. I struck his hand with the hook shaft. Once, twice. He grabbed my wrist on the 3rd swing. His thumb dug into the tendon until my hand opened. The hook fell. He drove me back into the pump room wall. My shoulder hit first. My head followed, not hard enough to knock me out, but hard enough to fill my vision with bright specks. "Nolan," Tess shouted. She was still at the passage entrance, still not leaving. Of course she was. The man looked at her. "Producer," he said, as if recognizing her role from the way she stood. "Tell him to stop." Tess's eyes flicked behind him to the spilled jug. Bleach. A plastic gallon cracked at the cap, leaking into the water. She looked at me, then at Jess's recorder cable hanging from the service passage, then at the dead control panel. It took me half a second to understand. The pump room floor was wet. The control panel was stripped, probably dead, probably. But there was still conduit running into it, still an old breaker box mounted beside the doorway, its metal cover hanging open. No one knew what was live. That was the danger. That was the chance. "Tess," I said. "No." The man turned his head. Tess grabbed the broken office chair from inside the pump room and hurled it at him. It hit his shoulder and bounced off, but it made him release me. "Run," she said. "I can't." "Crawl then." The man lunged toward her. She backed into the service passage. He grabbed her ankle. She kicked him in the face with her other foot, heel catching his cheekbone. He snarled and dragged her halfway out. Her fingernails scraped through mud. She grabbed the edge of the broken plywood frame and held on. I swung the hook one last time, not at him, at the breaker box. The metal cover snapped loose and clanged into the water. Inside, the old switches and cut wires were a black mess. I jammed the hook into it and shoved. Nothing happened. For one clean second, nothing. Then the chamber popped with blue-white sparks. A breaker somewhere, unbelievably still connected to some forgotten line, gave a deep electrical buzz. The water around the wall flashed. Not a movie explosion, not a lightning bolt, just a brutal snapping arc that made every muscle in my arm seize. The shock threw me backward. The man screamed and released Tess. He had one hand on the wet wall, one knee in the water near the leaking bleach jug. The current wasn't enough to kill him outright, not like in films. But it hurt him. It confused him. His body locked for a fraction of a second, then jerked away. He fell sideways into his overturned cart, striking his head against the metal rim. Hard, he went down. The chamber went dark again, as whatever old circuit had woken up died with a final, stinking pop. My arm felt wrong. Not broken. Worse in a quieter way. Tingling from shoulder to fingertips, hand clenched even though I was telling it to open. My teeth ached. Tess crawled to me. "Can you move?" "Yeah, then move." The man groaned, not unconscious, not done. Jess's voice came from the passage. "Tess, we found the grate. Can you open it?" A pause. Then metal rattling. "No, of course." I almost laughed. Tess looked at the tunnel behind us, then at the man trying to push himself up with one shaking arm. "Go," I said. She grabbed my collar. "You first. That passage is too narrow for me fast. Help Evan." "I am not leaving you with him." "You're not. I'm coming." It was a lie with a useful shape. She knew it. She hated it. Then Marco's voice echoed from the passage, slurred but loud. "Tripod." "What?" Tess shouted. "The tripod. Pass it." Tess scrambled, found the collapsed tripod in the water near the doorway, and shoved it into the crawl space. More rattling. Metal against metal. Jessa grunting. Marco cursing through what sounded like a broken nose. The man rose to one knee. His cheek was already swelling. Blood ran from his hairline into one eye. He looked at me with no calm left at all. I picked up the bolt cutters. They were heavier than I expected. He looked at them, then at me. For the first time, he hesitated. Behind me, Jessa screamed. "It's moving," the grate shrieked. Once, twice, then gave way with a rusted scream that opened into outside air. Wind came through the passage carrying river smell, weeds, traffic, rain on hot asphalt, real air. The man heard it too. He charged. I didn't swing the bolt cutters like a weapon. I couldn't. My shocked arm barely obeyed. I threw them at his legs. He stumbled over them, not falling all the way, but enough. Enough for Tess to grab the back of my jacket and drag me down into the service passage. My bad ankle folded under me. I shouted. Mud filled my mouth. Concrete scraped my ribs. Tess shoved from behind and crawled over my legs when I jammed at the shoulders. "Move, Nolan. I'm stuck." "You are not stuck. I'm stuck." The passage pressed around me, concrete against both shoulders, my camera bag snagged on the torn plywood behind. Panic hit so fast I almost lost myself. The coal room, the basement, the flashlight dropping. Too old for this. The man grabbed my boot. I kicked. He held on. His fingers dug into my injured ankle, and the pain was so bright I couldn't breathe. Tess reached back, grabbed the strap of my camera bag, and pulled it over my head. The bag ripped loose and stayed behind in the doorway. Freed, I lurched forward 6 inches. The man kept my boot. "Nolan," Jessa shouted from ahead. I heard the cart scrape as he braced himself. He was going to pull me back out. Tess flattened herself in the passage beside me as much as she could and drove both heels backward. Once, twice. Her second kick connected with his wrist. He cursed and loosened his grip. I tore forward, leaving the boot in his hand. My socked foot dragged through mud and broken glass or gravel or something sharp enough to cut. I didn't stop. The passage sloped upward. Jessa was already outside, visible as a silhouette at the torn grate. Marco was half through, crawling on elbows. Evan lay just beyond him on the wet grass, gasping. Tess pushed me until my hands hit weeds. Cold rain speckled my face. I hauled myself through the outfall opening and rolled onto a concrete drainage apron beside the river, under a bridge I recognized only by the sound of tires overhead. Jessa grabbed my jacket and dragged me clear. Marco collapsed beside me. Tess came last, kicking free as the man's hand shot through the opening and missed her by an inch. Jessa and Marco shoved the rusted grate back against the opening. It didn't latch. The man hit it from inside. The grate jumped. "Hold it," Tess screamed. We all held it. Marco with one shoulder, Jessa with both hands. Tess braced her feet against the concrete. I leaned my body into the frame, one boot on, one foot bleeding inside a filthy sock. Evan crawled to the side, and with a sound like tearing cloth, wrapped the cart's rope through the grate bars and around a rusted pipe set into the drainage wall. His hands shook too hard for knots. Jessa shoved him aside and tied it. The man hit the grate again. The rope snapped tight. The pipe groaned, but held. Sirens sounded somewhere above. Distant at first, then closer. For a second, none of us trusted the sound. The man stopped hitting the grate. Inside the tunnel, in the dark beyond the bars, his phone light lifted. We saw part of his face through the grid. One eye swollen, blood on his cheek. Not defeated in the way stories want men like him defeated. Just delayed, breathing, watching. Then he backed away from the grate and disappeared into the tunnel system that had hidden him long before we entered it. Police found us 7 minutes later on the drainage apron, soaked, bleeding, and yelling over one another. They did not find him that night, but they found the cart. They found the bleach. They found 3 pairs of shoes in a side niche near the south access stairs. And when a paramedic cut off my remaining boot to look at my ankle, I started laughing so hard Tess had to put a muddy hand on my shoulder and tell me to stop before I scared everyone worse. I wasn't laughing because it was funny. I was laughing because the sock on my injured foot was gone. Somewhere between the crawl space and the outfall, the tunnel had taken it from me too. The first police officer to reach us kept telling everyone not to move, which would have been easier advice to follow if any of us had been capable of moving properly. We were spread across the concrete drainage apron below the bridge, like people thrown there by weather. Rain misted under the overpass in sideways threads. The Monongahela moved dark and slow beyond the weeds. Traffic passed above us with that normal wet road hiss I had heard through the hatch, the sound of people going home, arguing about dinner, changing lanes without thinking about the tunnels underneath them. One officer, a young man with a shaved head and water dripping off the brim of his cap, kept his flashlight on the grate. Another knelt beside Evan. A third tried to ask me my name 3 times before I understood he wanted me to answer. "Nolan Price," I said. He wrote it down. "Can you tell me how many people are still inside?" I looked at the grate. The rope Jessa had tied still held it against the opening, though every few seconds it twitched in the rainwater running down the concrete. Not from a hand behind it. Just runoff. I knew that. I watched it anyway. "One," I said. "Maybe the man who attacked us." The officer's eyes moved to the grate too. "Armed, hook, bolt cutters, maybe other things. Firearm." "I didn't see one." That answer felt too small for the size of him in my memory. No firearm. Just planning, access, darkness, rope, bleach, and enough patience to weight people into bad choices. Paramedics came down the embankment with bags and a folding stretcher, slipping in the mud and cursing under their breath. The ordinary sound of that helped more than the sirens. They sounded irritated, competent, cold. Real people doing a bad job on a worse slope. Tess stayed upright until one of them tried to sit her down. "I'm fine," she said. The paramedic, a woman with gray blonde hair tucked into her collar, looked at Tess's bleeding thumb, the mud on her knees, the chemical reddening along her wrist, and the way she was bracing one arm across her ribs. "Sure," she said. "Be fine sitting." Tess sat. Marco was not allowed to argue. His nose had swollen crooked, and every time he tried to stand, his eyes lost focus. Jessa hovered near him until a paramedic told her, gently but firmly, that she needed to let them check her too. "I didn't hit my head," she said. "You're shaking hard enough to blur," the paramedic told her. Jessa looked down at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. Evan was the quietest. That scared me more than his panic had. He lay on the stretcher with a thermal blanket over him, bare feet exposed at the end. One ankle was purple and swollen, the other heel split open from walking on concrete and gravel. When an officer asked him questions, he answered in short pieces. Name, Evan Rusk. Age, 38. From Youngstown. Last seen 3 days ago near the river trail. He gave those facts like he had saved them in a pocket for when someone official finally asked. When the officer asked who took him, Evan turned his face toward the bridge supports and said, "I don't know his name." That became the answer for a lot of things. At the hospital, they separated us. I understood why. Statements, medical checks, liability, procedure. But after hours of moving as one frightened animal, being placed alone behind a curtain felt like punishment. My left ankle was badly sprained, not broken. 2 torn ligaments, according to the doctor, who said it with the mild cheer of someone delivering good news that would still ruin several months of stairs. My right hand had electrical burns across the palm where the current had entered through wet skin and metal. Not deep, but ugly. My foot, the one that had lost its boot in the crawl passage, had 2 cuts that needed cleaning but no stitches. The nurse who cleaned them kept apologizing. "This is going to sting. It's okay. It's really going to sting. It's okay." Then it stung, and I gripped the side of the bed so hard my burned hand cramped. She paused. "You can say it hurts." I laughed once. Not because she was funny. "I know," I said, but I didn't, not really. That was the first crack. Tiny, embarrassing. A nurse in blue gloves telling me I was allowed to admit a thing hurt, and me realizing how much of the night had gone wrong because I had treated fear like a mess I could hide from other people. Tess came to see me after midnight with her thumb bandaged and her hair still damp from where someone had wiped tunnel grime out of it. She stood in the doorway of the exam bay and looked me over. "You look terrible," she said. "You look like you fought plywood and lost." "I did fight plywood. Then You look accurate." She came in and sat in the plastic chair beside the bed. For a while, neither of us said anything. The hospital noises filled in around us. Wheels on linoleum, a cough behind a curtain, someone laughing too loudly near the nurse's station, the soft beep of machines from another room. Finally, she said, "They found your camera bag." That made me turn my head. Where? By the pump room doorway. Police brought it out in an evidence bag. Camera, don't know yet. I pictured it lying in the water where I had left it, strap twisted, memory card soaked, everything I owned for work turning into another object tagged and photographed by strangers. Then I realized I didn't care. Not much. "They find him?" I asked. Tess's face changed. "No," the words settled between us. "They cleared the section we were in," she said. "Then they pulled back. Pulled back. Too many branches. Bad air in some lower parts. Flooded sections. They're bringing in county maps, public works, search dogs, tactical people." That's what the detective told me. "Dogs," I said. She nodded. "They know about the bleach." Of course they did. We had all told them. We had told them everything in fragments, repeating over one another on the drainage apron, in the ambulance, at the hospital. Bleach at the hatch, cart, text messages, shoes, plywood, Evan, the voice, the phone light. Still, saying it out loud did not make the man easier to catch. Marco had a broken nose and a concussion. He sent a group text at 2:13 a.m. that read, "Alive ugly. Sorry for being an idiot." Jessa replied first. "You were already ugly." Tess stared at her phone when the message came through and started crying without making any sound. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand, annoyed at herself, and I pretended not to notice until she said, "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Be polite about it." So I looked at her. She cried for maybe 10 seconds. Then she stopped, took a breath that shook going in, and said, "I told Marco we needed texture. That's not why this happened. I know." But knowing didn't fix much that night. The legal part came in waves. Detectives interviewed us separately the next morning, then together, then separately again when our timelines didn't line up perfectly, because trauma turns time into a drawer full of loose screws. They took our clothes. They took Tess's phone, then gave it back after copying the messages. They took mine longer because of the unknown number and the photos. The number traced to a prepaid phone bought with cash at a gas station outside McKeesport. The photos were harder. Investigators believed at least one had been taken from above the hatch through the gap before it was sealed. Another may have been taken from a side niche using zoom. The detective, a square-shouldered woman named Harris, said this carefully, as if she did not want us imagining all the places he might have stood close enough to watch us breathe. "Was there surveillance equipment?" I asked. "Not that we've confirmed, but he knew where we were. He knew the tunnel," she said. "That may be enough." They found the south access stairs 2 days later. The entrance was hidden behind a rusted service door under an overgrown rail spur, less than a quarter mile from where we'd gone in. Inside were candles, food wrappers, plastic water jugs, and a battery bank wired to a cheap phone charger. They found a pile of reflective jackets and county work gloves. They found the cart's missing wheel, replaced more than once. They found strips of duct tape stuck to the underside of a pipe. They did not find the man. They found 3 pairs of shoes in the niche near the south stairs, like the officer had told us on the apron. Later, they found a 4th pair wedged behind a pump housing. Men's work boots, women's trail runners, 1 pair of red canvas sneakers with a child-sized charm clipped through the laces, though the shoes themselves were adult size. Evan identified 1 pair as his. The rest became evidence. No bodies were found in the first search. That was the phrase the news used, like the tunnel deserved credit for restraint. No bodies were found in the first search. The story made local news for 3 days. Then wider true crime accounts got hold of it and sanded off the parts that didn't fit. They called him the barefoot tunnel stalker. They said we were urban explorers, which Tess hated so much she nearly threw her phone. They said Evan had survived on mysterious tunnel water, which made Jessa mutter, "It's runoff, you idiots." They used a photo of the tunnel entrance taken in daylight, making it look almost harmless. My mother called after seeing a segment online. "You could have died," she said. "I know." "No, Nolan, you don't. You say that, but you don't." For once, I didn't argue. I stayed with my sister in Pittsburgh for 2 weeks because my apartment had stairs, and my ankle refused negotiation. I learned the humiliating logistics of injury. Shower chair, plastic bag over bandages, waking up because I had turned wrong in my sleep. My burned palm healed tight and pink. My foot healed slower. The cut across my arch opened twice because I kept trying to walk normally before I could. At night, I heard footsteps. Not always barefoot. Sometimes the upstairs neighbor. Sometimes pipes. Sometimes my sister's dog padding down the hall to drink from his bowl. But my body had stopped asking permission before reacting. A soft step in another room, and I was awake, sitting upright, hand reaching for a light. Tess went back to work first, because Tess coped by making calls and building spreadsheets around damage. She helped Jessa replace the recorder. She made sure Marco got paid for the project, even though the project died the moment we crawled out of that grate. She gave a statement to a local paper correcting the urban explorer angle and emphasizing that Evan was a victim, not some creepy tunnel man who had lured us in. Jessa listened to the audio once with Detective Harris. Only once. She told me about it later in a diner near Bloomfield, both of us sitting too close to the front window because neither of us liked booths anymore. According to her, the recorder had captured more than we realized. Our voices, the cartwheel, the train scream, the attacker's voice above the hatch, the whisper saying wrong way. Could they tell who said it? I asked. Jessa stirred her coffee until it nearly slopped over. Not clean enough. Was it Evan? She didn't answer at first. Then she said, "I don't think so." That stayed with me. Evan recovered enough to leave the hospital after 9 days. Tess visited him twice. I went once with a borrowed cane and a bag of socks because I couldn't think of anything else, and because the idea seemed stupid enough to be kind. He laughed when he opened it. A dry, careful laugh. Dark humor, he asked. Practical gift. Both, maybe. He looked better in a bed with clean sheets and a plastic water pitcher beside him, but only in the way wreckage looks better after someone sweeps the glass into a pile. His face had color. His feet were bandaged. His eyes still checked the door every time someone walked past it. "I keep thinking I hear the wheel," he said. "Me too. You never heard it before that night?" "I heard enough." He nodded. Then he said, "He told me if I got someone else to follow my footprints, I could leave." I didn't know what to do with that. Evan looked down at his hands. "First day, maybe second. I was thirsty. I was stupid. I thought maybe he meant it. So when I heard you come in, I followed. I thought if I warned you and stayed close." He stopped. "I don't know what I thought. I remembered him saying don't from the dark. Not enough to explain. Not enough to save us. But maybe all he had left. You warned us," I said. "Too late." Still, he closed his eyes. That was as close to forgiveness as either of us could get then. 2 months later, the county sealed the south access, the hatch, and the outfall grate with welded bars and concrete collars. The official report described the tunnel system as unauthorized, hazardous, and structurally inconsistent with current public access standards, which was a clean way of saying no one important had looked closely at it in years. Detective Harris called me once more in late summer. They had a suspect by then, former subcontractor for a utility maintenance company. Mid-40s, lived out of a van part of the year, had worked on drainage surveys in Allegheny County, had a record for assault, unlawful restraint, and impersonating a municipal worker in Ohio. His name was released later, but I won't put it here. Names can turn men like that into stories with neat edges. They found the van abandoned near Charleroi. Inside were rubber boots, road cones, 2 burner phones, and a county map with old tunnel lines marked in red. They also found a drawer full of socks. Not shoes, socks, washed, folded, sorted by color. That detail never made the news. Harris told me because she thought I should know they were building a case. Maybe she thought information would help. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it just gives shape to what already wakes you up. The suspect was not found. Not then. Not as I'm writing this. Life did what life does after horror. It kept requiring receipts, groceries, dentist appointments, oil changes. My ankle improved. Marco's nose healed slightly crooked, which he claimed gave him character. Jessa started working again, but refused tunnel shoots, basement shoots, and one parking garage job where the client insisted the acoustics were creepy in a good way. Tess stopped saying yes to locations without permits in writing. None of us joked about that. I still scout locations. That surprises people. It surprises me too some mornings. But I don't go underground. I don't enter culverts, service passages, abandoned pedestrian tunnels, storm drains, or anything that narrows around the shoulders. When clients ask why, I tell them insurance. That answer works. People respect insurance more than fear. The last time I passed Braddock, it was a bright afternoon, all hard sun and traffic glare. I drove over the bridge near the river access road and saw new fencing down by the embankment, clean silver chain link where the old sagging fence had been. Warning signs, fresh concrete. The tunnel mouth was sealed behind a welded grate thick enough to stop a truck. I pulled over longer than I meant to. From up on the road, you couldn't smell the wet concrete. You couldn't hear the drip from the old conduits. You couldn't see the maintenance niches, or the stained walls, or the place where Marco's phone had gone into the water. It looked handled. That was the word the county used too. Handled. Then my phone buzzed in the cup holder. Unknown number. For a second, my whole body became tunnel again. Concrete at my shoulders, mud in my mouth, a hand on my boot. I picked up the phone. Spam text. Car warranty nonsense. Ordinary garbage from an ordinary machine. I deleted it. I sat there until my breathing stopped sounding strange to me. Then, just as I put the car in gear, something tapped lightly against the underside of the bridge. Pat, I froze. Another tap, pat, a pause, then a third. I rolled down the window and listened. Above me, a jogger passed on the sidewalk, earbuds in, ponytail swinging. Her shoes were soft-soled and damp from a puddle near the curb. Each step landed with a flat little slap on the concrete. Pat, pat, pat. I laughed once, badly. Then I drove away. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but endings are mostly paperwork. The case stayed open. Evan moved back to Ohio to live with his sister. Tess sent me job leads that involved sunlight. Jessa mailed me a copy of the audio on a flash drive and then texted, "Don't listen alone," which guaranteed I never listened at all. The sock from my injured foot was never recovered. That should not matter. It was a cheap black ankle sock from a 6-pack. I owned 5 more just like it, though I threw those out when I got home from my sister S. Police found my boot in the service passage. They found my camera bag. They found Marco's phone, dead but intact. They found the hook, the cart, the rope, the bleach jug, the bolt cutters. Even the broken screw Tess dropped into the water. But not the sock. Sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I picture it snagged on a bit of rust inside the crawl space, stiff with mud, just another scrap in a sealed tunnel no one will enter again. Other times, I picture it washed clean, folded, sorted by color, and waiting in a drawer someone still knows how to open. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The Waiting Room I'm Sitting In Has Magazines from 2050. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The magazine on my lap said March 2050, and the woman on the cover was crying in front of a courthouse I recognized. Not in that vague way you recognize any courthouse with columns and flags and too many steps. I mean, I knew the place. The Allegheny County Courthouse in downtown Pittsburgh, the one with the stone arches and the heavy red-brown walls that look damp even on dry days. I had walked past it that morning on my way to the bus, trying not to check my phone every 10 seconds, trying not to think about the test results I was about to get. On the cover, the courthouse had the same arches, same clock tower, same soot-dark corners where rain collected. But the headline under it read, 20 years after the first settlement, who owns a person's future? At first, I thought it was some kind of design gimmick, a retro futurist thing. Hospitals and clinics are full of old magazines nobody throws out, and half of them already look fake because their covers promise things like the new retirement at 90 or how AI changed dating forever. I turned the magazine sideways, checked for a joke issue, a prop label, anything that would make sense. The paper smelled fresh, that sharp, inky smell magazines have before too many hands soften them. Across from me, a kid kicked his sneakers against the metal leg of a chair. Tap, 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 tap. His mother whispered for him to stop. Somewhere behind the reception glass, a printer coughed and dragged a page through its rollers with a tired, mechanical whine. Everything else was normal. That was the problem. My name is Claire Donovan. I'm 32, female, from Pittsburgh, and I was sitting in the waiting room of a private diagnostic clinic on 5th Avenue because my primary doctor had used the phrase, just to rule things out, with the careful voice people use when they're trying not to scare you. I'm not brave in medical settings. I wish I had a better flaw. Something cinematic, like I trust the wrong people or I run toward danger because I need answers. Mostly, I avoid things. I let dental pain get bad before making appointments. I pretend emails from insurance companies are spam until the second reminder. I've walked around with a weird mole on my shoulder for 6 months because looking directly at a problem makes it real. That morning, though, I had shown up early enough to sit under the buzzing fluorescent light that flickered every 30 seconds above the aquarium with no fish in it. Early enough to notice the smell of disinfectant layered over old carpet and coffee creamer. Early enough to pick up a magazine from the small acrylic rack beside my chair and find the year 2050 printed beside a barcode. I looked at the cover again. The woman crying outside the courthouse had silver hair pulled into a low ponytail. Her face was turned slightly away from the camera, but there was something familiar in the angle of her cheek, the narrow bridge of her nose, the way she pressed her lips together like she was trying not to speak. I closed the magazine. Not hard, just enough that the glossy cover snapped against the pages. A man 2 chairs down glanced over. He was in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, with a gym bag at his feet and a compression sleeve on his right knee. He had a clean-shaved head and the carefully polite posture of someone used to waiting rooms. He had been filling out forms on a clipboard, writing slowly because his hand trembled a little. When our eyes met, he gave me the small half-smile strangers give when they don't want to ask what your problem is, but they've noticed you have one. Bad article, he asked. I looked down at the magazine, then back at him. Just weird. He nodded like that covered everything. They've got one over there about colon health from 2018. I'm trying not to take that personally. That got a laugh out of me. A small one, more air than sound, but it loosened something in my chest. The man introduced himself a minute later as Peter Walsh, 49, male, from Erie, Pennsylvania. He was a high school track coach, he said, in town for imaging on his knee after being stupid enough to demonstrate hurdles to teenagers. He had the blunt, gentle manner of someone who spent his days telling kids to drink water and stop pretending torn muscles were character development. Before I could answer, the kid across from me kicked the chair again. Tap, 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 tap. Eli, his mother said, sharper this time. The boy froze with one sneaker suspended an inch from the chair leg. He was about 10, skinny, pale, with a mop of blonde hair that needed cutting, and a Spider-Man hoodie too light for the weather outside. His mother sat beside him with one hand wrapped around a paper cup of coffee she wasn't drinking. She had dark circles under her eyes, and one of those canvas tote bags stuffed with folders, snacks, chargers, and everything else a parent carries when they don't trust the day to go smoothly. Her name, I found out later, was Marin Holt, 37, female, from Columbus, Ohio. She had driven in that morning because a pediatric specialist at the clinic had agreed to look at Eli's sleep study results after months of what she called night episodes. She worked in payroll for a regional grocery chain and spoke in precise little bursts, as if conserving energy. Eli, 10, male, also from Columbus, looked at his mother with exaggerated innocence. I wasn't doing it loud. You were doing it directly into my spine. Peter laughed under his breath. Marin looked embarrassed, then tired of being embarrassed. Sorry. No, it's fine, I said. Honestly, I thought it was the light. All four of us looked up. The fluorescent tube above the aquarium buzzed, flickered, steadied, and kept buzzing. The empty tank beneath it had blue gravel, a plastic castle, and a little bubbling treasure chest that opened and closed with no water around it. The air pump still ran somewhere inside the cabinet, making the chest lid jerk up and fall every few seconds like it was trying to breathe. That's depressing, Peter said. Eli leaned forward. There used to be fish. Maybe, Marin said. No, there were. I saw them when we came in. Marin gave him that parental look that means not now, but I noticed she glanced at the tank too. There was no water line, no damp streaks, no filter stain on the glass. I told myself the kid was anxious. Kids say things. I had said plenty of strange things in waiting rooms when I was young, mostly because hospitals made me want attention and made me afraid of getting it. A nurse stepped out from the hallway door then, and everyone's head tilted toward her at once. She was in navy scrubs with her hair clipped up so tightly it lifted her eyebrows a little. The badge on her chest said T-B-N-N-E-T-T, RN, though the photo was newer than her face by at least 10 years. She carried a tablet in one hand and a paper folder in the other. Her shoes made soft rubber squeaks on the linoleum. Tanya Bennett, 44, female, from Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania, had the brisk warmth of a nurse who had learned that softness only worked if she wrapped it around efficiency. She called names without raising her voice. She checked wrists. She corrected the receptionist once, quietly, and the receptionist stopped arguing immediately. Claire Donovan, my stomach tightened. I stood too quickly, and the magazine slid from my lap onto the carpet. Tanya looked at it, just a glance, but she stopped, not for long. Half a second, maybe. Less than that. Her eyes touched the cover, the date, the courthouse, then moved back to me with practiced neutrality. Claire, she repeated. Yes, I said, that's me. She gave me a polite smile. We're going to take you back in just a minute. Dr. Sayeg is finishing a call. Have you had anything to eat today? No. Good. Keep it that way for now. I didn't like the for now. I also didn't like the fact that she still hadn't picked up the magazine or joked about it or said, "Oh, where did that come from?" Behind the reception glass, the receptionist answered the phone. North River Diagnostic. This is Kayla. Pause. No, ma'am, we're on 5th Avenue. Yes, Pittsburgh. Peter looked at the magazine on the floor. You dropped your weird thing. I bent down and picked it up. My fingers had left a crescent of moisture on the cover. Tanya's eyes followed my hand. Old magazine, I asked, trying to make my voice casual. She blinked once. They get donated sometimes. From the future, Peter stopped writing. Marin looked over. Tanya's smile stayed in place, but something behind it tightened. Not fear, exactly. More like irritation at a drawer that wouldn't shut. What? I lifted the cover so she could see the date. The nurse's gaze landed on it again, and this time there was no half-second mistake. She saw it. She read it. Her mouth parted slightly, then closed. Eli whispered, "Whoa." Marin touched his shoulder. "Don't." Tanya reached out. "May I?" I gave her the magazine. She turned it over, checked the spine, opened the front cover. The way she handled it told me she wasn't humoring me. She wasn't confused by a misprint. Her thumb moved to the barcode area, then to the lower corner of the inside page, where there was a little mailing label. I leaned closer before I could stop myself. The label read, North River Diagnostic Center, waiting room B5th of a Pittsburgh, PA, deliver after 2/17/2050. Tanya shut it. The printer behind the glass spat out another page. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sounds were the aquarium pump dry clicking inside its cabinet and the muffled thud of traffic passing outside on wet pavement. A bus hissed at the curb. Somewhere deeper in the clinic, a door clicked shut. Peter set his clipboard down on the empty chair beside him. That seems, he said, administratively ambitious. Marin didn't laugh. Is this some marketing thing? She asked. Because my son is here for a medical appointment, and I don't appreciate. It's probably a misprint, Tanya said quickly. Her tone had changed. Too fast, too bright. I know people who lie easily. I'm not one of them, but my father was, in small domestic ways. He'd say the car wasn't making that noise yesterday when all of us had heard it for 2 weeks. He'd say the check was in the mail with the envelope still sitting on the counter. Because of him, I notice when a person tries to push the world back into shape by talking over it. Tanya was doing that. A misprint on the mailing label too, Peter asked. The nurse looked at him. He raised both hands slightly. Sorry, Coach Brain, details matter. Tanya tucked the magazine under her folder. I'll take this to the front desk. No, I said. It came out too sharp. She paused. I felt everyone looking at me. I hated that. Heat climbed into my face, and suddenly I was aware of my boots, my wrinkled coat, the little panic pill bottle in my pocket with 3 tablets inside. I wanted to apologize, sit down, let the nurse take the impossible object away, and make the room normal again. Instead, I held out my hand. I'm sorry, I said, but I found it. I'd like to look at it. Tanya's expression softened, or pretended to. Claire, I understand it's strange, but we can't have patients getting upset before testing. That's not an answer. Marin made a small sound through her nose. Not approval, exactly. Recognition. The hallway door opened behind Tanya, and a doctor stepped out halfway, still holding his phone. He was a narrow man in a white coat over a pale green shirt, with wire frame glasses and a wedding ring he kept turning with his thumb. His badge read RSAYGH, MD. Dr. Ramai Sayeg, 56, male, from Pittsburgh by way of Boston, according to the degrees framed later on his office wall, had the controlled fatigue of a specialist whose schedule had been overbooked by someone else. He took in the waiting room in one glance, me standing, Tanya holding the magazine, Peter watching, Marin tense, Eli openly fascinated. Tanya, he said. She turned slightly. There's an issue with one of the waiting room materials. Dr. Sayeg's eyes moved to the magazine. His face did not change much. That bothered me more than if he had laughed. Bring it here, he said. The nurse didn't move. It was subtle, but I saw it. Her fingers tightened around the spine. Dr. Sayeg noticed too. Tanya, she handed it to him. He opened the cover, looked at the mailing label, then closed it with the same careful pressure UD used to shut a sleeping baby's door. Where did this come from? He asked. The rack, I said. Which rack? The only rack. Beside my chair. He looked at the acrylic holder, which contained 3 normal magazines now. A cooking issue from 2021, a travel issue from 2019, and a glossy medical brochure about vascular screening. No space where mine had been. The remaining magazines leaned comfortably together, as if there had never been a fourth. The doctor's jaw moved once. Eli said, there were more. Marin whispered, Eli. No, there were, he insisted. There was one with a bridge on fire, and one with a lady with silver stuff on her eyes. Peter leaned back, the chair creaking under him. Okay, Dr. Sayeg's attention sharpened on the boy. What bridge? He asked. Eli shrank a little under the adult focus, but he answered. Yellow one. Pittsburgh has a lot of yellow bridges. Do you remember the words on it? Dr. Sayeg asked. Marin stood. Why are you asking him that? Doctor looked at her, and whatever he had been about to say changed shape before it left his mouth. Because it may help us identify where the materials came from. Tanya gave him a look I couldn't read. My phone vibrated in my coat pocket. The sound made me jump more than it should have. A stupid little buzz against my hip, ordinary as a gnat. I pulled it out expecting a pharmacy reminder or my sister asking how the appointment was going. The screen showed no notification, just the lock screen. 9:14 a.m., then it buzzed again. No banner, no missed call, no text. Peter said, mine too. He held up his phone. Black screen, then a brief flicker. Marin pulled hers from the tote. Eli tried to look over her arm. All 3 phones showed the same thing for about 2 seconds before the displays corrected themselves. The date changed, not permanently, not long enough to take a picture, but long enough. Friday, March 18, 2050. Then it blinked back to the present. Nobody moved. The fluorescent light buzzed and dimmed so low the room turned gray around the edges. The dry aquarium treasure chest opened, closed, closed. A faint chemical smell pushed through the air vents, something like hot plastic and lemon cleaner. From behind the reception glass, Kayla the receptionist said, Dr. Sayeg." Her voice had gone thin. We all looked. The small digital sign and kiosk on the counter had restarted. Its screen showed the clinic logo, then a loading wheel, then a list of appointments. Names scrolled by too fast to read at first, slot after slot filling the morning. Then the screen froze on one line. DONOVAN, CLAR, follow-up 3/18/2050, waiting room B under it. Status. Arrived, I took a step back and bumped my chair. The metal legs scraped the carpet with a rough, dragging sound that seemed too loud for such a small room. Dr. Sayeg crossed to the reception glass fast enough that his coat flared behind him. "Kayla, shut it down." "I'm trying." "Unplug it." I did. The kiosk stayed lit. Marin gripped Eli's shoulder now. "We're leaving." That broke whatever spell had held us. She grabbed the tote, shoved one folder back inside without closing it, and turned toward the clinic entrance. Peter stood too, wincing when his knee took his weight. I looked at the door to the street, where morning light showed through frosted glass, and the shadow of passing pedestrians moved like smears. Outside was real. Wet pavement, buses, coffee shops. The courthouse 10 blocks away, still standing in the year it was supposed to be. Marin reached the door first. She pushed the metal bar. Nothing happened. She pushed harder. The door didn't rattle, didn't flex. It behaved less like a locked door and more like a wall pretending to be a door. "Kayla," Tanya said, her voice low. "Did you lock the front?" "No." Marin shoved the bar with both hands. "Open it." Eli's face crumpled, not crying yet, fighting it because he was 10 and didn't want strangers to see. Peter limped over and tried to. He set his shoulder carefully against the door, tested it, then pushed with more force. The glass trembled in its frame but didn't open. "Mag lock?" he asked. Dr. Sayeg had gone very still. The doctor looked from the door to the hallway behind him, then to the magazine in his hand, then to me. I hated that he looked at me, like I had brought it in, like the choice was somehow mine because I had noticed first. A chime sounded from the hallway door. Not a hospital alarm, not a fire alarm. A soft waiting room chime, the kind that usually means someone's number is being called at the DMV. The tablet in Tanya's hand woke by itself. She stared down at it. "Don't," Dr. Sayeg said. She read anyway. Her throat moved. "What does it say?" I asked. Tanya didn't answer. Peter took one limping step closer. "Nurse Bennett." She turned the tablet so we could see. On the screen, beneath the clinic logo, was a single instruction. "Please proceed to waiting room before temporal consent review." Below that were 2 buttons. Accept, transfer, decline, and remain. No one touched anything. The front door held fast behind us. The hallway door stood open ahead, showing a stretch of beige wall, a hand sanitizer dispenser, and a second waiting area beyond it where the lights were dimmer. Waiting room B. Marin pulled Eli close. Peter's breathing had become measured, coach-like, controlled through pain. Tanya looked at Dr. Sayeg as if begging him to say this was a drill, a hack, a malfunction with a boring explanation and a maintenance ticket. He didn't. I looked down at the magazine cover in his hand. At the courthouse. At the woman crying there in 2050 with my mouth and my mother's cheekbones. Then the tablet chimed again. Same soft note. Same impossible choice. And nobody in that room could pretend anymore that staying put was safer than walking through the open door. The second waiting room looked newer than the first, but not cleaner. That was the first thing I noticed after we stepped through the hallway door, not the dimmer lights, or the second aquarium built into the wall, or the absence of windows, but the way the place looked like it had been upgraded in a hurry, and then abandoned mid-thought. The chairs were nicer, molded gray plastic with padded backs. The carpet had been replaced by rubberized flooring that gave slightly under our shoes. A wall-mounted air purifier hummed above a table stacked with more magazines. No one touched those. A camera sat in the upper corner, black dome angled toward us. Behind us, the hallway door clicked shut. Marin turned at the sound and shoved her palm against it. No, the door didn't open. She hit the push plate again, harder. The metal plate clapped against its housing, but the latch held. No, 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 she said, and each word came out flatter than the one before it. Eli grabbed the hem of her coat. Mom, Peter limped past me and tried the door with both hands, keeping most of his weight off his right leg. It's locked from the other side. It wasn't locked from the other side 2 seconds ago, Marin snapped. He looked at her, not offended. I know. Tanya Bennett was already at the wall panel beside the door. She tapped her badge against it once, twice, then punched in a code so fast her fingers blurred. The panel gave a low chirp and flashed red. Dr. Sayegh stood in the middle of the room, holding the magazine like it had become evidence in a trial no one wanted to attend. Raymai, Tanya said. He didn't answer. Raymai, that got him. He looked up. My access is dead. The doctor crossed to the panel. He entered his own code. Red light. Same chirp. Behind us, a soft, synthetic voice came from somewhere in the ceiling. Please remain in waiting room B. Consent review will begin shortly. Nobody spoke at first. It was a woman's voice, or rather a machine's attempt at one. Smooth, patient, completely wrong for the situation. It had the tone of a parking garage payment kiosk telling you to take your receipt. Peter stared at the ceiling tile. That's new. Marin moved toward the far side of the room, dragging Eli with her. I want a phone. A landline. A staff phone, something. There's a desk through there, Tanya said. She pointed to a glass partition on the left. Behind it was a small nurse station with 2 monitors, a rolling stool, cabinets, and a phone mounted on the wall. The glass had a sliding panel at waist height, closed. There was a door beside it with another badge reader. Open it, Marin said. Tanya tapped her badge. Red. Dr. Sayegh tried his. Red. Marin gave a short, ugly laugh. Fantastic. I pulled out my phone and held it up, turning in a slow circle, as if the signal bars might appear if I aimed properly. No service. Not one bar. Wi-Fi showed one locked network called NRDC guest, but when I tapped it, the password screen flashed and disappeared, replaced by my lock screen again. The time read 9:21 a.m., then 9:21 a.m., then 9:21 a.m. The seconds didn't move. I blinked at it, stupidly waiting for the number to change, as if my staring could force the phone to behave. "Anyone have signal?" Peter asked. Marin had her phone pressed almost against the ceiling near a corner. "Nothing. My watch is frozen," Peter said. He held up his wrist. "Still says 9:18. "Mine too," Tanya said. "I tried calling 911 anyway." The screen showed calling. No ring. No failure message, just calling. The air purifier hummed harder above us, pulling at the room's stale air. Something sweet and chemical threaded through the disinfectant. Lemon cleaner again, but with a sharper edge now, like hot insulation. "Claire," Peter said. I looked up. He was watching me, not the phone. "Breathe. I am breathing. You're doing that thing where people breathe like they're sneaking air." I almost snapped at him. I wanted to. It would have been easier to be angry at the track coach with the bad knee than to admit my chest had tightened until every inhale came in pieces. "I'm fine," I said. Nobody believed me, including me. Dr. Sayegh walked to the nurse station glass and knocked twice. "Kayla." His voice carried down the hall beyond the glass partition, but no one answered. He knocked harder. "Kayla." The monitors inside the nurse station woke up at the sound of his voice. Both screens displayed the clinic logo, then a loading bar, then text I couldn't read from where I stood. Tanya leaned closer. "Oh, come on," she whispered. "What?" Marin asked. Tanya looked at Sayegh before answering. "The system thinks we're in a scheduled lockdown." "Lockdown," I said. Dr. Sayegh didn't turn around. "Certain rooms can be sealed during radiological incidents, aggressive patient events, infant abduction alerts." "Infant abduction." Marin's voice cracked upward. "It's a standard hospital security category," he said. "Not what's happening here." "You don't know what's happening here?" "No," he said, and there was enough honesty in it to make everyone go quiet. "I don't." Then the ceiling voice returned. "Consent review delayed. Environmental stabilization required. Please remain calm." A vent over the magazine table clicked open. A thin stream of cold air poured down. The smell intensified. Eli coughed. Marin dropped to one knee in front of him. "Hey, look at me," deep breath. "It tastes like pennies," he said. That moved us all. Peter looked at Tanya. "Is that normal for whatever this system is?" "No," she said. Dr. Sayegh crossed to the wall thermostat. The display showed a temperature, 61 degrees F. Beneath it, in smaller letters, negative pressure active filtration cycle. Purge 1 of 3, Tanya said. "That's for infection control." "What does purge mean?" Marin asked. "It clears airborne contaminants," Tanya said. "Pulls air out, brings filtered air in." Peter pointed up. "Then why does it smell like a nail salon caught fire?" The answer arrived before Tanya could make one. Eli coughed again. Longer this time. Wet at the end. Marin's face changed. Not panic yet. Something worse. Calculation. The instant math of a mother deciding how bad something is and whether she has to scare her child to save him. "He has reactive airways," she said. "He had RSV twice when he was little. Cold air and chemicals can trigger it." "Does he have an inhaler?" Tanya asked. "In my bag." Marin tore open the tote with shaking hands and spilled folders, a granola bar, a phone charger, a plastic dinosaur, and 2 medication boxes onto the floor. She found a blue rescue inhaler in a zippered pouch. Eli took 2 puffs with the practiced annoyance of a kid who hated needing help. For a minute, it seemed to work. Then the room lights dimmed another notch, and the air purifier changed pitch, deepening from a hum into a low, steady pull. My ears popped. Peter rubbed his jaw. Pressure changed. Tanya was at the thermostat now, prying at the cover with her fingernails. "We need to stop the cycle." "Can you?" I asked. "If it's a normal lockdown, yes. If the building automation is overriding us, maybe not." "Try maybe faster," Marin said. Tanya didn't answer. She slid a pen from her scrub pocket and wedged the clip beneath the thermostat faceplate. It snapped loose, exposing small wires and a tiny reset button. She pressed it. The display went black. For 1 second, the vent shut. The room exhaled. Then the thermostat rebooted. Negative pressure active filtration cycle. Purge 1 of 3. Tanya stepped back as if the wall had slapped her. Dr. Sayegh moved to the nurse station glass again. He picked up a metal-framed chair and raised it. "Whoa," Peter said. The doctor looked at him. Peter nodded at the glass. Tempered. "Yes. You hit it wrong, it'll pebble. You hit it right, maybe you break through. You also might throw glass into the station and cut yourself open, or scare the kid worse. We need the phone. We need a plan before you start swinging furniture in an enclosed room with bad air." Marin laughed once, breathless and mean. "I'm sorry. Is this your first locked room gas leak?" Peter's mouth tightened. "No, but I have supervised teenagers during indoor track meets, which is close." That should not have been funny. It wasn't, really. But the rhythm of it gave my brain something normal to hold for half a second. Then the ceiling speaker chimed. All of us flinched. Temporal consent review requires full participant presence. Please confirm all listed parties are present. The monitors behind the nurse station glass changed. Names appeared in a column. Donovan, Clarewlsh, Peter Holt, Maren Holt, Eli Bnnett, Tanyasaygh. Rami, each name had a green dot beside it. No Kayla. No receptionist. No anyone else. My phone, still in my hand, finally changed. The 911 call screen disappeared, replaced by my camera app. I hadn't opened it. The front-facing camera showed me standing under gray light. Behind my shoulder, Peter was blurred, one hand on the chair back, jaw clenched. The image stuttered, stretched, then overlaid a line of white text across my face. Subject confirmed, Donovan Clar. I dropped the phone. It hit the rubber floor and bounced once. The screen cracked from the corner inward. "Jesus," Peter said. I backed away from it, bumping into the magazine table. The stack shifted. One slid partway out, not the courthouse issue. This one had a white cover with a photograph of a hospital corridor sealed by yellow plastic sheeting. The date at the top read April 2050. The headline said, "Pittsburgh Clinic Families Sue After Consent Room Malfunction." I did not pick it up. I did not need to. Marin saw where I was looking. "What does it say?" she asked. "Don't," Dr. Sayegh said. That one word cracked something open. Marin turned on him. "You don't get to say that anymore. I'm trying to keep everyone from spiraling. My son is coughing in a locked room full of chemical air, and a computer just listed him like inventory." Tanya touched Marin's arm. Let me check his breathing. Marin jerked away, then seemed to realize Tanya was not the enemy, or not the whole enemy, and nodded once. Tanya crouched in front of Eli. Hey, buddy, I'm going to listen without a stethoscope, okay? Just breathe in through your mouth. Eli obeyed. His breath whistled faintly at the end. Tanya's face stayed professional, but her eyes flicked to the vent. How bad? Marin asked. He's moving air, Tanya said, but we need him out before this gets worse. How long? Peter asked. Tanya hesitated. Tanya, he said, could be minutes if the irritant increases, could be longer. I don't know what they're pushing through the vents. Not they, Dr. Sayegh said quietly. Everyone turned. The doctor looked exhausted now, older than he had 5 minutes earlier. Not who? I asked. He rubbed one hand over his mouth. There is no department here doing this. No study, no trial. North River leases this floor. We don't have a waiting room B on our current plan. Marin stared at him. We are standing in it. I know. You said current plan, Peter said. Dr. Sayegh looked at the monitors behind the glass. That phrase on the tablet, temporal consent review, he swallowed. I've seen it once before. The room seemed to shrink around the sentence. Tanya said, Raymai. He kept going, not looking at her. 3 months ago, our scheduling system generated appointments for dates that didn't exist yet. Follow-ups in 2041, 2043. We thought it was malware, ransomware with a bad translation. It wiped the machines. Did you report it? Peter asked. To corporate. They told us not to contact patients until they confirmed whether patient data had been compromised. Corporate, Marin said. Of course. Dr. Sayegh looked at me then, and I saw something like apology, but it did nothing useful. One of the names was yours. I couldn't make sense of the sentence at first. My what? Your name appeared in the glitch. The word glitch should have made it smaller. It did the opposite. It sounded like a sheet thrown over a body. I looked at the magazine on the table, the courthouse, the kiosk, the camera app, Claire Donovan, follow-up, March 2050. You knew my name was in this before today? No. I knew a Claire Donovan was listed. No date of birth. No contact details. It could have been anyone. How many Claire Donovans are patients here? He didn't answer quickly enough. Peter said, Doc. 1, Sayegh admitted. My ears filled with the sound of the vent. I had spent my whole adult life delaying bad news because I believed, in some childish part of myself, that the unopened envelope couldn't change me. That the scan result in the portal wasn't real until I clicked it. That if I waited long enough, fear might get bored and move on. Now a room had built itself around that exact weakness. It had my name on the screen and my face in a future magazine, and a choice on a tablet I did not understand. And I wanted, more than anything, to sit down and do nothing. Claire, Peter said softly. I'm fine, I said again, because apparently that was the only sentence my mouth knew. Marin's son coughed, and this time he bent at the waist. That cut through everything. Okay, Peter said. Problem 1, the kid needs clean air. Problem 2, the door won't open. Problem 3, the system wants us all present for some consent thing, which might unlock something or might make it worse. We are not consenting to anything, Marin said. No argument, Peter said. But buttons exist. Doors exist. Systems have logic, even stupid systems. Tanya stood. There may be an emergency release inside the nurse station. The glass, Dr. Sayegh said. Peter nodded. Now we're back to the chair. No, Tanya pointed to the cabinet beneath the aquarium built into the far wall. Unlike the first tank, this one had water, cloudy and greenish, with plastic plants swaying from the current. No fish visible. Maintenance access. These rooms share plumbing and electrical chases. If the cabinet connects to the service crawl, someone small might get behind the nurse station wall. Marin immediately pulled Eli behind her. Absolutely not. I wasn't going to suggest him, Tanya said. Her eyes went to me. I almost laughed. It came out as a tiny, disbelieving sound. No, you're the smallest adult here, Tanya said. I am not crawling through a wall in a locked room with no idea where it goes. Then Eli keeps breathing that air. Marin's expression flickered anger, fear, need. She hated that Tanya had said it. She also knew Tanya was right to say it. Peter lowered himself carefully into a chair and started unlacing his right shoe. I'll do it. You can barely walk, I said. I can crawl. With that knee, Tanya said, you get stuck, then we have 2 emergencies. He stopped unlacing, furious at the truth of it. Dr. Sayegh said, I'll go. No, Tanya said immediately. Why? Because if we need medical decisions, you're more useful out here. And Claire is. The sentence landed badly. He knew it as soon as it left his mouth. I stared at him. Tanya did too. Don't. He looked away. I'm sorry. The vent clicked again. The thermostat changed. Filtration cycle. Purge 2 of 3. The air grew colder at once. Eli made a small panicked noise and clutched his chest. Marin grabbed the inhaler again. How many can he take? Tanya was beside her. 2 more puffs. Slow. Eli, look at me. In, hold it, good again. The room's calm peeled away in layers. Peter dragged the chair toward the aquarium cabinet despite his knee, the metal feet squealing across the rubber floor. We need tools. Tanya searched the magazine table drawer and found nothing but intake forms, a dead pen, and a box of disposable masks. Marin pulled a metal nail file from her tote and threw it to Peter. He caught it one-handed. Best I can do. Better than nothing. He wedged the nail file into the cabinet's seam and twisted. The cheap lock popped after 3 tries. Inside were pipes, a shut-off valve, cleaning rags, and a square metal service panel fixed with 4 screws. Phone flashlight, Peter said. I picked mine up with fingers that didn't feel steady. The screen still worked under the cracked glass. I turned on the light. Behind the panel, something moved. Not a person, not an animal. A strip of paper fluttered in the draft. Peter removed the screws with the nail file, slow and awkward, cursing softly each time the file slipped. His injured knee trembled from the crouch. Tanya held the panel so it wouldn't clang when it came free. A dark crawl space opened behind it, maybe 3 feet high, lined with conduit and insulation. Cold air rushed out smelling of dust, wet concrete, and the same sharp chemical tang. The paper strip was taped to a pipe just inside. Printed on it, in block letters, was DONOVAN must enter first. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Marin whispered, no. Not because she was protecting me, because she understood what it meant. The system, or whoever had made the system, or whoever had hacked it, or whatever human explanation waited behind the walls had anticipated this. The locked doors, the bad air, the sick child, the maintenance crawl me. Peter looked into the crawl space, then back at me. Claire, my mouth was dry. Don't say it like that. I'm not telling you what to do. You're all looking at me. Marin's eyes shone with tears she refused to let fall. My kid can't breathe in here much longer. I know. I'm sorry, she said, and her voice broke on the second word. I'm sorry, but I don't have the luxury of making this fair. That hit harder than anger would have. The ceiling voice chimed. Participant Donovan, please proceed. Delay may affect review outcome. The thermostat beeped. Purge 2 of 3, 0459, remaining a countdown had appeared. 5 minutes until what? None of us knew. Eli's breath whistled again. Peter shifted his weight and hit a grimace. Tanya held the service panel like a shield she knew was useless. Dr. Sayegh looked as if his entire career had narrowed to this one room, and every decision he had postponed was now standing in front of him. I stared into the crawl space. It was dark, cramped, and waiting. I had spent years avoiding doors like that, not literal ones. Test portals, phone calls, follow-ups, anything that required me to go first into the place where answers lived. Now there was a child coughing behind me, and my name taped to a pipe ahead. I crouched. The cold draft touched my face. Give me the flashlight, I said, and before anyone could thank me or stop me, or make it mean more than it did, I crawled into the wall. The crawl space was not built for people. That sounds obvious, but there's a difference between knowing a space is narrow and feeling it decide the shape of your body for you. The service chase ran behind waiting room B like a hidden spine, barely 3 feet high and maybe 2 feet across, with cold conduit pressing against my shoulder and insulation brushing my hair. The floor was unfinished concrete coated in dust. Every movement sent grit under my palms and into the little cracks around my fingernails. Behind me, waiting room B shrank to a square of gray light. Peter's voice followed me in. You're headed straight back along the wall. Nurse station should be on your left after 6, maybe 8 feet. Maybe, I said, trying to sound confident. Try harder. The flashlight from my phone shook in my hand, turning pipes and wires into quick white slices. The cracked glass caught on my thumb, and I could feel a small cut opening there, warm at first, then tacky. From the room behind me, Eli coughed. That kept me moving. The geography mattered because panic wanted to make it all one dark tunnel. I forced myself to map it. Behind me, waiting room B, with the aquarium cabinet open under the cloudy tank. To my left, on the other side of the wall, should be the locked nurse station with the monitors and phone. Ahead, the service chase continued behind the rooms. To my right, solid wall, probably the outer corridor we couldn't reach. Above me, the vent system hummed with that low, steady pull, dragging air somewhere I couldn't see. I crawled forward, 3 feet, 5, 7. My knee hit a pipe bracket. Damn it. You okay? Tanya called. Fine. Don't lie automatically, Peter said. I hit my knee. That's more like it. His voice was close enough to be comforting, far enough to remind me that I was the only one inside. The service chase bent left after maybe 10 feet. There, a rectangular access panel had been cut into the wall, exactly where Peter guessed the nurse station would be. The panel had a simple latch on my side, not locked. That felt like mercy until I pushed it open and found metal shelving blocking most of the gap from the other side. I shoved with my shoulder. Something clattered in the nurse station. Everyone outside went quiet. "What was that?" Marin called. "Shelves," I said. "I'm at the station, but there's a rack in the way." "Can you get through?" Tanya asked. I pushed again. The shelving unit shifted an inch, then stuck. Through the narrow opening, I could see the nurse station from the back. A cramped square room lit by monitor glow, 2 rolling stools, a counter beneath the glass, wall cabinets, the phone. The phone was right there. Beige handset, coiled cord, a stupid, beautiful relic. "I can reach the shelf," I said, "not the floor." "Pull, don't push," Peter said. "If it's on wheels, the front casters might be locked." I stretched one arm through and grabbed the metal upright. My ribs pressed hard against the wall opening. The edge dug into my side. I pulled. The shelf rolled half an inch, then stopped with a rubber squeak. "Again," Peter said. I pulled harder. The shelf tipped. For one instant, I saw it coming in pieces, binders sliding, a box of nitrile gloves dropping, a metal tray flipping off the top shelf. Then the whole thing crashed sideways inside the nurse station. The sound was enormous. Marin screamed. Eli screamed because she did. Something hit the glass partition from the station side with a flat crack, and the waiting room erupted in overlapping voices. "Claire, Mom, what fell?" "I'm okay," I shouted, though I wasn't sure yet. Dust rolled into my face. I coughed and tasted metal old plaster, the cut on my thumb. My heart was banging hard enough that every pipe around me seemed to pulse with it. Inside the nurse station, the shelf had fallen across the door. Not enough to break anything useful, just enough to make a mess. Partial success. Classic. I wriggled forward through the access opening, dragging one hip, then the other, scraping my jacket on the latch. I dropped into the nurse station badly, landing on one knee and one palm. Pain jumped up my leg. I bit down on a sound I didn't want Eli to hear. "I'm in," I said. Peter exhaled loudly from the other side of the glass. "Good. Phone first." I didn't look at the monitors. That was deliberate. The phone was on the wall to my right, beside a laminated emergency procedure sheet. I grabbed the handset. Dial tone. Thin, real. "Oh, thank God," Marin said, watching me through the glass. I dialed 911. The line clicked once. Then a recorded voice said, "Allegheny County Emergency Services. If this is a test call, remain on the line. If this is a medical emergency related to North River Diagnostic Center case file." The recording broke into static. Then another voice came on. "Human male, tired, state your emergency." I nearly cried from the ordinariness of it. "We're trapped inside North River Diagnostic on 5th Avenue. There's a lockdown malfunction, ventilation issue, a child having breathing trouble, North River Diagnostic," he repeated. Keys clicked. Caller name, Claire Donovan. Silence, not static. Silence with someone inside it. "Sir, ma'am, are you calling from inside the facility?" "Yes." "Are you in waiting room B?" My grip tightened around the handset. Through the glass, Peter mouthed. "What?" I said. "How do you know that?" "Ma'am, need you to listen carefully. Do not press any consent prompts. Do not separate from the group. Do not." The line cut. The dial tone came back. Then the phone's little red message light turned on. A second later, every monitor in the nurse station went black. Attempt 1 had reached the outside world for maybe 20 seconds, and all it gave us was proof that someone outside already knew the name of the room. The door to the nurse station buzzed. Unlocked. Tanya tried it from waiting room B and pushed inside before anyone could stop her. She had pulled a disposable mask over her face and handed another one to Marin through the door. "Claire, move." "I got through to 911, I said. "They knew." "I heard enough." She went straight to the cabinets, opening drawers, pulling out supplies with fast, angry precision. Albuterol nebules, tubing, pulse ox, batteries. "Come on." Dr. Sayegh squeezed in behind her, stepping over the fallen shelf. "There should be an emergency override in here." "There is," Tanya said. "If the system hasn't decided we're not people anymore." Peter stayed in waiting room B near Eli and Marin, one hand braced on the back of a chair. He looked paler than before, sweat shining on his scalp despite the cold. His bad knee was swelling visibly under the compression sleeve. Eli sat folded forward, elbows on knees, trying to breathe slowly while Marin counted with him. "In for 2, she said. "Out for 4, good again." Her voice was steady only because she had made it that way. Tanya found a pulse oximeter and clipped it on Eli's finger through the open nurse station door. 94, she said. "Is that bad?" Marin asked. "It's okay. We keep it from getting worse." Dr. Sayegh had the emergency procedure sheet off the wall now. "Manual lockdown release is in the security closet." "Where?" Peter asked. "End of the staff corridor, which we can't access." "From here, maybe we can." He pointed through the nurse station toward a second door at the back, half hidden behind the tipped shelf. "That leads to the medication alcove, then staff corridor." Tanya stopped moving. "What?" I asked. "That door shouldn't be there." No one liked that. The door was plain gray, with a narrow, wired glass window. Through it, I could see another small space beyond, lit by a red emergency light. "The station has one door," Tanya said, "to the waiting room. That back wall should be cabinets and plumbing." Dr. Sayegh looked at the emergency sheet in his hand. "On this diagram, there's a corridor. On the real floor plan, there is." Peter leaned into the doorway, studying the view. "We need the security closet, right?" "If the diagram is accurate," Dr. Sayegh said, "and if it is, then we learn that quickly." Marin looked up from Eli. "No, we are not all wandering deeper into the haunted clinic." "It's not haunted," Tanya said automatically. Marin stared at her. Tanya closed her eyes for 1 second. "Sorry." The ceiling voice chimed again. "Purge 2 complete. Purge 3 will begin after consent confirmation. Participants must remain together." That sounded like a reprieve, until the vents above us sealed with a hard metallic clunk. The room went still. No fresh air. No bad air either. Just sealed air, already chemical, already cold, being shared by 6 frightened people. "Pulse ox?" Marin asked. 93, Tanya said. That settled it without anyone agreeing. Attempt 2 began with the back door. Dr. Sayegh opened it, using a key from his badge reel. Though he swore He had never used that key for anything except medication storage. The door led into a narrow alcove lined with empty metal shelves. Beyond that was a staff corridor running perpendicular to the waiting room, left toward what should have been the front reception area, right toward deeper clinic rooms. The lighting was worse there. Emergency strips along the baseboards glowed red, leaving the upper half of the hall in shadow. The floor changed from rubber to polished concrete. Every sound sharpened the click of Tanya's shoes, Peter's uneven breath, the small plastic rattle of Eli's inhaler in Marin's hand. We moved as a group because the system had told us not to separate, and because none of us trusted that instruction, but trusted the opposite even less. Behind us, nurse station, waiting room B, aquarium cabinet, crawl space. Ahead, staff corridor. Left, maybe reception and the front door. Right, unknown clinic interior, and according to the diagram, the security closet. Left gets us out, Marin said. Left may be sealed, Dr. Sayek said. Security closet is right. My son needs outside air, not a closet. He needs the lockdown released. Peter raised a hand. We try left for 30 seconds. If it's blocked, we go right. No debate in the hallway. That was the closest thing to leadership anyone had offered that didn't sound like a command. We went left. The corridor passed 2 exam room doors, both closed. The first had a paper sign taped crookedly to it. Out of service, HVAC. The second had no label, just a chair wedged under the handle from our side. That stopped us. Did you do that? Peter asked Tanya. No, Dr. Sayek reached toward the chair. Don't, Marin said. A sound came from behind the door, soft, wet, like someone dragging a hand across tile. Eli whimpered. The sound came again. Tanya backed up. That room should be empty. Peter gripped the chair he had been using as a makeshift cane. Could be Kayla. Then she'd answer, Marin whispered. The sound became a slow scrape, then a thump low against the door. My body wanted to run right through the wall. I could feel every old fear looking for a place to hide test results, phone calls, unopened envelopes, all of them ridiculous now compared to a closed exam room door with something moving behind it. Dr. Sayek said, Kayla. No answer. Thump. Peter raised the chair leg like a bat. Tanya eased closer and bent down, not touching the wedged chair. She peered through the tiny gap under the door. Her shoulders relaxed almost immediately. Oh, for God's sake. What? Marin demanded. Tanya moved the chair and opened the door 6 inches. A robot vacuum bumped gently into her shoe. It was one of those squat commercial cleaning units, larger than a home vacuum, with a microfiber pad soaked dark underneath. It turned, bumped the doorframe, corrected, and rolled back into the exam room, dragging a wet streak through spilled mop water. The terrible wet hand sound had been plastic wheels slipping on tile. For 3 seconds, nobody reacted. Then Peter made a noise between a laugh and a groan. I was about to fight a Roomba with a chair. Eli actually smiled, one frightened little flash of teeth. Marin pressed a hand to her mouth and nodded like she was keeping herself from either laughing or vomiting. The relief helped. Then it hurt, because relief uses oxygen too. The left end of the corridor ended at a fire door with a push bar. A green exit sign glowed above it. Marin lunged first. The push bar moved. The door opened 2 inches and stopped against a steel security shutter on the other side. Through the gap, we could see the front reception area beyond the shutter. Kayla's desk, the frosted glass entrance, daylight, and Kayla was on the other side of the reception glass, standing near the front desk with a phone pressed to her ear. Young, female, maybe 26, face blotchy from crying. She saw us and rushed toward the shutter. "Kayla," Dr. Sayegh shouted. Her voice came through muffled. "I called 911. They're outside. Can they open the front? They're trying. Fire department too." Marin shoved her fingers into the 2-inch gap. "My son can't breathe. Tell them there's a child." "I did. Tell them again." Kayla nodded frantically. Behind her, red-blue light flickered against the frosted front glass. Real police, real fire trucks, real people 10 yards away who could not get to us. That was almost worse. Dr. Sayegh bent toward the gap. "Kayla, listen. Is corporate on the line?" She shook her head. "No, emergency dispatch. They said there's an active containment flag on the building. They can't cut power until Hazmat clears it." "Hazmat," Tanya said. Kayla swallowed. "Think there might be airborne contamination." "Because the system told them," Peter said. No one corrected him. The shutter began to lower, not fast, inch by inch from above, with a grinding mechanical whine. Marin tried to hold it. Peter grabbed her and pulled her back before her fingers were crushed. "No," she screamed. Kayla shouted something we couldn't hear. The gap narrowed. Dr. Sayegh yelled, "Security closet override." "Where is it on your side?" Kayla pointed down the corridor behind us, right. Then the shutter sealed completely. No daylight, no Kayla, no outside. Attempt 2 had found rescue, close enough to see, and lost it behind 2 inches of metal. Marin turned on Dr. Sayegh with a fury, so focused it seemed to warm the corridor. "You knew about this for months. I knew about a software anomaly. You knew my son's name was on that screen." "No, Claire S. was." He had no answer. "We went right because left was gone." The corridor dipped slightly after the nurse station, enough that Peter muttered about water drainage. The red baseboard lights continued, guiding us past more doors. Imaging prep, consultation 2, staff toilet, electrical. The air got colder near electrical, and the chemical smell became threaded with something else. Ozone, maybe. The scorched metal scent after a plug sparks. Tanya stopped outside electrical. That could be the HVAC relay. "Can we shut it off?" I asked. "Maybe." Dr. Sayegh checked the diagram. "Security closet is farther down." "HVAC first," Marin said. "Air first." For once, no one argued. The electrical room door opened with Tanya's badge. Inside was a tight utility room packed with breaker panels, network racks, and a wall-mounted control box labeled Building Automation, SUBPANEL, North River Suite. A small fan in the ceiling rattled like a playing card in bicycle spokes. Heat came off the equipment in waves, strange after the cold corridor. Tanya found the HVAC breaker list taped inside the panel door. Waiting be exhaust, waiting be supply. Isolation damper. Pull them, Marin said. If I pull the wrong ones, we may lock doors permanently. They're already locked. Tanya looked at Sayegh. He nodded once. She flipped 3 breakers. The utility room lights flickered. Somewhere behind the walls, machinery wound down. For one beautiful second, the clinic became quiet. Then an alarm began. Not the soft chime, a hard pulsing tone that stabbed the corridor in red bursts. The control box screen flashed. Manual interference, detected containment breach protocol, initiated purge, 3 of 3, starting no, Tanya said. She flipped the breakers back up. Nothing changed. From the corridor, vents opened all at once. Cold air blasted past the electrical room door, carrying the chemical smell so strongly that my eyes watered. Eli coughed and coughed. Marin dropped beside him. Tanya, nebulizer, Tanya said. We need power for the machine. We're in the electrical room, Peter said. She grabbed a portable nebulizer from her supply bag, hands shaking now despite herself, and plugged it into the wall. It started with a thin buzz, mist collecting in the mask. Eli resisted for half a second kid pride, fear, the awful intimacy of needing rescue in front of strangers. Then Marin pressed it to his face, and he breathed. His shoulders hitched. In, out. The pulse ox read 91, then 92. Tanya closed her eyes briefly. Okay. But the third purge was running now because we had tried to stop it. The trap had tightened around the shape of our help. The security closet was at the far end of the right corridor, past a set of double doors marked authorized personnel only. The doors were held open by magnetic stops, which felt like an invitation from something that understood psychology too well. Inside was a small square room with racks of old DVR equipment, a key cabinet, a fire alarm panel, and a red manual release lever protected by a clear plastic cover. Above the lever, a printed label read, Emergency Lockdown Release. Local override. Marin made a sound like a sob swallowed whole. Peter limped to the doorway and leaned there, white around the mouth. Please tell me that does what it says. Dr. Sayegh lifted the cover. The ceiling voice spoke before he touched the lever. Warning, local override will cancel consent review and void transfer protections for all present participants. Confirm physical release. Void what? I asked. Tanya shook her head. Don't care. Dr. Sayegh wrapped his hand around the lever. The monitors in the security closet blinked on. 6 camera feeds appeared. Waiting room, B nurse station. Staff corridor. Electrical room. Front reception, where Kayla stood with 2 firefighters behind the glass entrance. And one more feed. A room none of us recognized. A larger waiting room with bright windows, sunlight pouring across pale flooring, and a wall rack filled with magazines. In one chair sat an older woman with silver hair in a low ponytail, face turned away from the camera. My mouth, my mother's cheekbones. She slowly lifted her head, as if she could see us through the feed. Peter whispered, Claire. Then the camera feed glitched. Text appeared over the older woman's image. Transfer window stabilized DONOVAN required in chamber group release. Conditional. Dr. Sayegh pulled the lever anyway. It snapped down. The alarm stopped. All the red baseboard lights went out. For a breath, we stood in full darkness. Then the double doors behind us slammed shut. The magnetic stops released with 2 metallic cracks, and bolts shot into place on the corridor side. We were no longer in the hallway. We were locked inside the security closet. The vents outside roared harder, but inside the closet, a different panel slid open at the back wall, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into blue emergency light. The service chase behind us was too far away. Waiting room B was behind locked doors. The corridor was gone to us. Kayla and the firefighters were sealed off again. Eli's nebulizer battery blinked low. A sign lit above the stairwell, newly powered, clean and white against the dark. Consent chamber, lower level. Marin looked at the closed doors, then at Eli, then at the stairs. No, she said, but this time it did not sound like refusal. It sounded like grief. The only route left went down. The stairs were concrete, narrow, and colder than the rooms above. They descended in a tight switchback, blue emergency lights fixed low along the wall every 6 steps. The light made everyone look bruised. Peter came down backward for the first flight, gripping the rail with both hands because his right knee had started refusing orders. Tanya stayed beside Eli with the portable nebulizer tucked against her chest, the mask pressed to his face whenever his breathing sharpened. Marin walked 1 step behind him, one hand on his shoulder, the other fisted in the back of his hoodie like she could keep him alive by holding on hard enough. I went first. Of course I did. The sign had said DONOVAN required in chamber, and every door we had tried had punished the wrong move. I hated that I was obeying it. I hated more that I could feel the others watching my back and silently begging me not to freeze. At the bottom, the stairwell opened into a service level that should not have been under a 5th floor clinic. That was the part I kept snagging on. We had not descended 5 stories, not even 2. The stairs had taken maybe 30 seconds, but the air below smelled like basement concrete, wet dust, hot wires, and old radiator heat. A real basement smell. Pipes ran overhead in bundled lines. Some were painted red, some yellow, some wrapped in flaking insulation with warning labels. The floor sloped slightly toward a drain where a thin thread of water trembled. Behind us, the stairwell door slammed. Marin made a sound like she had been punched. Peter tried it immediately. Locked. Okay, he said, breathing hard. We're done being surprised by doors. Nobody laughed. Ahead of us was a short corridor leading to a pair of glass doors. Beyond them, a room glowed white. Not blue, not red. White. The kind of clean, bright white that belongs in dental offices and corporate labs and renovated airports at 4 in the morning. The kind that pretends nothing bad can happen because everything is wipeable. On the glass doors, black lettering read, Temporal Consent, Chamber North River Diagnostic Center / CHRONOHELTH Partners, authorized participants only underneath. Taped crookedly on the inside of the glass was another magazine page. It showed 6 blurred figures being led from a clinic by firefighters. The headline was only partly visible. Survivors claim the rest had been torn away. Dr. Sayeg stared at the second line. Chrono Health. You know them? Peter asked. No, Tanya's voice was flat. Raymai. He closed his eyes for half a second. They bought our parent company last quarter. Quiet acquisition. We were told branding wouldn't change. You didn't think to mention the company with Chrono in its name. Marin said, I didn't know they were involved in any of this. You don't know a lot. He took that. Maybe because it was true. The glass doors unlocked with a soft click. Inside, the chamber was laid out like a waiting room pretending to be an operating theater. 6 chairs were bolted to the floor in a semicircle facing a wall of screens. Each chair had armrests with biometric pads, lap belts, and tablets mounted on flexible stalks. There was a magazine rack by the far wall, a water cooler, a coffee machine, a bowl of wrapped peppermints. The ordinary details were obscene. On the opposite side of the room, behind another glass partition, sat a woman with silver hair pulled into a low ponytail. The woman from the magazine cover, the older version of me. She was not ghostly, not translucent, not flickering. She sat in a real chair under real fluorescent panels, wearing a navy blazer over a hospital gown, with an IV taped to the back of her hand, and a paper cup crushed in one fist. When she saw me, she stood too fast and nearly pulled the IV stand over. Claire, she said through the speaker. Her voice was mine, lowered by age and exhaustion. Marin whispered, no. Peter's face went pale in a way that had nothing to do with pain. I wanted to step back. There was nowhere to go. The older woman pressed one palm to the glass. Her skin was loose over the knuckles. A small crescent scar marked her thumb in exactly the place where my phone had cut me upstairs. Listen to me, she said. You do not have much time. Tanya stepped forward. Who are you? The woman didn't look away from me. Claire Donovan, 66, March 18, 2050. No, I said. It was the smallest word in the room. She flinched anyway. I know, she said. I know what it feels like. I know you want the simple explanation. Deepfake, drug exposure, psychotic break, carbon monoxide, something. You can test for all of it later, if there is a later. Right now, Eli has about 9 minutes before the purge cycle upstairs pushes enough irritant into the chamber feed to put him in respiratory failure. Marin surged toward the glass. You keep my son's name out of your mouth. Older Claire turned to her. Marin Holt, your son needs the emergency override, not the consent process. They linked them on purpose. Who did? Peter asked. The screens behind the chairs lit up one by one. CHRONOHELTH Partners Longitudinal Outcome Preservation Program Consent Window. Active, then a calmer line appeared. Primary subject. DONOVAN. CLAIRE anchor date. 3/18/2050 origin date. Present day transfer purpose. Legal testimony / biological continuity claim. Dr. Sayeg backed away from the chairs. This is impossible. Older Claire laughed once. It sounded like something had scraped her throat. No, it's expensive. That landed harder than impossible. She spoke fast now, not dramatically, like someone who had rehearsed too many times and still knew rehearsal would not save her. Chrono Health didn't build a time machine the way movies mean it. They found a way to create short-lived physical transfer windows between 2 controlled sites using paired materials, synchronized atomic clocks, and enormous power draw. It's unstable, limited, and dangerous. Mostly useless for travel. Very useful for evidence. Very useful for patents. Very useful for contracts signed before someone knows what they're signing. Peter said, "This is corporate kidnapping with physics jargon." "Yes, good, just checking." The older Claire gave him one brief, broken smile, like she remembered that line already. I grabbed the back of the nearest chair because the floor felt slightly tilted. "Why me?" The question came out too loud. Older Claire's face softened. "Because in 2050, I'm part of a lawsuit that could destroy them. Not just for this room. For decades of medical forecasting, they sold to insurers, employers, prosecutors. Predictive diagnosis, risk scoring, pre-claim settlements. They used future medical and legal records to shape people's lives before those people had any idea they were being measured." The magazine headline flashed in my memory. "Who owns a person's future?" I swallowed. "And the courthouse. Allegheny County. First major settlement. Your testimony matters because you can prove they reached back. You can prove consent was coerced. Then why bring me here? Why not stop me? They tried. This is how." The chamber speakers crackled. A different voice entered. Male, smooth, nearby. "Ms. Donovan, please disregard unauthorized participant communication." A door opened behind the glass partition. A man stepped in beside older Claire. He was middle-aged, maybe 50, with a trimmed beard, expensive glasses, and the calm posture of a person who had never had to raise his voice to be obeyed. He wore a charcoal suit with no tie, and an ID clipped to his jacket. MVOSS. CHRONOHEALTH, Legal Operations. He held a small tablet. Marcus Voss, 51, male, American. Though his accent had that polished East Coast flatness that made every sentence sound pre-approved, looked at us with mild annoyance, as if we had entered the wrong conference room. "Good morning," he said. "I understand this is frightening. The safest path for everyone is to complete the consent review." Marin pointed at Eli, who was breathing through the mask again. "He is 10. He will receive medical intervention as soon as consent is complete." Tanya stepped toward the glass. "He needs it now. Then complete the process." Dr. Sayeg's voice shook with anger. "You triggered the purge." Voss glanced at him. "The environmental cycle began after manual interference with building systems. You forced us into the electrical room. We provided prompts. You made choices." Peter barked a humorless laugh. "There it is." The tablets mounted to the chairs woke. Each displayed a consent form. Dense text. Legal paragraphs. My name appeared in the header of all of them. Voluntary Temporal Participation Agreement. Waiver of future CLAIMS assumption of risk. The central screen began a countdown. 08:42. Eli coughed against the nebulizer mask. Marin turned on me with panic stripped down to its hardest edge. "Can you sign whatever they want?" Older Claire slammed her palm against the glass. "No," Marin shouted back. "He's suffocating." "I know," Older Claire said, and her face crumpled for 1 second before she dragged it back. "That's why they brought him. That's why all of you are here." Voss sighed. "Ms. Donovan, your older counterpart, has a vested interest in prolonging this conflict. She is terminally ill, emotionally compromised, and legally desperate." The word terminally moved through the room quietly. I looked at older Claire's hospital gown. The IV, the faint yellow-gray cast under her skin. My test results. The ones I had come here to avoid. "You're sick," I said. She nodded. "What do I have?" Voss said. "Medical disclosure outside the review is not permitted." Older Claire ignored him. "It's treatable if they don't bury it for 3 months while they decide whether your future claim value is worth the intervention." Dr. Sayegh went still. The room narrowed around him. "What?" I said. Older Claire looked at him now, not cruelly, which was somehow worse. "Scan today shows an early pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor. Small, operable, good odds if treated fast. Chronohealth's future model flags you as legally significant. They delay, they root, they observe. By the time anyone acts, it's not simple anymore." Dr. Sayegh whispered, "I haven't reviewed her results yet." "No," she said, "but they have." Something inside me went quiet, not calm, not acceptance. A quiet like a room after a glass breaks, when everyone is still hearing it fall. My private fear had always been that looking at bad news would make it real. Now I understood the worst thing. Other people could use my refusal to look as cover. The countdown reached 0731. Peter shifted, then gasped. His knee buckled, and he caught himself on one of the bolted chairs. "We need a physical way out. Enough court drama." Tanya scanned the room. Sprinkler head. Fire alarm pull. "No pull station," Dr. Sayegh said. "Against code." "Tell them," Peter said, nodding at Voss. Voss smiled faintly. The glass partition behind him was thick, with a sealed pass-through drawer at waist height. A security camera stared down from our side. Another camera above older Claire's side. The only obvious door out was the one Voss had entered through, behind him, locked from his side. Marin said, "Break the glass." "With what?" Tanya asked. Peter lifted one of the tablets mounted to a chair and yanked. It didn't come free. He tried again and hissed through his teeth as his knee twisted. "Stop," I said. He glared. "Do you have a better idea? The magazines. I don't know why I looked at them then. Maybe because this had started with paper. Maybe because fear makes the eye grab useless things first. The rack held future issues. Courthouse. Clinic lawsuit. Bridge fire. A medical trade magazine with a smiling executive on the cover. The same man in the charcoal suit. I crossed to it and pulled it free. Voss's expression changed. Just a little. Enough. The headline read, "CHRONOHEALTH executive resigns after leaked consent footage below it," in smaller type. "Internal video from Pittsburgh transfer site raises questions about coercion, pediatric exposure, and falsified emergency protocols." "Claire," Voss said softly, "put that down." I held it up to the camera on our side. "Is this the footage?" I asked. The room went silent, except for Eli's mask buzzing and the distant roar of vents somewhere above us. Older Claire's eyes sharpened. "Yes." Voss stepped toward his side of the glass. "That publication is not admissible. It is an artifact from an unresolved branch of events and has no legal standing." Peter muttered, "That means yes." The magazine was not just warning us. It was evidence, or would be. I looked at the camera dome, then at the consent chairs, then at the pass-through drawer. "Tanya," I said, "does this room record audio?" "If it's medical consent." "It has to," Voss said. "Ms. Donovan, does it save locally?" Tanya's eyes flicked to the wall cabinet beneath the screens. Probably backup drive, audit compliance. Dr. Sayegh understood at the same time. If we can get the recording out, Voss tapped his tablet. The screen changed. 0, 6, and 12 then. Non-compliance detected, partial release option. Available, the chair tablets updated. Primary subject may complete agreement to release, minor participant only. Marin stopped breathing for a second. Voss looked at me. Sign and the child leaves. Refuse and responsibility for further deterioration is yours. That was the blade, not the room, not the future, not the physics. That sentence. It was designed for the exact place fear lived. Make the person who hesitates feel like the murderer. Make the coercion look like morality. Marin gripped Eli tighter. She didn't ask me to sign. That somehow made it harder. Eli, behind the mask, whispered, "Mom, don't be mad at her." Marin's face folded. I walked to the nearest chair and sat. Older Claire screamed, "Claire, no." Peter lunged, but his knee gave out and he hit the floor hard. Tanya dropped beside him. "Peter," I put my hands on the biometric pads. The tablet lit beneath my fingers. Voss exhaled, satisfied. I looked at the consent text. Dense, cold, full of words meant to erase the room we were in. Then I did what I should have done years ago with every bad email, every portal alert, every unopened letter. I read, not all of it, enough. Clause 14, participant acknowledges no coercive environmental conditions. Clause 18, participant agrees all recordings are proprietary. Clause 22, participant waives present and future litigation. Clause 23, emergency release contingent upon completion by primary subject. My thumb left a smear of blood on the pad, the cut from my phone. The biometric sensor flashed red. Sample error. Please clean contact surface. Voss's smile disappeared. I pressed harder, smearing more blood. Sample error. Oops, I said. Peter, on the floor, made a strained sound that might have been laughter. Voss tapped his tablet furiously. Clean the sensor. No, the chair clamps activated. Not metal cuffs. Pressure restraints built into the armrests. Soft pads snapped over my wrists and tightened. Marin screamed my name. Pain flared up both arms. I kicked out, but the lap belt cinched across my hips. Voss leaned close to the glass. This is not productive. No, I said, my voice shaking. It's recorded. Tanya stood slowly. Her eyes moved to the sprinkler head above the chairs, then to the coffee machine, then to Peter's chair on the floor. Peter, she said, can you throw? He looked at her from the floor, sweating, teeth clenched. What? Track coach. Can you throw? Shot put, not chairs. Close enough. She grabbed the heavy glass coffee carafe from the machine and wrapped it in her scrub top to keep from cutting her hands. Dr. Sayegh yanked the water cooler bottle off its stand. Water glugged across the floor, spreading toward the chair bases. Voss saw them. Stop. Tanya threw the carafe straight up at the sprinkler head. It shattered against the metal fitting. Glass rained down. Nothing happened. For one awful second, attempt number whatever we were on failed like all the others. Then Peter, still on one knee, hurled the fallen chair. It struck the same sprinkler head with a brutal metallic crack. Water exploded from the ceiling. Cold, filthy, brown for the first second, then clear. The chamber alarm shrieked. The screens flickered. The chair restraints loosened just enough. I twisted my right wrist against the wet pad. Skin peeled. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I pulled harder. My hand came free. Marin rushed to me, but I shouted, "The cabinet." Dr. Sayegh was already there, prying open the wall cabinet beneath the screens. Inside were network devices, a small black recording unit, and a row of removable drives in labeled slots. Tanya grabbed the drive marked Consent Room, AV Local Backup. The pass-through drawer between our side and Voss's side unlocked with the fire alarm. Older Claire moved at once. She shoved something into the drawer from her side, a slim orange envelope. Voss grabbed her wrist. She screamed, not dramatically, not like a movie, a raw, startled animal sound. I reached the drawer as it slid open on our side. Inside was the envelope and a capped syringe. On the envelope, my handwriting had written, "CLARE, give this to EMS. Do not let SAYEGH lose IT." Dr. Sayegh stared at the words. I took both. Voss dragged older Claire backward. She fought him badly, weakly, with the stubbornness of someone whose body had spent years betraying her and still refused to quit. The glass door on his side opened, not toward us, away. Alarms blared. Sprinkler water hammered the floor. The chamber light strobed. Voss pulled older Claire through the door. She locked eyes with me one last time. "Tell them you looked," she shouted. Then the door closed. The glass partition went opaque. Central screen flashed. Transfer instability, chamber evacuation, required local lockdown, released. The door behind us unlocked. So did the stairwell. For a second, nobody moved. Then Eli's nebulizer died. Battery gone. Marin lifted him. He was too big for it, but she did it anyway, adrenaline making a temporary machine out of her body. "Move," Tanya shouted. We ran badly. There's no graceful escape when people are injured, soaked, coughing, and half blind under emergency lights. Peter could not run. Dr. Sayegh got under one arm. I got under the other, even though my wrists burned and blood ran down my thumb. Peter tried to protest once, then gave up and hopped between us, cursing each landing. Up the stairs, through the security closet. The doors that had trapped us now stood open. The corridor beyond was full of cold chemical air and flashing red strobes, but the purge vents had slowed. Water from the chamber dripped off us and left a trail on the concrete. Marin stumbled near electrical. Eli's head lolled against her shoulder. "Pulse ox," she screamed. Tanya clipped it on while walking. 90, she said. "Keep moving." The reception shutter was halfway up when we reached the left corridor. Firefighters were on the other side, cutting through a secondary lock with a rotary saw. Sparks fanned across the floor. Kayla stood behind them, crying openly now. "Back up," one firefighter shouted. We did not back up far enough. The lock gave. The shutter jerked upward. Fresh air hit us. Not clean, exactly. It smelled like wet pavement, diesel exhaust, hot saw metal, and Pittsburgh morning. It was the best thing I had ever smelled. EMS took Eli first. Marin tried to climb into the ambulance with him and nearly collapsed on the step. A paramedic caught her. Tanya followed, still giving numbers, doses, times, her nurse voice returning because someone needed it too. Peter sat down hard on the curb and looked at his knee, which had swollen grotesquely under the sleeve. "That's not ideal," he said. Then he vomited onto the street. Dr. Sayegh stood beside me in the clinic entrance, soaked, shaking, holding the local backup drive in both hands like an offering. Police officers pushed past us into the building. Firefighters shouted room names. Radios crackled. Someone asked about hazardous exposure. Someone else said the building systems had been spoofed from inside the suite. Real words, real procedures, not enough. I looked down at the orange envelope in my hand. My wrists were bruising. My thumb throbbed. My lungs hurt when I breathed. But I was outside. Eli was outside. The chamber was behind us. Dr. Sayegh looked at the envelope, then at me. "What is that?" he asked. I stepped away from him. The cost settled into place, one piece at a time. Peter's knee, Eli's lungs, Marin's face as the ambulance doors closed, Tanya shaking so hard she had to sit on the curb, Dr. Sayegh's ruined certainty, my future self dragged away behind opaque glass, and me standing in daylight with proof I did not understand and a diagnosis I could no longer avoid. I held the envelope against my chest. "Something I'm going to read," I said. The first hospital room they put me in had a TV bolted high in the corner, a chair that unfolded into something no human back would call a bed, and a laminated sign above the sink reminding everyone to wash their hands for 20 seconds. That sign almost undid me. Not the chamber, not the woman behind the glass, not Marcus Voss telling me a child's breathing was my responsibility. The hand-washing sign. It was so ordinary, so cheerfully official. Little cartoon bubbles around cartoon fingers. After everything that had happened, my brain snagged on it and wouldn't let go. I sat on the exam bed in my wet clothes with a foil blanket over my shoulders, staring at those bubbles while a nurse I didn't know cleaned the cuts on my wrists. "Try not to flex," she said. I nodded, then flexed. "Sorry, you're okay," she said. I was, but I appreciated her not making me argue. UPMC Mercy took Eli, Marin, Peter, Tanya, Dr. Sayegh, and me in separate ambulances, which I only learned later because the ride itself came in broken pieces. A paramedic asking if I knew what year it was, my own voice saying the correct year too quickly, the orange envelope clamped under both hands, someone trying to take it for safekeeping, and me telling him no with enough force that he stopped asking. The capped syringe went into an evidence bag after I made them photograph it in my palm first. That sounds paranoid. It was also the first smart thing I did after leaving North River. A Pittsburgh police detective came to my room at 2:15 p.m. Her name was Detective Angela Rourke, 46, female, from Pittsburgh. And she had the patient, skeptical face of someone who had spent 2 decades listening to people tell half-truths under fluorescent lights. She wore a navy blazer damp at the shoulders from the rain and carried a notebook that looked more useful than her phone. She did not ask me whether I believed in time travel. She asked where the first door locked. She asked who touched the tablet. She asked whether the man behind the glass identified himself. She asked where the orange envelope came from. When I told her, it came through a pass-through drawer from a woman claiming to be me in 2050. Her pen stopped for maybe 1 second. Then it moved again. "What was in the envelope?" she asked. I looked at the sealed plastic evidence pouch on the tray table beside me. They had let me watch them open it. I think Detective Rourke understood that if she took it out of my sight, I would either leave the hospital with an IV in my arm or start screaming and not stop. Inside were 4 things: a thumb drive with no brand name, a folded legal declaration signed Claire M. Donovan, dated March 18, 2050, a printed medical report with my name, my birth date, and imaging findings that matched the scan I had taken that morning before the waiting room. The report flagged a small pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor and recommended surgical consultation within 2 weeks. And 1 photograph, not a magazine cover, not a screenshot, a photograph of older Claire sitting in what looked like a kitchen, thinner than she had been behind the glass, smiling badly at the camera. On the table in front of her was a pill organizer, a stack of legal folders, and the same orange envelope before it was sealed. On the back, in handwriting that looked like mine after a long day, she had written, "You always think not knowing buys time. It doesn't." I told Detective Rourke all of that. She wrote it down. Outside my room, shoes squeaked in the hall. A meal cart rattled past. Somewhere nearby, a patient coughed, and a nurse laughed softly at something another nurse said. The hospital kept being a hospital. That was the strangest part. The world did not lean dramatically away from what had happened. It absorbed us into paperwork, triage, wristbands, specimen labels. "Detective," I said, "do you believe me?" She looked at me for a while. "I believe 6 people were trapped in a sealed clinical suite," she said. "I believe a minor patient suffered respiratory distress after an HVAC purge cycle. I believe firefighters had to cut through a security shutter that wasn't on the building plan. I believe we recovered recording equipment from a room North River's staff say doesn't exist." "That's not what I asked." "No," she said. "It's what I can act on today." That was honest enough to hurt. Eli was admitted overnight for observation. His oxygen came back up after treatment, but Marin told me later he cried when they put the nebulizer mask on him again because the plastic smell reminded him of the chamber. She apologized to me 3 times in the hallway outside pediatrics, though I kept telling her she didn't need to. She looked smaller without the emergency around her. Not weak, just emptied out. Marin Holt, who had spent hours making herself into a wall between danger and her son, now stood with a paper cup of vending machine coffee cooling in her hand, unable to drink it. "I would have asked you to sign," she said. "You didn't." "I wanted to." "Of course you did." Her eyes filled. She looked away fast. "That feels worse somehow." "No," I said. "It feels human." Eli sent me a drawing 2 days later through Tanya, who had somehow become the person everyone texted because she was the only one with enough medical vocabulary and enough anger to make people respond. The drawing showed all of us outside the clinic. Peter had a huge bandaged knee. Tanya had a superhero cape. I was holding an envelope the size of my torso. Eli had drawn himself breathing fire at a man in a suit. Under it, he had written, "No more waiting rooms." I taped it to my refrigerator when I got home. Peter tore his meniscus badly enough that he needed surgery. He called it a pre-existing inconvenience made dramatic by corporate crime. He also gave a statement from his hospital bed that Detective Rourke later described as unusually organized for a man on pain medication. That sounded exactly right. He remembered times, door positions, labels, the wording on screens, the location of every camera. Coach brain. Details matter. Tanya was suspended for 48 hours by North River's parent company for unauthorized removal of proprietary equipment. That lasted until the local news found out a nurse had been suspended after saving a child during a clinic lockdown. By the end of the week, she had a lawyer, 3 interview requests she refused, and a GoFundMe she kept asking people to take down. Dr. Sayegh resigned before North River could decide whether to fire him. I saw him once after that, in a conference room at the district attorney's office, looking smaller in a gray sweater than he ever had in a white coat. He apologized to me without trying to explain it away. "I should have reported the anomaly outside corporate," he said. "Yes," I said. He nodded. That was all. There are apologies that deserve forgiveness and apologies that deserve only accurate placement in the record. His belonged to the second category, at least then. The legal part began the way legal things apparently begin, slowly, aggressively, and with everyone pretending the most important words are the narrowest ones. Chrono Health denied ownership of the chamber, then denied operational control, then denied knowledge of Marcus Voss, then admitted Marcus Voss had been a consultant, then clarified he had not been acting in an authorized capacity. The man himself was not found in the building. Neither was the glass partition, the chairs, the pass-through drawer, or the stairwell to the chamber by the time the warrant team returned with structural engineers. Firefighters and police had entered the lower area during the rescue, but later inspection found a service storage level with water damage, electrical scorch marks, and no room matching the dimensions we described. That became the first crack people used to make a sound confused. Chemical exposure, stress, poor ventilation, a hacked building automation system, panic contagion. Those phrases appeared in early articles. They looked so sensible in print. Then the local backup drive survived. Not perfectly. The sprinkler water damaged part of it, and the first lab said the files were corrupted beyond use. Detective Rourke did not like that answer and sent it to a second lab. The second lab recovered 21 minutes of video and 38 minutes of audio. Not all of it. Enough. Enough to hear Voss offering to release Eli if I signed. Enough to see the consent chairs. Enough to capture older Claire's hand pressing against the glass and the orange envelope sliding through the drawer. Enough to record me smearing blood across the biometric pad so the chair would not accept my signature. The footage leaked before the hearing. Nobody ever admitted doing it. Peter claimed he was too technologically incompetent to be suspected, which made Tanya roll her eyes so hard I thought she might injure something. Once the footage was public, the story changed shape. Not cleanly, not into justice. Real things rarely do that. But it became harder to call 6 people hysterical when the video showed 6 people trapped in the same room. The syringe contained a biologic sample, mine according to preliminary DNA testing, though not collected from me at any known hospital visit. The thumb drive from the envelope contained documents that lawyers still argue about because some of them reference cases, regulatory filings, and medical billing codes that do not exist yet. A few names matched real Chrono Health executives. A few addresses matched properties the company quietly owned. The medical report was easier. I finally looked. Not alone. I made my sister come with me, and I made the surgical oncologist say every sentence twice if my brain tried to slide away from it. The tumor was real, small, found early. The kind of thing doctors speak about with careful optimism because they know optimism can become a weapon if it overpromises. I had surgery 3 weeks after the waiting room. It hurt more than I expected. That sounds foolish, but pain on paper is always cleaner than pain in a body. In the hospital after surgery, every cough felt like someone had hooked 2 fingers under my ribs. I moved like an old woman. I hated the drains. I hated needing help to sit up. I hated that relief and fear could exist in the same breath. The pathology report came back better than it could have. Not harmless, better. For a while, that was enough. The first time I went home after surgery, I stood outside my apartment door with the key in my hand and could not make myself go in. My sister waited beside me with a tote bag of discharge papers, pill bottles, and soup containers from my neighbor. "You okay?" she asked. I laughed because people kept asking that, and the answer kept being complicated. "No. Do you want me to open it?" I almost said yes. Then I thought of the photo. You always think not knowing buys time. It doesn't. I opened the door. Nothing happened. My apartment smelled stale, with a faint onion smell from trash I had forgotten to take out before the appointment. A plant on the windowsill had died dramatically. Mail lay on the floor beneath the slot. Ordinary neglect. Ordinary consequences. I cried harder over that dead plant than I had in the ambulance. Months passed. Not smoothly. Never smoothly. Eli recovered physically. Marin said he still refused to sit in rooms without windows and had started checking magazine dates in dentists' offices, barber shops, school lobbies. She said it lightly, but not lightly enough. Peter's surgery worked, though he sent us a photo of his physical therapy worksheet with the caption, "Still not fighting robots professionally." Tanya got a job at a hospital system that did not use Chrono Health software, which became more difficult to find than it should have been. Dr. Sayegh testified before a state committee and looked like a man being slowly sanded down by shame. North River never reopened. The sign came down in July. By August, the windows were papered over. By October, the suite was listed for lease. I walked past it once after a follow-up appointment. I did not plan to. My bus route changed because of construction. And suddenly there, I was on Fifth Avenue, standing across from the building, with my scar pulling under my coat and traffic hissing over wet pavement. The frosted glass was gone. The door handles had been replaced. Someone had scraped the clinic logo off, but the adhesive outline remained if you knew where to look. A woman with a stroller passed behind me and said, "Excuse me," because I had stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. I moved. That was life after, moving because other people still needed the sidewalk. The case did not end. Cases like that don't end just because the part you survived is over. They metastasize into depositions, motions, sealed filings, expert reports, hearings postponed because someone's counsel had a conflict. My name appeared in articles. Some people believed us too easily, in ways that made the story sound like a podcast pitch. Others disbelieved us with equal hunger. They said the footage was AI generated. They said we were paid. They said Eli's asthma was staged. Marin stopped reading comments. I tried to. Sometimes I failed. But I kept my appointments. Every one. Blood work, imaging, surgical follow-ups, therapy, legal prep. If a portal message came in, I opened it before I could negotiate with myself. Sometimes I opened it while standing in the kitchen with one hand on the counter, breathing like Peter had taught me in the waiting room. In for 2, out for 4. Again, the last time I saw the original magazine, it was in an evidence room photograph. March 2050, courthouse. Older woman crying outside. The woman was me, but not exactly the woman I had met behind the glass. That bothered me more than I told anyone. In the chamber, older Claire had looked sick and fierce and terrified. On the magazine cover, she looked devastated in a different way, surrounded by microphones, one hand lifted as if asking for space. The photo seemed to belong to a future where she made it to the courthouse steps. Or didn't, or where I did. That is the part people want tied up. They ask whether I think I changed things, whether the woman behind the glass still exists, whether I am going to become her. I don't know. That's the honest answer. I know the tumor was found. I know Eli lived. I know Peter walks with a brace some days. I know Tanya still texts every few weeks to ask if I'm eating. I know Dr. Sayeg's testimony helped open a federal investigation. I know Chrono Health's stock fell for 2 days, then recovered more than seemed morally appropriate. I know the future did not vanish just because we escaped one room. 6 months after North River, I was waiting at my oncologist's office for a routine follow-up. Different building, different system, big windows, no aquarium. I had chosen the chair closest to the exit anyway. On the table beside me were normal magazines, a food magazine, a travel magazine, a local Pittsburgh issue with a cover story about winter road repairs. I checked the dates because of course I did, all current. Then my phone buzzed, a portal notification. New test result available. For 1 second, my thumb hovered over the screen. The old reflex rose up, familiar and almost tender. Wait, not here, not now. Later, when you're ready. Later, when knowing can't hurt you yet. Across the room, an older man turned a magazine page. Paper whispered against paper. A coffee machine clicked and began to drip. Outside the window, a bus sighed at the curb. I opened the result. Normal. I sat there with the phone in my hand, feeling the word move through me slowly, not as joy exactly, not even relief at first, but as a door opening without locking behind me. When the nurse called my name, I stood. The magazine rack shifted slightly as I passed it. Just the air from my coat, probably. One issue slid forward. Not far. An inch. I looked down. The cover was still the Pittsburgh Road repair story. The date was still current. Nothing impossible. Nothing from 2050. But tucked between its pages, barely visible near the spine, was a narrow orange edge, like an envelope. I did not pull it out. Not then. I went to my appointment. I answered every question. I let the doctor examine the healing scar. And when I came back to the waiting room afterward, the magazine was back in place, flat against the stack, with no orange edge showing at all. I stood there longer than I should have. Then I walked outside into the ordinary afternoon, with my test results open on my phone and the courthouse clock tower visible between two buildings, keeping time the way it always had. Or close enough. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The Motel Pool Has No Deep End, But I Keep Sinking. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first wrong thing was the towel. It should have floated. It was one of those thin motel towels that looked soft from far away and felt like printer paper once you got it wet. I dropped it on the pool steps by mistake while digging for my phone in the tote bag, and it slid off the concrete with a lazy flop, landed half in the water, and drifted toward the center. Nothing dramatic. No splash worth mentioning. Just a white rectangle spreading darker at the edges, turning heavy. Then it tipped. One corner went down first, like a hand had pinched it from underneath. The rest followed in a slow, neat fold, disappearing below the rippled blue surface, until all I could see was a pale blur sinking through water that wasn't supposed to be deeper than 5 feet. "Hey," I said, and my voice came out too small for the courtyard. "Did you see that? My name is Mara Venn, 32, from Ohio. Though I'd been living out of rental cars and motel rooms for 6 months by then, working damage claims for a regional insurance contractor after hailstorms chewed up half the Midwest. I was good at the parts of the job other people hated, climbing onto soft roofs, talking down angry homeowners, eating dinner from gas stations without making a tragedy of it. What I wasn't good at was admitting when I was tired. I'd drive an extra 90 miles rather than pay for one more night somewhere. I'd say I was fine until my hands shook from too much coffee and not enough actual food. That was was the flaw, I guess. Not bravery. Stubbornness dressed up as competence. We stopped for the night in Tucumcari, New Mexico, after a day of flat brown highway dust and the kind of sun that made every road sign look bleached at the edges. The motel was called the Paloma Motor Lodge, though the painted dove on the sign looked more like a cracked white glove. It sat along Old Route 66, wedged between a shuttered souvenir shop and a tire place with a faded mural of a cowboy leaning against a cactus. The pool was in the middle courtyard, surrounded by rooms with peeling turquoise doors, metal chairs, and little round tables that wobbled if you breathed near them. The pool itself was small, kidney-shaped, maybe 25 feet long. Bottom was painted that artificial motel blue that somehow makes water look colder than it is. A sign on the fence said no diving, depth 3 FT to 5 FT in red block letters. Another sign, older and sun-faded, said swim at your own risk. No lifeguard on duty. The deep end, according to the numbers tiled along the rim, was not really deep at all. 3 feet at the steps, 4 in the middle, 5 at the far curve. No tricks, no diving board, no drain large enough to worry about. Just a tired roadside pool with a busted underwater light and a film of cottonwood fluff gathered in the corners. At least, that was what I told myself while I stared at the place where the towel had gone under. There were 3 of us in the courtyard that evening. Lena Ortiz, 29, female from Denver, was my coworker and the closest thing I had to a friend after months on the road. She had sharp eyes, a blunt laugh, and a habit of checking every lock twice without making a show of it. Her little brother, Nico Ortiz, 22, male, also from Denver, had joined us for the week because his warehouse job had cut shifts, and he claimed he wanted fresh air, which, in his language, meant he wanted to get out of his apartment and away from his phone. He was skinny, restless, and funny in the way people get when they're trying not to be the most anxious person in the room. He'd been filming bits of our trip on an old camcorder he bought online, mostly neon signs, busted billboards, and Lena complaining about gas station coffee. Lena was sitting on the edge of the lounger with one sandal off, rubbing the dent the strap had left across her foot. Nico was standing ankle deep in the shallow end, holding the camcorder above the water like it was a newborn. "See what?" Lena asked. "The towel," I said. Nico looked toward the center of the pool. "You dropped it. It sank. That's what wet towels do." "Not like that." He grinned, but not meanly. "Mara, I'm begging you to have one normal vacation adjacent evening." "It's not a vacation," Lena said. "We inspected 14 roofs today." "Exactly. Vacation adjacent. We are near the idea of leisure." A truck passed out on the road, its engine dragging a low growl through the warm air. Somewhere behind the motel office, an ice machine coughed, rattled, and spat cubes into a bin. The courtyard smelled like chlorine, hot concrete, and somebody microwaving burritos in one of the rooms. Above us, the sky had turned a dusty purple. The motel sign buzzed every few seconds, not continuously, but in short electrical fits that made the dove blink on and off. I stepped closer to the pool. The water had settled again. The motel's courtyard lights had come on, round yellow globes mounted above each room door, and their reflections trembled across the surface. I could see the black line painted along the bottom. I could see leaves. I could see a nickel or a flattened bottle cap near the steps. I could not see the towel. Maybe it got caught near the drain, Lena said, because Lena always tried to hand the world a reasonable explanation first. It was one of the things I liked about her. She didn't dismiss fear. She gave it paperwork. "There's no main drain in the middle," I said. Then, at the return, it went straight down. Mara. She said my name the way she did when I was about to argue with a claims manager over something that was technically correct and practically useless. I looked at the painted depth marker again. 4 FT. The number was flaking around the edges. 4 feet. I was 5'6". "You want me to get it?" Nico asked. "No," Lena and I said at the same time. He laughed. "Okay. So now it is weird." "It's a towel," Lena said, though she didn't sound convinced. The motel office door opened behind us, and a woman in a pink tank top stepped out carrying a laundry basket against her hip. She paused under the flickering sign and squinted across the courtyard. "Y'all need towels," she called. Lena lifted a hand. "We lost one." The woman gave a short, tired laugh. "That happens more than you'd think." She started toward us, flip-flops snapping against the walkway. Her name was Darla Pike, 54, female, from Amarillo, Texas. Though she told us earlier she'd been managing motels along I-40 since before Nico was born. She had sun-browned arms, smoker's lines around her mouth, and the wary cheerfulness of someone who had dealt with every possible version of guest stupidity. Stolen remotes, clogged toilets, people trying to cook bacon on an iron. She wore keys clipped to her waistband, and they clinked softly when she walked. Darla set the laundry basket on a chair and leaned over the fence rail. "Where'd it go?" "In," Nico said. Darla looked at him. He pointed down. "Like in." She gave him a flat smile. "That clears it up." "It sank near the middle," I said. "Do you have a pole or something?" "Skimmer's back by the pump room." She nodded toward a narrow door at the far end of the courtyard, half hidden behind a vending machine that hummed under its own heat. "I'll grab it." "No rush," Lena said. But Darla was already walking, her keys making that tiny metallic chatter. I watched her pass the faded no-glass sign and the old life ring bolted to the fence. The ring looked decorative, not useful. The rope on it had gone gray and stiff. Nico lifted the camcorder and pointed it at the water. "Don't," Lena said. "What?" "Don't turn everything into footage. I'm documenting the haunting of the damp towel. It's not haunted. Exactly. Very grounded. A pool with a personal vendetta." I should have laughed. I almost did. Nico had a way of making fear feel embarrassed about itself. But the surface of the pool made a sound then, a soft glug near the center, like someone had opened a bottle underwater. We all heard it. Nico lowered the camcorder. Lena's hand stopped on the strap of her sandal. The pool went still again. "Air pocket," Lena said. "From what?" Nico asked. "The towel," she said, and put her sandal back on too quickly. Darla returned with a long aluminum skimmer pole, the blue mesh net at the end torn along one side. She unlocked the gate with one of the keys from her hip and stepped inside the pool area. The gate hinges gave a dry metal squeal that carried around the courtyard and bounced off the motel doors. Pool S due for resurfacing, Darla said, like she was continuing a conversation no one else had started. Plasters uneven. Things snag. On what? I asked. She gave me a look that was not rude exactly, but guarded. Old pools got personality. That was the kind of phrase people used when they didn't want to say mold, plumbing problems, or lawsuit. Darla extended the skimmer into the water. The pole clicked as she lengthened it. She dragged the net slowly through the middle, the mesh making a faint scraping sound along the bottom. There, she said, see, 4 feet, nothing to it. The net moved through the water. Once, twice, no towel. She frowned and changed her angle, pushing deeper, shoulders tensing. The pole bent slightly. Caught, Lena asked. Maybe. Darla twisted the handle. The pole jerked in her hands. For 1 second, very brief, her body leaned forward like something had tugged back. Then the pole sprang loose and slapped the surface, sending water against the concrete lip. Darla staggered 1 step, cursed under her breath, and pulled the net up empty. Nico said, "Okay, that was not nothing." Darla wiped her mouth with the back of her wrist. "It's the drain suction." "You said there wasn't a drain there," I said. "I said old pools got personality." The answer came too fast. Behind us, a door opened on the 2nd floor balcony. A man in a white undershirt stepped out with a plastic cup in his hand and peered down like we were a show he hadn't paid for. Somewhere, a TV laugh track bled through a thin motel wall. A child coughed in one of the rooms. Then a woman murmured something soft and irritated. The ordinary sounds should have helped. They didn't. I looked again at the water. The pool light near the far curve flickered once beneath the surface, though Darla had told us at check in the light didn't work. A pale oval shimmered under the water for half a breath, then died. "Electrical?" Lena asked. Darla's face tightened. "Breakers off for that fixture." Then why did it flash? Could have been reflection. From what? Darla didn't answer. She set the skimmer pole down along the fence, too carefully, like she was trying not to show that her hands had started shaking. Nico stepped out of the shallow end. Water streamed from his calves and slapped the concrete. "I'm done swimming." "You weren't swimming," Lena said. "I'm done standing in suspicious water." I backed away from the edge and felt ridiculous as soon as I did. It was a motel pool. I had climbed roofs with soft decking and raccoon nests under the eaves. I had driven through whiteout rain on 2-lane roads, with semis throwing water over my windshield. I knew how danger usually looked. It had loose shingles, black mold, angry dogs, bad wiring. A man in a driveway insisting he didn't need a permit for the thing that was visibly collapsing. Danger did not look like 8 people's worth of chlorinated water under buzzing courtyard lights. But my stomach had gone tight, and beneath that was an older fear I hated acknowledging. Water where I couldn't see the bottom. When I was 9, my cousin pushed me off a dock at Lake Erie during a family picnic. Not hard, just stupid. And I'd gone under in green-brown water full of weeds. My foot tangled in something. It was probably grass. Maybe fishing line. Maybe nothing. But for a few seconds, I kicked and swallowed lake water and heard everyone laughing above me, muffled and far away, because they thought I was playing. I learned to swim after that. I never learned to like not knowing what was under me. Lena knew a little of this, not the whole thing. She looked at me now and softened her voice. We can just leave it, charge it to the room or whatever. Darla bristled. I'm not charging you for a towel. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant. Darla picked up the laundry basket and held it against herself. Look, pool closes at 10. I'll deal with it in the morning when I backwash the system. Water's warm. Pump's been acting up. Stuff moves weird. What kind of weird? I asked. Her eyes flicked to me, then to the pool. Just weird, she said. A small breeze came through the courtyard, carrying dust and the dry sweetness of creosote from beyond the parking lot. The surface of the pool wrinkled. For a moment, the reflections of the motel lights stretched long and thin, yellow lines pulled toward the center. Nico noticed too. Do you see that? He whispered. Lena said, Stop, I'm serious. The water was moving inward, not fast. Not a whirlpool. Nothing that dramatic. Just a subtle drawing motion, the way soap film slides toward a sink drain when the water level is low. Cottonwood fluff from the corners began to drift toward the middle. A dead beetle turned in a lazy circle, then vanished beneath the surface without a ripple. Darla made a sound in her throat. What? I said. She didn't answer me. Instead, she walked to the pump room door, tried a key, missed the lock, tried again. The vending machine beside her buzzed and clicked, its display reading ice-cold drinks in washed-out red letters. The pump room door opened onto darkness, and the chemical smell hit us immediately, sharp and mineral-heavy, chlorine mixed with wet concrete and something metallic. Darla reached inside and flipped a switch. The pool pump stopped. I hadn't realized how constant its sound had been until it cut out. The courtyard lost that low mechanical thrum, and suddenly every small noise stood apart. Nico's wet feet shifting on concrete, Lena breathing through her nose, the balcony man's cup cracking as he squeezed it, the motel sign sputtering above the office. The water should have calmed. For a second, it did. Then the center of the pool dimpled. Just once. A neat depression, no wider than a dinner plate, pressed into the surface, as if something below had exhaled downward. Nico said, Nope. Lena grabbed her towel from the lounger. We're going inside. Darla stepped out of the pump room and shut the door, but she didn't lock it. Her face had gone pale under the courtyard lights, the pink of her tank top suddenly too bright against her skin. It's probably a circulation issue, she said. Nobody believed her. The man on the balcony called down, Pool broken. Darla looked up at him. Go back inside, Mr. Kellner. He lifted his cup in surrender and disappeared behind his door. Lena came close to me. Mara, room, now, I nodded, but I didn't move, not right away. Because at the far edge of the pool, near the 5-foot marker, something pale drifted up. The towel. It rose slowly until one corner broke the surface. Then the rest followed, unfolding like a white flag. It floated there, soaked and limp, exactly where it should have been all along. Nico let out a short laugh with no humor in it. Great. It gave it back. Darla whispered, Don't touch it. That was the first thing she'd said all night that sounded honest. The towel drifted closer to the edge, nudged by no visible current. It bumped the tile once. The sound was tiny, wet cloth against ceramic, a slap so soft I might have missed it if we hadn't all been standing there, waiting for something to happen. Lena reached for the skimmer pole. Darla snapped. I said don't. Lena froze. The courtyard air seemed to press closer, warm and chemical sweet. My phone buzzed in the tote bag, making all three of us flinch. A text from our supervisor lit the screen. Need Amarillo photos uploaded before 8 a.m. Don't forget timestamps. Work, claims, photos. The ordinary world still tapping on the glass. Nico looked from Darla to Lena to me. So are we pretending this is normal, or are we leaving? Leaving means what? Lena asked. It's our motel, our stuff S in the room. I mean not staying here. Darla shook her head quickly. No, you don't need to do that. Then what do we need to do? I asked. She opened her mouth, closed it. The towel bumped the tile again. Darla looked toward the office, then toward the parking lot, where our rental SUV sat under a flickering security light with all our inspection equipment locked in the back. Ladders strapped to the roof, moisture meters, drone case, hard hats, enough gear to make leaving complicated, not impossible. I can move you to rooms upstairs, she said finally, away from the pool. That's your solution? Nico asked. Altitude, Lena gave him a warning look, but it lacked force. She was watching Darla now, and I could tell she'd caught what I had. The offer came from experience, not customer service. I picked up my tote bag. The wet towel sat at the edge of the pool like a returned item with no receipt. We should get our things, I said. Lena nodded too fast. Yes. Nico grabbed his camcorder and backed toward the gate. Darla stepped between us and the pool, one hand on the fence, her keys hanging still at her hip. Just don't go near the water tonight, she said. Any of you. Why? I asked. Her eyes stayed on the towel. The motel sign buzzed once overhead, a hard electric rasp that made the dove flare white and then dim. Because, Darla said, I don't know where the bottom is after dark. None of us spoke. The choice was right there, plain and ugly. Pack the car and drive into a desert night after 14 roofs, 3 hours of sleep, and too much caffeine, or stay at the Paloma Motor Lodge, move upstairs, lock the door, and pretend a 5-foot pool had not just swallowed and returned a towel. Lena looked at me. Nico looked at the parking lot. I looked at the water. The towel bumped the tile a third time, patient as a knock. We should have left. That's the part I replay the most, not because it changes anything, but because it's the last clean decision we had, before the argument, before the power went out, before Nico's camera caught something none of us wanted to explain to the police. We should have thrown our bags in the rental SUV, driven east until the coffee stopped tasting like burnt foil, and eaten the charge for the room. Instead, we went upstairs. Not all at once. That would have made it feel like fear. Lena insisted we move methodically, because that was her way of putting a lid on panic. Room first, she said, already walking toward the stairs with her flip-flops slapping wet marks onto the concrete. Pack bags. Then we decide. Nico followed her, still holding the camcorder, even though he wasn't filming now. We decided. The decision is to not sleep above the mysterious towel pit. It's a pool, Lena said. It's a pool that just gave something back. Darla locked the pool gate behind us with a hard click. She did it fast, like she was closing a dog crate on something that had snapped before. "Office is open till midnight," she said. "You need anything, you call from the room phone. Cell service gets spotty here." "My phone has 3 bars," I said. "Then you're lucky." She wouldn't look at me when she said it. We climbed the exterior stairs to the second-floor balcony, where the walkway ran in a long concrete strip outside the rooms. The metal railing was warm from the day's heat. Room doors lined the balcony in peeling turquoise, each with a brass number plate screwed slightly crooked into the paint. Our rooms were side by side, 214 for Lena and Nico, 215 for me. We had taken the upstairs rooms originally because the ground floor smelled damp near the ice machine, and I joked during check in that I liked having an escape route. That joke felt less funny now. From up there, the pool looked smaller, more ordinary. A pale kidney shape under motel lights, ringed by cracked concrete and plastic chairs. The towel still floated near the edge, touching the tile, drifting away, touching again. A knock, a pause, a knock. I stopped outside my door and stared down. "Mara," Lena said. "Yeah, inside." She said it softly, but with an edge. Not angry, worried. My key card took 3 tries. The reader flashed red twice before it finally blinked green and let me in. Room smelled like old air conditioning, sun-baked curtains, and lemon cleaner sprayed over something that had gone sour years ago. My duffel lay open on the second bed. Work boots by the dresser. Laptop charging near the TV. Half a bag of pretzels spilled across a notepad where I'd written roof addresses and claim numbers. Normal mess. Human mess. I stood there for a second, letting it steady me. Then my phone buzzed again. A message from Craig, our supervisor. "Upload Amarillo files tonight. Client moved call up. Need everything before 11 local." I stared at the screen. The time was 9:17 p.m., of course, I muttered. I opened the laptop. The motel Wi-Fi showed 1 weak bar. I clicked anyway. The connection spun, dropped, came back, spun again. A little gray window popped up asking me to accept terms. I accepted. It failed. Outside, Nico said, "You have got to be kidding me." I stepped back onto the balcony, stood in the doorway of 214 with her phone held above her head like that would help. Nico was crouched beside their open duffel, digging through clothes and cables. "No signal?" I asked. 2 bars until I try to upload," Lena said. "Then nothing. I've got Craig yelling about files." "Same." Nico held up a black case. "Hotspot. Dead," Lena said. "You charged it." "I thought you charged it." I thought we were all pretending this was a vacation-adjacent evening. Lena closed her eyes. That was our concrete problem. And it was so stupidly normal I almost laughed. We had 2 hours to upload time-stamped inspection photos and roof videos for an insurance client who did not care that a motel pool had developed personality. If we missed the deadline, the company could lose the contract. If we lost the contract, Craig would push the blame down onto us because Craig had the spine of a wet receipt. And the only reliable internet Darla had mentioned at check-in was in the office, on the ground floor, beside the pool courtyard. "I'll go down," I said. Lena looked at me. "No, I need to upload, so do you. We can drive somewhere. To where? At this hour, I pointed toward the parking lot. The McDonald's sign back by the interstate was dark when we passed it. There's probably a truck stop. Probably. 15 minutes away if the GPS behaves. Then we sit there for an hour uploading files on public Wi-Fi while exhausted. Nico stood. That sounds safer than the splashy murder courtyard. Nobody said murder, Lena said. Darla basically said the pool gets weird after dark. She said she doesn't know where the bottom is. Thank you for clarifying. Much better. The motel sign buzzed over the office below us. The dove flickered white, went dim, then white again. I hated that I was already calculating. That was my flaw at work, the one I mistook for responsibility. A problem appeared, and instead of stepping back, I started sorting it into tasks. Upload files, check signal, get receipt, move rooms, sleep, keep going. My fear of the pool pressed against me from one side. My fear of failing pressed harder from the other. We upload in the office, I said. All three of us. We don't go near the pool. We sit by the front desk, send the files, and leave if anything feels off. Anything already feels off, Nico said. I know. No, I don't think you do. Lena gave him a look. Don't. What? She's doing the Mara thing. I turned on him. What's the Mara thing? Nico lifted both hands. Acting like if you make a checklist, reality has to cooperate. It landed harder than he meant it to. His face changed as soon as he saw mine. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't. No, you did. My voice came out flat. And you're not wrong. Lena stepped between us slightly, not blocking, just easing the angle. We're all tired. We'll go down together, 10 minutes. We ask Darla for the office Wi-Fi. We stay away from the pool. 10 minutes, Nico said. Fine, 20. Uploads take longer, then 30. Love the bargaining with doom. Lena grabbed her laptop bag. Shoes on. We packed fast. Not leaving fast. Work fast. Chargers, camera cards, laptops, phones. I shoved my boots on without socks because I didn't want bare skin near the courtyard concrete again. Nico stuffed his camcorder into its case, then hesitated and took it back out. Lena noticed. No filming. If something happens, footage helps. If something happens, running helps. Footage also helps. She didn't argue further, which meant part of her agreed. We headed down the stairs in a tight line. The metal steps rang under our feet. The lower we got, the stronger the smell became. Chlorine, warm water, dust, and that faint metallic tang from the pump room. The pool gate was locked, but the fence was low enough that any adult could climb it. The towel still floated inside, now pressed against the wall near the 5-foot marker. Darla was behind the office counter when we walked in. The office was small, with wood paneling, a spinning postcard rack, a bell on the counter, and a framed photo of the motel from the 1970s when the paint was brighter and the pool umbrellas weren't faded to gray. A box fan pushed warm air from one corner to another. Behind the desk, an old monitor showed 4 security camera feeds in grainy black and white. One feed showed the parking lot. One showed the office door. One showed the upstairs balcony. The 4th showed the pool. I looked at it before I meant to. In the security feed, the water was pale gray and smooth. The floating towel appeared black. Darla followed my eyes and reached over to tilt the monitor away. "Wi-Fi's better in here," she said. "We need to upload work files," Lena said. "Deadline at 11. Darla rubbed her forehead. "Use the table." There was a round table by the window with two mismatched chairs. The window faced the courtyard, blinds half lowered, giving us a striped view of the pool fence and the reflection of the motel sign. We opened laptops, plugged into the wall, connected to the office network, full signal. The relief was embarrassingly strong. "There," I said, 30 minutes. Nico sat on the floor against the wall because there weren't enough chairs. I'd like the record to show I objected. "Record noted," Lena said. Darla moved around behind the counter, pretending to sort receipts. Her keys lay beside the register now instead of on her belt. I noticed because she kept touching them, sliding them an inch, then sliding them back. "You've had trouble with the pool before," I said. Lena shot me a warning look. Darla didn't answer. I clicked upload on the first batch of photos. The progress bar crawled from 1% to 3. "Darla," I said. She picked up a stack of registration cards and tapped them against the counter. "Old pool, bad plumbing. People like stories." "What people?" "Guests." "What stories?" Nico raised the camcorder from his lap. "Not filming yet, just holding it." Darla saw it. "Put that away." "Why?" he asked. "Because I said, not really a reason, it's my motel. It's a motel pool doing sinkhole impressions. I feel like documentation is fair." Darla leaned over the counter. "You film me without asking, I kick you out. Tonight, no refund." Nico lowered the camera. The upload hit 12%. A truck rolled into the parking lot outside, headlights sliding across the office walls. Darla looked toward the window with too much alarm, then relaxed when the truck kept going past the motel entrance and back onto the road. Lena noticed. "Are you expecting someone?" "No, Darla, no." The box fan clicked as it oscillated, pushing the smell of cigarette smoke from somewhere behind the counter. My eyes watered slightly. Then the lights flickered. Not the pool light this time. Everything. Office lamp. Exit sign. Vending machine outside. The monitor flashed, came back, flashed again. "Please don't," I whispered to the laptop. The progress bar froze at 19%. The light steadied. Darla looked toward the pump room through the blinds. "What happens if the power goes out?" Nico asked. "Emergency lights come on," she said, "for the office, for the property. And the pool pump is already off." Lena sat back. "Why is the pump off?" I turned it off. "Shouldn't it be running?" "Not tonight." That was when the office phone rang. The sound cracked through the room so sharply Nico jerked and knocked his elbow against the wall. Darla stared at the phone for 2 rings before picking it up. "Paloma Motor Lodge," she listened, her mouth tightened. "No," she said. "I told you not tonight, more listening." I said no. She hung up. Nobody spoke. Lena's upload resumed. 21%. "Wrong number?" Nico asked. Darla looked at him like she'd forgotten we were there. "Guest," she said. "Which guest?" "None of your business." That should have been enough to shut us up, but the phone rang again immediately. Darla snatched it up. I said, she stopped. This time, I could hear a voice on the other end. Male, muffled, close to the receiver. Too quiet to make out words, but calm. Darla listened, her eyes fixed on the security monitor she'd turned away from us. "Stay in your room," she said. The voice continued. 30%. The monitor in the angled reflection of the glass. I saw movement in the pool feed, a figure at the fence. I stood. Lena whispered, "Mara." Darla hung up and grabbed her keys. "Who is that?" I asked. "Mr. Kellner," she said. "Idiot man from 219. Why is he at the pool? He dropped something." Nico laughed once. Into the pool, Darla came around the counter. "Stay here." "No," Lena said. "Absolutely not. I'm handling it. You just told him not to go down there. And now I'm going to tell him in person." She moved fast for someone trying to appear calm. Lena followed her. I followed Lena. Nico cursed and grabbed the camcorder. Outside, the courtyard lights flickered again, then dimmed, but did not go out. The world turned amber and grainy. The pool fence cast thin shadows across the concrete. Mr. Kellner stood inside the locked gate. That was the first problem. The second was that he had the skimmer pole in both hands and was leaning over the water. He was a broad man in his late 40s or early 50s, with thinning blonde hair and a white undershirt stretched over his stomach. I learned later his first name was Anton Kellner, 51, male, from Hamburg, Germany, traveling through the Southwest with a rental car, and a habit of drinking too much from plastic cups in motel rooms. At that moment, he was just the man from the balcony, breathing hard and squinting into the pool like he was trying to prove something to himself. Darla rattled the gate. "Anton, get out." He looked up, annoyed. "My wallet fell. You climbed the fence." The gate was open. Darla froze. The gate was not open. I had watched her lock it. Lena said, "Where's the towel?" The towel was gone again. Nico lifted the camcorder and hit record. A red light blinked. Mr. Kellner jabbed the skimmer into the water. "It is right there. I see it." "Your wallet?" Darla asked. "Yes." "Where?" He pointed the pole toward the center. "There, on the bottom." I stepped closer to the fence despite myself. The bottom was visible near the steps. The black painted line ran through the blue. The 5-foot marker shimmered under the courtyard lights. At the center, the water looked darker. Not black, not impossible, just darker, the way a pool can look deeper if the light is bad or the plaster is stained. Mr. Kellner leaned farther. "Stop," Lena said. He waved her off. "I have it." The skimmer pole dipped lower, lower, too low. The pole was 8 feet long at least, and nearly all of it had gone under before the mesh scraped something. "There," Kellner said. Darla's voice broke. "Let go of the pole." He turned toward her. "What? Let go?" He frowned, and in that moment the pole jerked forward, not violently at first, just enough to pull him off balance. His bare foot slid on the wet concrete. The sound it made was awful. Skin on slick tile. A squeak, then a slap. He dropped to one knee, still holding the pole. Lena grabbed the fence. "Let go," Kellner tried. I saw his hands open. The pole didn't drop. His right hand stayed caught around it, fingers twisted in the torn mesh strap near the handle. Or maybe he clamped down from panic. It happened too quickly to know. The pole yanked again. Hard. Kellner pitched forward, chest hitting the pool edge, one arm splashing into the water up to the shoulder. Darla screamed his name. I was already moving, not thinking, just moving. I climbed the fence. Lena shouted behind me. Nico yelled, "Mara, do." My boot hit the inside concrete wrong, and pain flashed up my ankle, sharp and immediate. I stumbled, caught myself on a plastic chair, and lunged toward Kellner. He was half in, half out, making choking sounds. The skimmer pole had bent into a shallow arc. His right shoulder was underwater. His left hand clawed at the concrete edge, nails scraping tile. I grabbed the back of his undershirt. Lena came over the fence behind me. Darla unlocked the gate with shaking hands and shoved through. "Pull him back," I shouted. "I am," Lena snapped. Kellner was heavier than he looked. Wet fabric stretched and tore under my grip. His skin was slick with pool water and sweat. He kicked once, heel banging against my shin. The water around his submerged arm bubbled. No, not bubbled, churned, like air being forced up from below. Darla grabbed his belt. Lena got both hands under his left armpit. I wrapped my fingers in the torn cotton at his shoulder and pulled until my arms shook. Kellner cried out, a raw, embarrassed sound. The pole shot free from the water. He came with it. All four of us fell backward in a tangle of limbs and wet concrete. The skimmer pole clanged against the fence. Kellner rolled onto his side, coughing, his right arm hugged to his chest. His wrist was bleeding. Not a clean cut. A scrape, deep and ragged, with little blue threads from the skimmer net caught in the skin. His fingers twitched as if he couldn't quite unclench them. "What the hell?" Nico whispered from outside the fence, camera still raised. Lena sat up, breathing hard. "Mara, your ankle." I looked down. My boot had twisted sideways when I landed. Pain pulsed under the bone, hot and bright, but it held when I shifted weight. Sprained, maybe. Not broken. Darla crawled to Kellner. "Anton, look at me." "My wallet," he gasped. "Forget the wallet. It was there. There's nothing there." I saw it. His eyes went past us to the pool. We all looked. The water had calmed. At the center, the skimmer net floated on the surface, torn loose from the pole. Slowly, impossibly slowly, but still within the behavior of water and suction and something wrong below, it began to spin. The motel lights flickered again. This time, they went out. Everything dropped into darkness except the office exit sign and the red recording light on Nico's camcorder. A second later, emergency lights clicked on along the balcony, dim and battery-powered, casting the courtyard in a dull red wash. Then my laptop alarm began beeping from inside the office. Not an alarm, I realized. The power loss warning. Uploads interrupted. Deadlines still coming. Kellner injured, gate open. Pool behaving wrong. And from the pump room, behind the vending machine, came a heavy metallic thud. Once, then again, like something inside had shifted against the door. Darla stood too fast. "No," she said. Lena looked at her. "What is it?" Darla didn't answer. The pump room door, the one she had shut but not locked, opened 3 inches into the red emergency light. A line of water slipped out across the concrete. Not much, just enough to reach the toe of my boot. Warm, chemical, moving toward the pool. Darla grabbed her keys from her pocket with fingers that barely worked. "We have to shut the intake valve," she said. "Why?" I asked. Her eyes met mine then, and whatever she had been hiding was still hidden, but the fear around it was real. "Because if the pump room floods," she said, "the whole courtyard drains the wrong way." Behind us, in the dark office, my laptop beeped again. Lena looked at Kellner's bleeding wrist, then at my ankle, then then at the water spreading from the pump room. Nico lowered the camera. "Define wrong way," he said. Darla was already limping toward the open door. Nobody followed for one breath. Then the water touched the pool edge, curled back on itself, and began sliding toward the center like it had somewhere to be. We followed her. The pump room was not a room so much as a concrete closet with pipes. It sat at the far end of the courtyard, behind the vending machine, opposite the motel office and diagonal from the stairs. If you stood at the pool steps, the office was behind your left shoulder, the rooms wrapped around you in a horseshoe, and the pump room was straight ahead beyond the deep end curve, tucked under the second floor balcony, like something the building had tried to swallow and couldn't. Darla shoved the door wider with her hip. Water rolled over the threshold around her flip-flops and spread across the courtyard in a flat, shining sheet. It wasn't gushing yet. That made it worse somehow. A gush would have been obvious. A gush would have meant a burst pipe, a thing with one cause and one answer. This was a steady creep. Warm water laced with chlorine slid across the concrete, reached the low groove near the pool fence, and followed it like a little canal. The red emergency lights painted it the color of watered-down rust. "Stay back," Darla said. Nobody stayed back. Kellner was sitting just inside the open gate with his injured wrist clamped in a pool towel Lena had forced around it. He looked gray and furious, the way some people get when pain embarrasses them. Nico had dragged a plastic chair over and made him sit, then set the camcorder on the fence rail, still recording toward the pump room. Lena kept one hand near Kellner's shoulder and one eye on me, because my ankle was already swelling inside my boot. "Mara," she said, "you're limping." "I know. That means stop. It means I'm limping. You are impossible. Later." Darla reached inside the pump room and fumbled along the wall. The light switch clicked uselessly. The power was out everywhere except the emergency lamps and the exit sign in the office, which made the courtyard feel like the inside of a stalled elevator. Nico clicked on his phone flashlight. Lena did the same. I did too. 3 beams jittered into the little room and made the pipes flash silver. The pump room smelled wrong up close. Chlorine, yes, but also hot rubber and pennies. On the floor, water pooled around a squat blue pump, housing bolted to a concrete pad. White PVC pipes ran up the wall and bent in hard angles, each marked with old black labels: return, waste, filter, intake. Some labels had peeled until they were only scraps of tape. A sand filter tank stood in the corner like a fat gray barrel. Beside it was a rusted breaker box, padlocked open, its metal door banging softly against the wall whenever water nudged it. Darla pointed toward a red-handled valve low on the intake line. "That one," she said. "Turn it perpendicular." I stepped forward. Lena grabbed my arm. "No, I'll do it. You don't know what you're looking at. Neither do you. I work claims. I've seen pump systems. You've seen them after they already failed." Exactly. It was a stupid argument, and both of us knew it, but fear had to go somewhere. Nico ducked past us before we could settle it. "I'm younger, less damaged, and currently not bleeding," he said. "Point the light." "Nico," Lena snapped. "I got it. He crouched in the doorway, keeping his shoes out of the deepest part of the water, and reached for the valve. His fingertips brushed the red handle. He twisted. Nothing happened. He grimaced and tried again. It stuck. Darla squeezed beside him and put both hands on it. "Move. Don't force it," I said. "If the pipe cracks." "I know what happens if the pipe cracks." Darla's voice came out thin and sharp. She shoved down. The handle shifted an inch with a rubbery squeal, then stopped. The pipe groaned, not the dramatic moan of something alive, a real sound, plumbing under strain, pressure moving where it shouldn't. The kind of sound old buildings make before they cost somebody money. "Back off," I said. Darla didn't. The red handle snapped. It broke clean at the stem, sending Darla backward into Nico. They both slipped. Nico caught himself on the doorframe. Darla went down hard on one knee in the water, and her keys flew from her hand, skidding under the vending machine with a bright metallic clatter. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then Darla made a small sound through her teeth. "Are you hurt?" Lena asked. "Keys," Darla said. "Your knee, keys." Attempt 1 had failed before it had really begun. The intake valve was still open. The handle was broken. And Darla's keys were under the vending machine, which meant the office, gate, upstairs utility closets, and whatever else she kept locked were all suddenly one bad reach away from useless. Nico got on his stomach and aimed his phone under the vending machine. "I see them." "Can you reach?" Darla asked. "Not unless my arm gets 2 extra elbows." "Use the skimmer pole," I said. Lena looked toward the pool. The broken pole lay inside the fence near Kellner, its blue net torn off and floating somewhere we couldn't see. "Of course," she said. I limped toward it before she could stop me. Every step sent a hot wire through my ankle. The swelling had changed the fit of my boot. It pressed against the laces, tight and mean. I told myself it was fine. That word again. Fine. The cheapest lie in the language. Kellner watched me with glassy eyes. "My wallet is still in there." "Do not start," Lena said. "It has my passport card." "You can lose a passport card and live. You do not understand." "No, Anton, I understand perfectly. Your wallet can wait." The skimmer pole was cold and wet when I picked it up. One end had bent slightly from the fight, and the torn plastic connector where the net had been attached scratched my palm. As I turned back toward the pump room, something slapped against the inside wall of the pool. I froze. Nico's flashlight swung toward the water. A pale shape bumped near the 5-foot marker. It rose, dipped, and bumped again. For half a second, my mind made it into a hand. A child's hand, bloated, white, fingertips tapping tile from inside the water. Then the beam steadied. It was the towel again, balled around the missing skimmer net. The plastic hoop caught in the cloth so it flexed and unfurled in little pale flaps. Nico whispered, "Jesus." Lena let out a breath that sounded angry. "It's the towel." "I know," Nico said. "I know, okay." That was the misdirection, and it should have made us feel better when it resolved into cloth and plastic. It didn't. It only reminded us how eager our brains were to put a body in that pool. I took the pole to the vending machine. Nico got down again and guided me. "Left," he said. "No, my left. Toward the Coke slot." "Stop. Back." The keys scraped over concrete under the machine. The water from the pump room had reached us now, thin around our shoes. It carried grit, leaves, and one dead cricket in a slow line toward the drain groove near the pool fence. "Almost," Nico said. I hooked the key ring and dragged it out. Darla snatched it up and immediately tried to stand, but her knee buckled. Lena caught her. "You're not going in there again," Lena said. "I have to. You can barely walk." Darla looked at me. "There's a shutoff by the filter tank, a secondary. If we close that, it might slow the draw." "Might," Nico said. "The labels are old." "What does that mean?" "It means the lines have been repaired too many times by men who thought tape and prayer counted as maintenance." "Great." Attempt 2 formed out of necessity and bad options. The intake valve had failed. The secondary valve was deeper inside the pump room, past the blue pump, beside the gray filter tank in the corner. To reach it, someone would have to step fully into ankle-deep water near electrical equipment, with the power unstable. Lena said, "No one is going in there until we shut off the main breaker." Darla pointed toward the rusted box. "That is the breaker. It's open. The pool breakers are off. Clearly not enough. Main property breaker is behind the office. Then we do that first." Darla hesitated. There it was again. That little pause around anything that required moving away from the pool, like the motel had rules we didn't know yet. "What?" I asked. "The main panel is in the service alcove," she said. "Behind the office laundry. Locked. With these." She lifted the keys. "Then let's go." Darla looked toward Kellner. "He can't be left." "I'll stay with him," Nico said. "No," Lena and I said. Nico threw his hands out. "I'm not going near the water." "You're also not staying alone," Lena said. "I'm 22, not 12. You climbed roofs with us for 1 week and got heat rash on day 2. "That's not relevant." "It is to me," Kellner groaned. "Someone please call ambulance." That cut through the argument. Of course, we should have already called. I pulled out my phone. 1 bar. I dialed 911. The call failed. Lena tried. Failed. Nico raised his phone, walked 3 steps toward the parking lot, tried, and got half a ring before it dropped. "Signal's trash." "The office landline," I said. We all looked through the office window. Dark inside except for the exit sign and our sleeping laptops, their screens dimmed to dull rectangles. Darla's face changed. Office phone should work on backup. She unlocked the office door. We moved as a group now because nobody wanted to be the one separated. The layout mattered with every step. Pump room at our backs leaking water, pool to our right behind the fence, office ahead with the front desk and security monitor, parking lot beyond the glass door to the left. Inside, the air was warmer without the box fan. My laptop beeped once, then went quiet as if giving up. I checked the upload, failed. Lena went to the landline and lifted the receiver. No dial tone. She pressed the cradle once, twice, nothing. Darla stared at it. That line was repaired in March. Apparently March didn't hold, Nico said. Not helpful, Lena snapped. He flinched. She saw it and softened immediately, but there wasn't room to apologize properly. The security monitor still had power from somewhere, maybe a little battery unit under the counter. The pool feed flickered. Static crawled across it. Then the image steadied. I saw the courtyard in grainy gray, Kellner's empty chair by the open gate, empty. "Where is he?" I said. We turned. Outside, Kellner was not by the chair. He was halfway across the courtyard, staggering toward the parking lot with the towel still wrapped around his wrist. His undershirt clung to his back. He was moving slowly, but moving. "Anton," Darla shouted. He didn't stop. Lena ran after him. Nico followed. I tried, but my ankle refused speed. I limped through the office door and into the humid red light as Lena caught Kellner near the driveway entrance. "I need hospital," he said. "We know. I drive. You are not driving. My rental is there." He pointed toward a silver sedan parked 2 spaces from our SUV. Nico looked at the road. "Maybe he's right. We load up. We all leave. Hospital, truck stop, whatever." For a second, that seemed like the clean exit we had missed. Then the motel sign popped. A hard flash. Shower of orange sparks from the dove's left wing. The sign went black, and at the same moment, the security light over the parking lot died. The whole front lot disappeared into desert dark, broken only by phone flashlights and the far-off smear of headlights on I-40. From the pool area came a deeper sound, a hollow, sucking gulp. Not loud, not movie loud, but physical, mechanical, like a clogged pipe finally taking a breath. Darla whispered, "No." Water began moving faster from the pump room. It spilled through the open door now in a low rush, spreading across the courtyard and following the slope toward the office and parking lot. The pool level looked lower by an inch, maybe 2. The wet tile line showed around the edge. "Main breaker," Lena said. "Now." We couldn't leave without at least trying to stop the flooding. Not with water heading toward the office outlets. Not with Kellner bleeding and the landline dead. Not with our SUV parked downhill near the storm channel that ran along the side of the property. It was all connected in that awful practical way emergencies are connected. One failure leaned into another. Bad wiring, bad drainage, bad signal, bad decisions. Darla led us behind the office through a narrow side passage between the building and a cinder block wall. The passage was barely wide enough for 2 people. On the left was the back of the office and laundry room, stucco patched in different colors. On the right, the wall separated the motel from the closed souvenir shop next door. The ground sloped downward toward the rear alley, where dumpsters sat under a sodium light that was now dead. The service alcove was behind a metal door marked employees only. Darla unlocked it with shaking hands. Inside was the main electrical panel, shelves of cleaning supplies, stacks of folded sheets, and a mop sink with a black hose curled inside. The air smelled like detergent and hot dust. Lena found the main breaker. "This one," Darla nodded. "Everyone clear," Nico backed up with Kellner. I braced my hand on the doorframe. Darla held the flashlight. Lena flipped the breaker down. The emergency lights died. For one clean second, the motel vanished. The dark was complete, desert deep, full of breathing, and the scratch of someone's shoe on concrete. Then our phone lights bobbed back on, one after another, small and inadequate. "Okay," Lena said, "power off." From the courtyard, the water sound continued. Not stopped, not slowed. If anything steadier, Darla's mouth opened. No words came. "That means it's not electric," I said. "It's siphoning," she whispered. "What is?" "The line." "What line?" "The old fill line. or waistline? I don't know. Nico's voice came from behind me. You don't know a lot for someone who told us to stay. That should have made Darla angry. Instead, she looked ruined. We capped an old cistern under the courtyard 2 years ago, she said. Owner didn't want to excavate. Said it was abandoned. Said the engineering report was overkill. There it was. Not a ghost. Not an abyss from nowhere. A cheap motel, an old underground cistern, neglected plumbing, and an owner who didn't want to pay for the truth. Grounded, plausible. Somehow worse. How big? Lena asked. Old rainwater storage, maybe. Original property had service bays. I don't know. You keep saying that. I manage rooms, Darla snapped. I don't own what's under them. Kellner leaned against the wall, sweating. Hospital, please. We need the car, Nico said. Now, we went back through the side passage toward the front lot. Or tried to. Halfway there, the concrete under the courtyard gave a heavy cracking sound. We all stopped. A line opened across the pool deck near the 5-foot marker. Not a dramatic split. A seam. Thin at first, then widening enough for water to thread through it. The pool fence shuddered, one post dipping a fraction lower than it had been. The towel and torn net were gone again. The pool water slid toward the center, circling slow. Then the concrete between the pump room and the pool sank 2 inches with a wet crunch. Lena said, "Move." We moved. Fast, limping, stumbling, Nico supporting Kellner now, Darla hobbling on her injured knee, me trying not to put full weight on my right foot. We reached the parking lot and aimed for the SUV. The key fob was in my tote bag. My tote bag was in the office. I stopped so abruptly Lena nearly hit me. "What?" she said. "My keys." "No, in the office. Mara." I left the bag by the table when we ran out. Nico looked toward the road. "We can take Kellner's car." Kellner patted his pockets with his good hand, then stared at us. "My keys are with wallet. In the pool." Of course they were. For a moment, all I could hear was my own breathing and the scrape of water running across concrete behind us. The SUV was right there, 10 yards away, ladder straps black against the roof in the dark. Shelter, exit, engine, gone, and locked. Lena said, "We go to the road and flag someone." A pair of headlights appeared on Route 66 before she finished. Nico ran toward the curb, waving both arms and his phone light. The vehicle slowed. For a second, hope flared so hard it hurt. Then we saw it was not stopping for us. It was turning into the motel. A white work van rolled into the lot, tires crunching over gravel. No company logo. Driver's window cracked. Headlights shining straight into our faces. Darla made a sound I didn't like. "What?" I asked. The van stopped between us and the driveway exit. A man stepped out, mid-50s, male, heavyset, wearing jeans and a short-sleeved button-down. He had a flashlight in one hand and a ring of keys in the other. Darla whispered his name before he said anything. Frank. Frank Sutter, 57, male, from Clovis, New Mexico, was the motel owner, though he looked less like a businessman than a man who spent his days driving between properties and telling other people to stretch bad fixes another season. He swept his light across us, then toward the courtyard, where water glimmered in moving sheets. "What did you do?" he asked Darla. Darla's face hardened. "What did I do? You shut off the main. The courtyard is sinking." Frank cursed and started toward the office. Nobody called city utilities. Phones are dead, Lena said. He ignored her. Nico stepped in front of him. We need to get an injured man to a hospital. Frank looked at Kellner's towel-wrapped wrist, then at the camcorder in Nico's hand. You filming? Nico didn't answer. Frank pointed at him. Turn that off. No, Nico said. Frank moved too fast for his size. He grabbed for the camera. Nico jerked back. Kellner stumbled. Lena shoved Frank's arm away. Don't touch him, she said. The courtyard cracked again. Louder this time. Everyone turned. The pool fence leaned inward. One section of concrete near the pump room collapsed with a heavy splash into whatever space had opened below. The sound was not bottomless. It hit something. Water, debris, maybe mud. But it was deep enough to make the 5-foot marker a lie. Frank went pale. Darla said very softly, You knew. Frank said nothing. Behind him, the van idled, blocking the driveway. Behind us, our SUV sat locked. The office held my keys and our laptops. Kellner's keys were somewhere in the pool. The road was close enough to hear tires passing, but too far to feel reachable with the ground failing under the courtyard, and an owner now more afraid of evidence than injury. Then the office floor gave way. Not all of it, just the back corner nearest the pool, where our table had been. The window burst outward with a flat crack, and the round table tilted, legs scraping tile. My laptop slid toward the broken gap, screen glowing faintly on battery power. So did my tote bag. I saw the strap catch on a chair leg, saw it hold, saw it slip halfway free. Inside that bag were the SUV keys, my wallet, my medication, my phone charger, and the only clean copy of the day's handwritten claim notes. Lena grabbed my wrist. Do not. The bag dangled. The water below the office floor splashed against broken concrete. Frank shouted, everybody away from the building. Darla yelled over him, there's a shutoff in the pump room crawl space. Frank turned on her. Shut up. That was the point of no return. Not the collapse, not the water, not even the van blocking the exit. It was the way Frank said shut up. Because in that instant, every one of us understood the same thing. The danger under the pool was real. The people responsible had known enough to hide it. And the only car keys we had were hanging over a widening hole inside a building that might keep sinking. Then my tote bag slipped another inch. Lena's grip tightened hard enough to hurt. Mara, she said, but I was already looking for a way back in. The office was still standing, but only in the way a drunk man stands with one hand on a wall. The front half looked almost normal. Counter postcard rack, bell, the little framed photograph of the motel from the 70s still hanging straight above the coffee machine. Behind it, the room had broken open. The back corner had dropped maybe 3 feet, taking part of the tile floor with it. The round table tilted into the gap. One chair had vanished. The other was wedged sideways against torn carpet and splintered plywood, holding my tote bag by one strap. The bag swung gently. Below it, water slapped concrete in the dark. My laptop had slid farther down and lay, half open on a broken slab, screen cracked, but still glowing blue-white. It lit the underside of the office like a weak aquarium light. I could see rebar, mud, a pipe running where no pipe should have been exposed. The old cistern wasn't directly under the pool only. It reached beneath the building. Lena held my wrist. "Mara," she said again. I couldn't look away from the bag. The SUV keys were in there. So was everything that proved we had been there for work, not trespassing or exaggerating, or whatever Frank was going to claim once he got his story straight. My phone battery was already under 20%. Kellner was bleeding through his towel. Darla's knee had swollen round and shiny. Nico had footage, but footage did not drive us away. Frank pushed past Darla toward the office door. "Nobody goes in there." Lena turned on him. "You don't get to give orders. This is my property. Your property is collapsing, and you people are making it worse." Nico raised the camcorder. Frank saw the red recording light and moved toward him again. "I told you to shut that off." Nico backed up until his shoulders hit our locked SUV. "Then stop doing things worth filming." Frank lunged. Kellner, who had been slumped against the passenger side of the silver rental, stuck out one foot. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't brave in the polished way stories make bravery look. He just shifted his leg at the wrong right moment, and Frank's boot caught it. Frank went down hard on one knee. Nico jumped away. Frank swore and came up swinging. Lena stepped in front of Nico. "Touch him, and I swear to God," a crack split the air behind us. Not glass, concrete. Everyone froze. The pool deck at the deep end curve dropped another inch. The fence bowed inward with a metallic shriek. Water poured from the pool through the new seam in the deck, vanishing under broken concrete. The pool level was low enough now that the top tile line showed all the way around. The painted numbers looked absurd. 5 FT, a lie with chipped edges. Darla staggered toward Frank. "You need to move the van." Frank stared at the courtyard. "Frank," she said, "move the van." He shook his head once, like waking. "Nobody leaves until I know what he filmed." Nico laughed, high and sharp. "Are you serious?" Frank pointed at him. "That video is my motel." "No," Lena said, "that video is evidence." The word changed the air. Frank's face hardened. Darla saw it and stepped between him and us. "Enough," she said. "You're going to kill somebody over a claim." Frank looked at her with a kind of disgust that made me understand years of her life in 1 second. "You already opened your mouth." The office groaned behind me. The tote bag slipped another inch. I moved. Lena grabbed for me, but pain made me faster in a stupid, jagged way. I hobbled through the office door, using the counter to take weight off my ankle. "Mara," she shouted, "I can reach it." "No, you cannot." I didn't answer. I was already inside. The floor under my good foot felt solid until it didn't. Not a collapse. A give. A soft flex beneath the tile, like stepping on wet cardboard. I shifted toward the counter, keeping my body low. The air inside the office smelled of dust, wet insulation, hot plastic, and chlorine. The landline hung off the desk, receiver swinging on its cord, tapping the wood with a small, stupid sound. Tap, tap, tap. I grabbed the counter edge and leaned toward the broken part of the floor. The bag was 6 feet away, maybe 7. The chair leg held it by the strap, but the chair itself was slowly grinding downward, dragged by weight and vibration and gravity. Below, water moved around broken slabs. Not a whirlpool, not magic. A drainage void filling and emptying at the same time, the old cistern swallowing water faster than the pool and pump lines could equalize. That was all. That was enough. "Mara, come back," Lena said from the doorway. Her voice had changed. It was not anger anymore. It was fear stripped clean. "I need the keys. We'll break a window. The keys are faster. That floor won't hold. I know." Nico appeared behind her with the camcorder still in one hand and a tire iron in the other. "I can smash the SUV window." I looked back. "Then smash it." He blinked. For half a breath, nobody moved. Then Lena said, "Nico, go." He ran toward the SUV. Frank shouted, "Hey," Darla blocked him. "Let them." Frank shoved her aside, not hard enough to throw her, but enough. Her bad knee buckled. She hit the wet pavement with a cry that was small and furious. That snapped something in Lena. She went for Frank, not with a punch. Lena was practical, even enraged. She grabbed the stiff gray rope from the old life ring bolted near the pool fence, yanked it free from its cracked bracket, and looped it around Frank's forearm as he tried to pass. He turned, confused, and she pulled with her whole weight. Frank slipped on the wet concrete. He hit the ground shoulder first. Nico reached the SUV and swung the tire iron at the rear passenger window. The first hit bounced, hit the corner, shouted. He repositioned, breathing hard, and swung again. Glass cracked but held. The chair inside the office shifted. My tote bag slid lower. I lunged without thinking. My bad ankle folded. Pain went white behind my eyes. I dropped to one knee on the tile, and the floor cracked under me. The crack ran like a black thread from my knee toward the gap. I stopped breathing. Outside, everything became sound. Lena grunting, Frank cursing, Nico hammering glass, Kellner moaning in German or English or both, the pool draining with that wet throat noise. I set one hand flat on the floor. It trembled. "Mara," Lena said. I crawled backward 1 inch. The floor held. Another inch held. The tote bag slipped free. It fell. I grabbed the strap. My shoulder nearly tore from the socket. The bag swung over the hole, heavy with all the useless pieces of my life, and for a second it pulled me forward. My hand clenched around the strap so hard the nylon burned my palm. Under me, the broken floor tilted. The world shifted. My hips slid. My boots scraped tile. Then I was going into the gap. There wasn't time for a clean scream. I made a sound like I'd been punched, and the counter edge slid past my fingers. My bad ankle hit something. My ribs struck the lip of broken floor. The bag slammed against my chest. Then cold, warm water took my legs, not deep enough to swallow me, deep enough to prove the floor had lied. I was wedged at the waist in the collapsed corner, half in the office, half in the old cistern water beneath it. Broken tile scraped my stomach. Mud sucked at my boots. Something hard knocked against my shin. My ankle sent pain upward in hot bursts, and below my knees, there was no bottom I could feel. I kicked once. My foot found nothing. The old fear opened inside me so completely that for a second I was 9 years old again. Weeds around my ankle, like water in my mouth, laughter muffled above the dock. I froze. That almost killed me, because freezing made me sink. The broken edge pressed into my ribs as my weight slid lower. The tote bag floated against my chest. Water rose up my shirt, warm from the pipes and dirt cold from the cistern below. "Mara," Lena screamed. I could see her through the office doorway, red emergency light behind her, Frank on the ground, Darla clutching her knee, Nico still at the SUV. "I'm stuck," I said. It came out calm. Too calm. Lena grabbed the life ring rope and threw one end toward me. It fell short. "Again," I shouted. She hauled it back. Threw again. This time, the stiff rope slapped across the broken floor near my hand. I caught it. "Tie it under your arms," she yelled. "I can't." The bag was in the way. My arms shook. The water pulled at my legs with every surge from the pool and pump lines. Not a hand, not a monster, just suction and current inside a structure that was failing around me. Nico finally broke the SUV window. Glass fell inward with a bright crash. Frank heard it and tried to get up. Kellner moved first. He pushed himself off the car, staggered 2 steps, and slammed his good shoulder into Frank. Both men went down again. Kellner cried out and curled around his injured wrist, but Frank stayed down longer this time. "Nico," Lena shouted. "Keys. I'm getting them." "No rope." Nico looked from the smashed window to me. The choice cut across his face. He dropped the tire iron and ran back. I wrapped the rope around my forearm once. It slipped on wet skin. I tried again. My fingers were clumsy. My teeth chattered though the air was warm. The office floor cracked wider. A chunk near my left elbow broke away and splashed below. I sank another inch. Water reached my sternum. Short breaths now. In through the nose, out through the mouth. "Mara, look at me," Lena said. I did. Her face was wet, hair stuck to her cheeks. Eyes bright with panic, she was refusing to obey. "Do not look down," she said. "I'm trying. You're doing it." "I'm not." "You are." Nico arrived beside her and grabbed the rope. "On 3. "Not yet," Lena said. "She'll tear herself open on the tile. She's sinking." "I know that." Darla crawled toward the office door, dragging her bad leg. "Use the skimmer pole." The broken pole lay near the pool fence. Lena saw it. "Nico." He ran again, almost slipped, caught himself on the fence, grabbed the bent pole, and shoved it through the office doorway toward me. "Mara," he said, breathless. "Push with this. Keep your body off the edge." I grabbed the pole with my free hand and jammed the bent end against a broken concrete slab below the water. It slid. I shoved harder. It caught on something. For 1 second, I had leverage. "Now," Lena yelled. They pulled. The rope dug into my arm. The tile lips scraped my ribs and stomach. I screamed then, properly, because the pain left no room for pride. The skimmer pole bent. My left boot came loose underwater. Something released below me with a wet pop. My leg shot upward, and I kicked nothing. They pulled again. I slid forward onto the broken office floor, coughing, shaking, dragging mud and water, and one bare-socked foot behind me. My ankle hit the tile, and I nearly blacked out. Lena and Nico hauled me all the way to the counter. The moment my hips cleared the gap, the section where I'd been trapped collapsed fully into the cistern with a heavy splash. My tote bag was still clutched against me. I laughed once. It sounded terrible. Lena slapped my shoulder, not hard. "Don't you ever." "I know." "No, you don't." "I know." Nico rolled onto his back on the office floor, breathing like he'd sprinted a mile. "I got that on camera." Lena looked ready to kill him. He lifted one hand weakly. Sorry, coping. There was no time to stay there. The office was going. We all felt it now. The floor trembled under our bodies. The front counter tilted slightly toward the damaged corner. Postcards slid from the rack and scattered into the water below, pictures of neon signs and desert sunsets floating on filthy black water. I fumbled the tote bag open. My hands barely worked, but the keys were there. So was my phone charger wallet, the crumpled claim notes, all of it soaked but present. Keys, I said. Lena snatched them. Outside, Frank was on his feet again. He had the tire iron. Kellner was down on one knee, bleeding through the towel. Darla had pulled herself against the fence and was trying to stand. Frank looked from the smashed SUV window to Nico's camcorder on the wet concrete, where he must have dropped it before helping me. Frank went for the camera. Nico saw him. No. He scrambled up, but he was too far. Darla was. She grabbed the skimmer pole from the office threshold and swung it low, not at Frank's head, not like a movie, but at his shins. The bent aluminum caught both legs. Frank stumbled, stepped backward to catch himself, and put one boot onto the cracked section by the pool fence. The concrete gave. His leg punched through up to the knee. He screamed. Not a villain scream, a human one. Shocked, ugly. Animal. Lena had the SUV unlocked now. The horn chirped once in the dark. Move, she shouted. We moved. Nico grabbed his camcorder from the concrete as he passed. Darla tried to crawl toward Frank. Leave him, Nico yelled. Darla looked at Frank, then at us, then back at Frank. Frank clawed at the broken concrete, trying to pull his trapped leg free. Help me, Darla's face folded with rage and pity at the same time. Damn you, she said. She crawled to him. So did Kellner. So did Lena, after shoving me against the SUV. No, I said. She ignored me. They didn't go near the pool edge. They used the rope. Lena looped it around Frank's chest from behind while Darla and Kellner kept back from the broken section. Nico, shaking, tied the other end to the SUV's trailer hitch with a knot that looked terrible, but held when he leaned back on it. Slow, Lena told me. I was behind the wheel because I had the least useful body for pulling and the most useful position for moving the car. My hands shook on the key. The engine turned over. Blessed, ordinary sound. The dashboard lit up, gas, temperature, seatbelt warning. A world of systems that still worked. Reverse, Nico shouted. I eased back. The rope tightened. Frank screamed again. Stop, Lena yelled. I stopped. Frank's leg came free with a sucking crack, and he collapsed onto the wet concrete. He was alive. Hurt badly, maybe, but alive. The courtyard gave another deep shudder. The pool fence folded inward. Get in, Lena shouted. Darla and Kellner half dragged Frank toward the SUV. There was no room, but room is something you invent when the ground is failing. Nico climbed into the cargo area with the broken glass. Kellner got in beside him, clutching his wrist. Darla shoved Frank into the back seat and fell in after him. Lena climbed into the passenger side and slammed the door. Go, she said. The van still blocked the driveway. I stared through the windshield at its white rear doors. Seatbelts, I said stupidly. Mara. I put the SUV in drive. My right foot, the injured one, hovered over the gas pedal. Pain pulsed up my leg. I pressed anyway. The SUV jumped forward. The front bumper hit Frank's van with a dull, ugly bang. Not enough. I reversed a few feet, hit it again. Harder. The van shifted sideways, tires scraping gravel. Again. The third hit bent the van's rear panel and shoved it just far enough to open a crooked gap between bumper and curb. I threaded the SUV through it, with the driver's side mirror scraping metal all the way. Behind us, the office window frame twisted. The pool deck cracked open in a jagged crescent from the pump room to the 5-foot marker. Water, tile, fence, chairs, and the old life ring bracket slid inward together. It did not look endless. It looked like neglect finally collecting payment. We bounced over the driveway lip onto Route 66. Nobody spoke for half a mile. Then Nico said from the back, voice shaking, "I still have the camera." Lena leaned her head against the window. Darla started to cry without making any sound. Frank groaned. Kellner whispered, "Hospital." I drove toward the interstate lights with one shoe, one swollen ankle, mud up to my ribs, and the feeling that part of me was still in that water, kicking for a bottom that never came. The first person who believed us was a nurse named Carla. Not the police. Not the night clerk at the hospital intake desk. Not the state trooper who found us parked crooked outside the emergency entrance with a busted passenger window, mud in the seats, and Frank Sutter bleeding through his jeans while threatening to sue everyone within earshot. Carla believed us because she looked at me and said, "Pool collapse." I was sitting in a wheelchair I didn't remember agreeing to, one sock on, one foot bare and gray with mud. My shirt was torn at the ribs. My hands had little half-moon cuts across the palms from tile and nylon rope. The tote bag sat in my lap like a dead animal. I blinked at her. "What?" She nodded toward the mud dried across my legs. "I've seen sinkhole water before. Smells like old concrete." That was the first normal sentence anyone had said since we left the motel, and it almost undid me. We had made it to Dr. Dan C. Trigg Memorial Hospital in Tucumcari in something under 10 minutes, though I couldn't have told you the route without looking at a map afterward. I remembered yellow lines flashing under the headlights. Lena in the passenger seat, one hand braced against the dashboard, calling 911 again and again until the signal finally held. Nico in the back, talking too fast, trying to keep Kellner awake. Darla pressed into the door with both hands over her knee, whispering, I told him, like that was a prayer. Frank groaning, and then cursing, and then going quiet whenever Lena turned around and told him to shut up. The hospital entrance was too bright. That was what I noticed. Not the relief of it, not safety, just the brightness. Fluorescent white spilling over automatic doors, over wheelchairs, over a vending machine selling bottled water like water, had not just tried to keep part of me. Carla took command before any of us could explain ourselves into uselessness. Mara Venn, 32, female, from Ohio. Possible ankle fracture, lacerations across torso and palms, chlorine exposure, shock. Lena Ortiz, 29, female, from Denver. Bruised forearms, rope burns, exhaustion, refusing treatment until everyone else got seen. Nico Ortiz, 22, male, from Denver. Minor cuts from broken glass, shaking hands, still clutching the camcorder like someone might rip it out of his grip. Darla Pike, 54, female, from Amarillo, Texas. Injured knee, possible ligament damage, stress response, guilt so visible it seemed like another wound. Anton Kellner, 51, male, from Hamburg, Germany. Deep wrist laceration, tendon strain, mild hypothermia from wet clothes and shock. Still asking about his wallet in a voice that had gone small. Frank Sutter, 57, male, from Clovis, New Mexico. Crushed lower leg, possible tibia fracture, head contusion, and an attitude that got him assigned a security guard before the first hour was over. They separated us after triage. I didn't like that. Lena argued until Carla pointed at the mud on my shirt and said, "Your friend inhaled half a building. Let us check her lungs." "I didn't inhale a building," I said. Carla leaned close. "Honey, you smell like a basement with a pool license." That made Nico laugh once, a sharp, cracked sound. Then he covered his face with both hands. Lena's expression softened, but only for a second. "I'm right outside," she told me. I nodded. I thought I was fine until they asked me to lie back. The paper on the exam table crinkled under me, and the sound became water. The overhead light became the pool light flickering under the surface. When the nurse cut my shirt away from the scraped skin along my ribs, I grabbed her wrist without meaning to. "Sorry," I said immediately. She didn't pull away fast. She just waited. "You're okay. I know. You don't have to know yet." That was when I cried, not loudly, not in a way that made people rush in. It was worse than that. Quiet, embarrassing, uncontrollable leaking. I lay there staring at ceiling tiles while tears slid into my ears, furious at myself, because crying made it harder to answer questions, and questions mattered. Where had I fallen? How long had I been partially submerged? Had I hit my head? Could I feel all my toes? Did I know what day it was? "Sunday," I said. "No, Saturday." Wait, it was still Saturday in New Mexico. My phone had crossed time zones so many times that week I didn't trust it. The doctor came in, pressed along my ankle, and I made a sound that brought Lena back to the doorway despite whatever they had told her. "Sprain," he said after x-rays. "Bad one. No fracture. Ribs bruised, not broken. Cuts need cleaning, not stitches. You're lucky." I hated that word. Lucky was what people called it when they didn't have to feel the whole shape of what almost happened. Kellner needed stitches. Darla needed a brace and follow-up imaging. Frank's leg was worse. He went to imaging under protest, still demanding to know where his van was and who had authorized us to hit it. Lena told the deputy I authorized it. The deputy, a broad woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Ruiz, looked from Lena to me to Nico. "You were driving." "I was," I said. "Your vehicle, rental. You hit Mr. Sutter's van to exit the property. It was blocking the driveway. Was it disabled?" "No." "Was Mr. Sutter able to move it?" "Yes." Ruiz looked toward the hallway where Frank had been wheeled away. "And did he refuse?" Lena said. "He was more worried about the camera." Nico lifted the camcorder. Deputy Ruiz looked at it like it was either going to solve her night or ruin it. "Do not delete anything," she said. Nico almost smiled. "Wasn't planning to." They watched the footage in a small family consultation room with vending machine coffee and a box of tissues on the table. I sat with my ankle wrapped and elevated on a second chair, hospital blanket around my shoulders, wet tote bag on the floor between my feet. Lena sat beside me, so close her knee touched mine. Nico connected the camcorder to his laptop with a cable he somehow still had in his backpack. His hands shook too much at first, so Lena took the cable and plugged it in for him. The footage was worse than memory in some ways and kinder in others. Memory had made the pool into a mouth. The video made it into infrastructure. A cheap courtyard under bad lights. Water moving where grade and drainage told it to move. A man slipping. A pole bending. Concrete cracking. Darla's broken valve handle skittering across wet floor. Frank grabbing for the camera. Me disappearing halfway into the office floor, not dramatically, not like a movie fall, but with a quick, ugly slide that made Lena turn her face away from the screen. Deputy Ruiz watched all of it without interrupting. Beside her stood a city fire captain in a navy jacket, a building inspector with his hair smashed flat from being called out of bed, and a younger officer taking notes. At 2:13 a.m., the fire captain paused the footage on a frame of the pool deck cracking in a crescent near the 5-foot marker. "That's undermining," he said. The inspector nodded slowly. "Void under the slab. Maybe old cistern. Maybe failed fill." Darla, seated at the far end of the table with her knee braced, said, "I told Frank the deck was settling." Frank was not in the room. That helped. Deputy Ruiz looked at her. "When?" Darla swallowed. "First time last summer." The inspector wrote that down. "Nobody came?" Lena asked. Darla's mouth trembled. She tightened it until the trembling stopped. "A contractor came. Said we needed ground-penetrating radar or excavation. Frank said he'd handle it after season." "What season?" Nico asked, not unkindly. "It's a roadside motel." Darla looked down. Nobody answered because everybody knew the answer. Season meant money. It meant later. It meant keep taking reservations while the ground made small noises under the paint. By dawn, the Paloma Motor Lodge was behind barricades. We didn't go back immediately. None of us could. Police took statements at the hospital, then again in the morning after coffee that tasted like the inside of a paper sleeve. Fire crews had already evacuated the remaining guests. Nobody else was hurt. Mr. Kellner's rental car keys were not recovered, though his wallet turned up later in the debris near the broken pool return line, swollen with water and full of grit. His passport card survived. He cried when they gave it back. He pretended he didn't. Frank was treated under guard, then formally questioned after surgery. I don't know what exact charge stuck first. Reckless endangerment, obstruction, code violations, insurance fraud, maybe some combination that sounded cleaner on paper than it felt in the body. What mattered at the time was that he stopped talking to us directly. A lawyer appeared by noon and began using phrases like catastrophic unforeseeable failure and guest interference. Nico's footage made that difficult for him. So did Darla. She gave them emails, photos, maintenance notes, dates, receipts for patch jobs on the pool deck, a contractor's estimate with the words subsurface void investigation highlighted in yellow. She had kept copies in a folder behind the front desk, which survived because the counter leaned, but did not fall. I thought I was protecting my job, she told me later, while we waited for our rides outside the hospital. Then I thought I was protecting guests by watching the pool myself. That sounds stupid when I say it. It sounds human, I said. She looked at me. Not the same thing as right. No. She nodded once, like that was fair. Craig, our supervisor, called at 8:04 a.m. I let it ring. Then I answered, because stubbornness does not vanish after one near-death experience. It just limps. Mara, he said, I need those Amarillo uploads, clients asking. I looked at my wrapped ankle, the hospital bracelet, the dried gray mud still under my fingernails despite 3 scrubbings. We were in an accident, I said. There was a pause. Car accident. No. Another pause. Longer. Are you able to send the files? Lena, sitting beside me in the hospital waiting area, slowly turned her head. I put Craig on speaker. Craig, she said, listen very carefully. We are at a hospital. A motel collapsed. Mara fell into a hole under the office. Nico has glass cuts. We pulled an injured guest out of a failing pool deck. You are going to email the client yourself and say there has been an emergency. Craig said nothing. Lena added, and if you ask for the uploads again, I'm sending you the video. Craig cleared his throat. Take the day, Nico, from the chair across from us, murmured, generous king. I laughed. It hurt my ribs. That hurt made it real again, but not all the way. The strange thing about aftermath is how quickly the world tries to smooth itself over. Discharge papers, insurance forms, pharmacy pickup, rental car, company hold music, a deputy asking if my tote bag had been damaged, a vending machine accepting my card for pretzels, morning sun coming through the hospital windows, like nothing underneath the earth had shifted. We stayed another night in Tucumcari, but not at a motel with a pool. Lena found us a room at a chain hotel near the interstate, 3rd floor, interior hallway, no courtyard. She checked the bathroom floor for cracks before she let me sit down. Nico checked the locks without joking about it. I lay on the bed with my ankle elevated on 2 pillows and listened to showers running in other rooms through the pipes. Every rush of water made my hands clench. At 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of the ice machine down the hall dropping cubes into its bin. For 1 second, I was back in the Paloma courtyard, hearing the pump stop. Then Lena's voice came from the other bed. You awake? Yeah, me too. Nico was asleep on the pull-out chair, camcorder case hugged against his chest. Backed the footage up to 3 places before lying down. Cloud drive, external drive, email to Deputy Ruiz. He told us he was being practical, but I saw him check each upload twice, then a 3rd time, like proof could evaporate if he stopped watching it. You okay? Lena asked. No, good. I was going to be annoyed if you said yes. I stared at the ceiling. The room smelled like hotel shampoo and overworked air conditioning. I froze, I said. When? In the hole. You also caught the rope. After, you survived after, that counts. I wanted to argue. I wanted to say survival wasn't a virtue when other people had to drag you out. I wanted to say I had been stupid for going in, stupid for needing the keys, stupid for thinking every problem could be solved by getting closer to it. Instead, I said, I'm sorry. Lena was quiet for a while, then she said, I'm angry. I know. I'm not only angry at you. I know. I am partly angry at you. That's fair. The The air conditioner kicked on with a soft rattle. She turned onto her side, facing me in the dim. "Next time, we break the window first." I smiled even though my mouth felt stiff. "Next time, you know what I mean." I did. There would be no next time, not like that. But there would be other moments, other bad floors, other choices where responsibility dressed itself up as necessity and asked me to step forward when I should step back. That was the part I had to learn, not in a dramatic single revelation, but slowly, probably badly, with Lena reminding me until I could remind myself. The Paloma came down in pieces over the next month. I followed the local news more than I should have. Partial collapse of historic Route 66 Motor Lodge. Subsurface water damage. Unpermitted structural patches. Former owner facing multiple charges. City reviewing older motel pool inspections. The articles made it sound dry and inevitable, which I suppose it was. Darla cooperated with investigators and left motel work. Last I heard, she was staying with her sister in Amarillo and doing bookkeeping for a plumbing company. A detail so neat it felt invented, until she texted me a picture of her new desk with a cactus in a chipped mug. Kellner went back to Germany after several delays, though he sent Nico one email with the subject line "proof of life" and a photo of his stitched wrist giving a thumbs up beside a beer. Frank's lawyer argued about everything. Nico's footage answered most of it. As for us, we kept working for a while, then Lena quit before I did, which surprised exactly no one. Nico went home to Denver and edited nothing from the tape. He said he might someday, but not yet. The raw file stayed raw. I took 6 weeks off because my ankle demanded it, and because, for once, I did not negotiate with a damaged thing by pretending it was whole. The bruise along my ribs bloomed purple, then yellow, then vanished. The cuts across my palms healed into pale little lines. My ankle still clicks when rain is coming. It sounds like a tiny dry twig snapping underfoot. I can swim. I still can. That's the thing people ask carefully when they know part of the story. I tell them yes, because it's true. I can swim across a clean hotel pool in daylight. I can stand in the shallow end with my feet flat and my eyes on the drain cover. I can even laugh if somebody splashes me, as long as they don't grab my ankle under the water. But I read depth markers now. I look at pool decks. I notice hairline cracks, rust stains around fence posts, places where concrete slopes toward a drain that doesn't quite sit level. I listen for pumps that sound strained. I pay attention when a pool light flickers under the surface. Last winter, months after everything, Deputy Ruiz emailed Nico to ask for another copy of one segment of the footage. The file he sent her had corrupted around the moment I slipped into the office floor. Not all of it, just 8 seconds. The backup on his external drive had the same glitch. So did the cloud copy. In the missing piece, there should have been nothing mysterious. Just me falling, Lena throwing the rope, water slapping broken concrete, the laptop glow under the floor. Compression failure, Nico said. Damaged camera. Moisture got in. Normal reasons. I believe that, mostly. But the frame before the glitch is frozen on my tote bag swinging over the hole. Below it, old cistern water, there is a pale rectangle drifting upward from the dark. Probably insulation, probably paper, probably the motel towel, dragged there by current through a broken return line and lifted back by trapped air. That is the explanation I use. It works during the day. At night, when a faucet runs too long in the next room and the pipes behind the wall begin to tick, I remember the towel bumping the pool tile like a patient knock. Once, then again, then again. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that didn't make sense was the sign. Not the fog, not at first. Fog rolled in off the coast all the time in western Oregon, especially on the old two-lane roads where the trees crowded close. And every ditch smelled like wet bark and engine oil. But the sign was wrong in a way my brain kept trying to sand smooth. It stood at the corner of a narrow road I knew should have been called Any Porter Creek Road, because I had taken it twice that week already. And instead of Porter Creek, the green metal plate said, Ravnik letter 3DF, Eltmar white letters, reflective paint, same state approved font, or close enough that it almost passed. The post was rusted at the base. The bolts had the little halos of grime you get after years of rain. I sat there with my foot hovering over the brake, windshield wipers dragging mist into dull arcs. And for one ridiculous second, I thought maybe it was a prank by bored teenagers with access to a sign shop. Then my GPS said, in its calm little phone voice, continue straight for 0.2 miles. And that was somehow worse. My name is Owen Price, 31, male, born in Tacoma, and currently living out of a cramped rental in Portland, while I tried to pretend freelance mapping work was a stable career. I wasn't supposed to be out there that late. I had taken a contract photographing road conditions for a county subcontractor, culverts, potholes, storm-washed shoulders, the kind of work nobody notices unless it fails. And I had dragged 2 friends along because I bribed them with gas station coffee and the promise of dinner in Astoria afterward. The truth was I hated driving rural roads at night by myself. I could dress it up as efficiency or safety protocol, but it came down to one old fear I never liked naming. When I was 17, I got lost on a logging road outside Eatonville during a storm. No cell service, no map, just my own stubbornness, and 4 hours of dark trees scraping the truck. Since then, wrong turns made my chest feel crowded. Why'd you stop? Mara asked from the passenger seat. Mara Voss, 32, female, was from Hamburg originally, and had lived in Oregon long enough to complain about American bread like it had personally wronged her. She was a field audio technician for a nature documentary crew between jobs, which meant she treated every environment like it had something to say if people would shut up long enough to listen. She had one knee tucked under her, rain jacket zipped to her throat, a thermos between her boots, and a small handheld recorder resting in her lap. She looked past the wipers at the sign and leaned forward. In the back seat, Jamie Bell, 28, male from Boise, lifted his head from the glow of his phone. Jamie worked nights at a hospital lab and had the bleached, blinking look of someone who lived under fluorescent panels. He had come because he was my oldest friend, and because he claimed he wanted a normal spooky drive, not a trauma bonding incident. His humor got sharper when he was anxious. That mattered later. "What language is that?" he said. "That's what I'm trying to figure out," I said. Mara wiped a circle in the passenger window with her sleeve. The fog had thickened so quickly, it looked smeared onto the glass from outside, dense and grainy under the headlights. "Could be a film shoot sign," she said, "or one of those fake town festivals. Scandinavians love extra vowels." "That is not Scandinavian," Jamie said. "That looks like a Wi-Fi password having a stroke." I laughed because he wanted me to, but it came out thin. The road around us was ordinary enough to make the sign feel like a bad edit pasted into a familiar photo. Tall Douglas firs leaned over both shoulders. Blackberry canes climbed the ditch banks. Somewhere off to our right, water ran through a culvert with that hollow knocking sound of runoff hitting corrugated metal. The inside of my Subaru smelled like wet wool, stale fries, and the bitter coffee Mara had spilled into the cup holder outside Vernonia. The dash clock read 10:46 p.m. We had left the main highway only 20 minutes earlier, chasing the last inspection points on my work list. There were 4 more culverts to photograph, and then we could head north, eat something hot, and maybe laugh about how county road names sounded like rejected campground mascots. That had been the plan, a boring plan, my favorite kind. I rolled down my window halfway. Cold fog slid in over my knuckles. It carried the smell of marsh grass and wood smoke, but under that was something metallic, like pennies left in rainwater. The engine ticked at idle. Farther away, too far to place, a dog barked twice and stopped. "Take a picture," Mara said, "already ahead of you." I lifted my phone, framed the sign, and tapped the screen. The camera struggled. It brightened, dimmed, brightened again. For a second, the letters on the sign seemed to flare too white, not glowing, just catching the headlights at a bad angle. Then the phone clicked. Jamie leaned between the seats. "Send that to me." I opened the photo. The image showed the road, the fog, the signpost. The sign itself was blank green. No words. I stared at it long enough that my eyes started watering. "What?" Jamie said. I passed the phone to Mara without speaking. She looked at the photo, then at the sign, then back at the photo. "That is compression," she said too quickly. "It's not compression. Low light, reflective surface, camera processing. It happens." Jamie snatched the phone carefully from her hand. "Okay, yeah, that's cursed adjacent." "It's a road sign," I said. My own voice annoyed me. Flat, defensive, like I was arguing with a parking meter. Mara reached for her recorder and clicked it on. The tiny red light blinked. "What are you doing?" I asked, recording ambience. "Of the sign. Of you two losing your minds next to infrastructure." She smiled when she said it, but she kept her eyes on the fog. That was Mara. She collected evidence before she collected fear. Once, during a minor earthquake, she stood in a doorway holding a microphone toward the rattling cabinets because she wanted to capture the room reacting. Jamie had called it her apocalypse internship. The GPS chirped again. "Continue straight." I checked the map. A pale blue route line crawled through gray-green nothing. According to the phone, we were still exactly where we should have been. Any Porter Creek Road. No weird name. No missing turn. The next culvert point was 12 minutes ahead. "Maybe County replaced the sign with something temporary," I said. Jamie said, "Temporary in what demon Esperanto?" "No demon talk. Fine, municipal Esperanto." Mara reached past me and tapped the hazard button. Orange flashes pulsed against the fog, turning it briefly amber, then gray again. We should not sit in the lane. She was right. The road wasn't busy, but it was narrow, with no real shoulder, just soft gravel slumping into weeds. I eased forward and pulled off as far as I could without dropping the passenger wheels into the ditch. The tires crackled over wet gravel. Beneath that, I heard something scrape under the car, a long plastic rasp. I winced. "What was that?" Jamie asked. "Probably a branch." "Probably," he said, because he knew I hated probably. I put the car in park and killed the headlights. For one moment, the world outside disappeared except for the blinking hazards and a wet silver edge along the road. Then Mara said softly, "Turn them back on." I did. The beams filled with fog so thick it seemed textured, each droplet bright and moving. Beyond 20 feet, the road vanished. Not curved away, not darkened, vanished. The white edge line ran forward and stopped like it had been cut with scissors. "Fog bank," I said. No one answered. We had driven into fog before. Anyone who has spent time near the Oregon coast knows the way it pours over the roads, sudden as someone opening a freezer door. But this had edges. Behind us, in the side mirror, I could see dark road, trees, normal night. Ahead, the fog held its place in a wall, soft and absolute. Jamie made a small clicking sound with his tongue. "Nope. It's coastal air," Mara said. "Temperature drop. Maybe the road dips." "Then why is it only ahead?" "Because that is where the dip is." "Mara, respectfully, your commitment to boring explanations is starting to feel religious." I picked up my phone again and refreshed the map. The signal showed 2 bars of LTE. Not great, not nothing. I opened the county work app. The next inspection marker sat ahead of us, a red dot labeled C17B due tonight. Photos required. If I skipped it, I could probably explain. Washed out conditions. Visibility hazard. The job paid by completed points, though, and I had already lost 2 days that month to a dead alternator, and a client who decided invoices were more like suggestions. My thumb hovered over the screen. Mara noticed. "Owen, I know, you are thinking about the culvert. It's 12 minutes. It's dark, foggy, and the sign is weird." "The sign is weird, yes. The road is still the road." Jamie leaned back with a tired laugh. "That should go on your tombstone. The road is still the road. Very helpful. I'm serious. I vote we turn around, go to Astoria, eat something fried, and report the mystery alphabet to whoever handles haunted signage. I looked behind us. The road we had come from was visible in broken pieces between the hazard flashes. Damp pavement, black trees, a curve about 50 yards back, a normal retreat. Easy. Then my phone buzzed. Not a call, a message from the work app. Location confirmed, C17B access route. Proceed when safe. I hadn't touched anything. Mara saw my face. What now? I showed her. She frowned and took the phone from me. Automated geofence. Yeah, probably triggered when we stopped. Probably, Jamie echoed from the back. And this time nobody laughed. A vehicle approached from behind. At first, it was only the faint hiss of tires on wet pavement. Then a pair of headlights appeared around the bend, low and yellow, through the mist behind us. I felt a stupid rush of relief, so strong it embarrassed me. People made places real. Another car meant we were just 3 adults overreacting to fog, and a sign somebody had messed with. The vehicle slowed as it came up behind us. An older Ford pickup, blue or maybe black under the rain, with a ladder rack and one brake light out. It pulled alongside my window, close enough that I could see mud sprayed up the doors. The driver rolled his window down. He was a white man in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, with a gray beard trimmed short and a baseball cap darkened by moisture. His face had that weathered local look people get from years of working outside in sideways rain. Beside him sat a woman around the same age, hair pulled back, glasses catching dashboard light. Both looked more irritated than frightened, which helped. "You folks all right?" the man called. His voice was rough, practical. "Yeah," I said, leaning toward the window. "Just checking directions." He glanced ahead at the fog. His expression changed a little, not dramatically. The corners of his mouth tightened. "Road, bad tonight," he said. Mara leaned across me. "Do you know if this is still Porter Creek?" The man looked at the sign. For a second, he didn't answer. The woman in the passenger seat touched his arm. Not a grab, 2 fingers on his sleeve. He said, "Should be," Jamie muttered, encouraging. I ignored him. "Does that sign look wrong to you?" The man's eyes moved from me to Mara to the sign again. "County does dumb things." "What language is it?" Mara asked. The woman leaned forward now. Her window was up, but I saw her lips press into a line. The man didn't look at her. "Can't help you there," he said. "You headed through." "We've got a work point up ahead," I said. He sniffed once, like he had an opinion about that. I'd turn around. "Is the road closed?" "Didn't say that." "Was there an accident?" He looked into the fog. The headlights from his truck lit the side of our car and made every bead of water on the glass tremble. "Fog gets bad in that low stretch," he said. "People miss the bend. Ditch is deep. Cell service goes stupid. Happens." That was all believable. Annoyingly believable. Mara asked, "Have you seen the sign like that before?" The woman in the truck said something then, too quiet for me to catch through the glass and engine noise. The man's jaw shifted. He said, "You folks have a good night," and began rolling up his window. "Wait," I said. "Is there another way around? Back to the junction. Take 47 north, then cut over." "That adds 40 minutes," I said before I could stop myself. He gave me a look with no sympathy in it. 40 minutes is cheap. Then the pickup pulled forward, its tires hissing. I expected it to pass into the fog ahead of us. It didn't. It made a careful 3-point turn in the road, backing toward the ditch, then straightened out and drove back the way it had come. Its taillights shrank into red smears and vanished around the bend behind us. Inside the Subaru, no one spoke. The hazards clicked. Tick, tick, tick. Mara turned off her recorder. The small plastic button made a hard little snap. Jamie said, "I would like to officially upgrade my vote." I rubbed both hands over my face. My palms smelled like steering wheel vinyl and cold coffee. The reasonable choice was behind us. Turn around. Lose the job point. Eat the cost. Send the weird sign photo blank or not to the county contact in the morning and make it someone else's problem. But the road ahead was still technically open. My GPS still showed the route. The work app still expected me to proceed. And under the fear, under the old memory of dark logging roads and my younger self trying not to cry behind a wheel, something stubborn stirred. I hated that part of me. The part that believed backing away would prove the fear had been right all along. Mara must have seen it. "Owen," she said, quieter now, "this is not about finishing the list." I looked at her. The fog pressed against the headlights, rolling in slow folds. Ahead past the strange sign, the white edge line disappeared into it. Jamie leaned forward between the seats, his voice low and stripped of jokes. "We go back right." My phone buzzed again in the cup holder. This time it wasn't the work app. It was my GPS rerouting itself. The blue line flickered, jumped, and redrew. "Straight ahead. Proceed to route," it said. No one touched the screen. Mara's hand moved to the door handle, not opening it, just resting there. Behind us was the road back to the junction, the man in the pickup's warning, and a long detour that would cost me a contract I needed more than I wanted to admit. Ahead was a fog bank with hard edges, a sign that my eyes could read, but my camera could not. And 12 minutes of road my phone insisted still existed. I kept my foot on the brake. The engine idled. The choice sat there with us, breathing in the vents. I should have turned around. I know that now with the clean, useless certainty that comes after a bad choice, when every detail arranges itself into a warning you were too proud, or too tired, or too scared to respect. At the time, sitting there with my foot on the brake and the fog packed into the headlights, it didn't feel like a bad choice. It felt like a small professional risk. One last culvert. 12 minutes in, 12 minutes out. A contract saved. A story to complain about over dinner. I said, "We'll go slow." Jamie made a sound from the back seat. Not a word, more like air leaving a tire. Mara turned toward me. "Owen, I'm not bombing through it," I said. 5 miles an hour if we have to. We get to see 17B, take the photos, and turn around. And if visibility drops to nothing, then we stop. And if someone comes behind us, then they'll see the hazards. Jamie leaned forward between the seats, his face pale in the dash glow. "You hear yourself, right? You sound like a guy in a workplace safety video right before the narrator starts using past tense." I almost snapped at him. The words rose fast and hot. Then get out, walk back, call an Uber from the haunted tree road. But he was scared, and I was scared, and anger was just fear wearing a jacket. I swallowed it. 1 point, I said, quieter. That's all. Mara watched me for a second longer. Her eyes were not angry. That made it worse. Fine, she said, but we record the drive. GPS-audio. If the road gets bad, we leave. No argument. I nodded, though even then I heard the little loophole in it. If the road gets bad. As if we could all agree on the exact moment bad began. She set her phone against the windshield with a rubber mount from her field bag and opened the video camera. Jamie, after muttering something about documentary evidence for my wrongful death lawsuit, pulled up a mapping app on his own phone. I put the Subaru into drive. The tires rolled over wet gravel, then back onto pavement. For 3 seconds, nothing changed. We crept past the strange sign, its white lettering sliding along my left peripheral vision. Ravnik ELT Mar. I did not look directly at it. That felt childish, but I didn't. Then the fog took the car. It wasn't dramatic. No wall, no impact, no sudden blackness. The headlights simply filled with a pale thickness that erased depth. The world narrowed to the hood, the first few dashes of the center line, and the wet shine of pavement directly ahead. Sound changed too. The engine seemed closer, tucked under my knees. The wipers dragged across the glass with a gummy squeak. Somewhere outside, water dripped from branches in heavy taps that sounded like footsteps, stopping just beyond view. 7 miles an hour, Mara said. I see it. I'm just saying. Please keep saying, Jamie said. Narrate our terrible decisions. The GPS still showed the blue lines straight ahead, but the map had begun to lag. Our position marker twitched and corrected itself every few seconds, like the phone was unsure whether we were moving. The work app marker for C17B sat ahead of us, 0.8 miles. Almost there, I said. No, Mara said. At this speed, no. She was right. The number made it feel close. The road made it feel like we had entered a tunnel made of damp cotton. First wrong sign came after what felt like 5 minutes. It stood on the right shoulder, a yellow diamond shape, same size and color as a curve warning. But instead of an arrow, it showed a black symbol like 3 stacked hooks, each bent the wrong way. Beneath it, someone had bolted a smaller rectangular plate with the same unknown script. Jamie whispered, "Okay, that is not county dumb." Could be logging company markings, Mara said, but she sounded less certain now. Unofficial reflective signs. Private road systems get strange. This isn't private. I kept the wheel steady. The pavement dipped and rose under us. Once, the front tires hit a shallow pothole full of water, and the splash slapped the underside of the car hard enough that Jamie cursed. Road S holding, I said, mostly for myself. Mara didn't answer. She had her recorder in one hand, and her phone pointed forward with the other. Her breathing had gone measured in the way people breathe when they are trying not to show panic. Jamie's phone chimed. He looked down. "Oh, that's fun." "What?" I asked. "My map thinks we're in the river. We're not." "Yes, Owen, I had detected that by the lack of drowning, but my map disagrees." Mara glanced back. "Which river?" "Nehalem, I think." "No, wait, it just jumped." Now we're in a field. My own GPS still showed the road, sort of. The blue line remained, but the surrounding road labels had vanished. Gray blankness spread around our route. When I pinched to zoom, the app froze for a second, then reloaded with no street names at all. The work app still had C17 be 0.5 miles. That became the hook in me. A stupid red dot on a screen, a task, a finish line. My brain, under pressure, made it more solid than the road under the tires. Then the car jerked. Not hard, a tug to the right, sudden enough that I tightened my grip and corrected. The steering wheel shivered in my hands. "Was that you?" Mara asked. "No." Higher pressure light blinked on. A tiny amber horseshoe on the dash. For a moment, all three of us just stared at it. "No," I said. The car pulled again, more noticeably this time. Jamie said, "Please tell me that's a sensor being dramatic." I eased off the gas. The Subaru crawled another 15 feet and began to thump. Flat tire. Not blown out, not shredded, but low enough that each rotation made a soft, rubbery whomp under the passenger side. I guided us toward what I hoped was the shoulder. The edge line appeared, vanished, appeared again. Gravel rattled beneath us. "Careful," Mara said. "I'm trying." The right front wheel dropped slightly. The car tilted. I hit the brake. Everything stopped except the wipers. For a second, nobody moved. Then Jamie said, "I would like to file a complaint with the plot." I put the car in park and exhaled through my nose. My hands hurt from gripping the wheel. "Everybody stay inside," I said. Mara already had her seat belt off. "We need to check the tire." "Inside first." "Owen, we cannot fix it by respecting it from indoors. We also can't fix it if someone comes around a curve and takes the door off." She paused. That landed. The fog outside pressed against the windows. The hazards clicked orange against it. Ahead, the road did not exist beyond the hood. Behind, same. We were no longer at the edge of the fog bank. We were inside its body. I checked the work app. C17B, 0.3 miles. I hated myself for looking. Mara saw me. "Do not." I didn't say anything. "You looked at the point." "I'm checking where we are." "No, you are checking whether the job is still possible." Jamie leaned forward. "Can we fight after the wheel is less square?" A practical problem. Finally, something with bolts and tools and a procedure. I opened the glove compartment, grabbed the cheap headlamp I kept for night photos, and clicked it on. The beam looked weak in the fog, a cone full of glittering droplets. Pulled up the roadside assistance app. No signal. The LTE bars were gone, replaced by a gray SOS indicator that flickered and disappeared. "No service," I said. Jamie checked his phone. "Same." Mara held hers near the windshield. "Mine says emergency calls only." "Try 911, Jamie said. She did. She put it on speaker. The call failed before it rang. She tried again. This time it connected, just long enough for a burst of digital noise to crackle through the speaker. Not a voice. Not words. A chewed-up mechanical chatter, then silence. The call dropped. Mara looked at the screen. "That can happen in low service," she said. Nobody argued. Nobody believed it enough to feel better. I popped the trunk from the dash. "We change the tire, then turn around." Mara looked at me sharply. "Turn around." Yes. It cost me something to say it, more than it should have. The red dot sat 3/10 of a mile ahead, close enough to walk, close enough to finish. But the tire changed the equation. That was the line my pride could accept. Jamie patted my shoulder once. Growth. Don't make me regret it. We got out into the fog. The cold hit immediately. It crept under my collar, wet and intimate, and carried that same metallic penny smell, stronger now, mixed with mud and crushed fern. The fog muffled our voices, but sharpened small sounds. The ping of cooling metal under the hood, the gravel shifting under Jamie's shoes, Mara's zipper rasping as she pulled her jacket higher. The right front tire was nearly flat. A dark strip of something stuck out from the tread. At first, I thought it was a nail. Then I crouched, headlamp beam wobbling over wet rubber, and saw a shard of metal wedged deep into the groove. Not random road debris. It was too cleanly cut, triangular and bright along one edge, like a piece of sheared signpost or roofing tin. Jamie crouched beside me. Can you pull it? Don't. Wasn't going to. I enjoy having fingers. Mara stood near the rear of the car with her phone light on, scanning the ditch. Shoulder is bad, she said. I turned my headlamp toward her. The passenger side wheels were barely on gravel. Beyond them, the shoulder sloped sharply into a drainage ditch swollen with brown water. The ditch ran parallel to the road, black under the fog, and somewhere ahead, water gurgled through a culvert. A familiar sound, the kind I was being paid to document. We need the spare, I said. The Subaru had a donut spare, a scissor jack, and a lug wrench that always felt like it had been designed by someone who hated wrists. I pulled the trunk mat up and started unloading gear. Camera bag, Mara's field case, a plastic crate of safety cones, my rain jacket, a half-empty pack of bottled water. Everything came out damp from the air within seconds. Jamie took the cones and placed them behind the car, walking carefully with his phone light pointed at the pavement. Don't go far, I called. I'm putting down cones, Dad. Jamie. He stopped at my tone, turned back. Yeah, okay. That was the first small fracture between us. My fear was making me controlling. His fear was making him sarcastic. Mara's fear was making her procedural. None of these were bad traits in daylight. In fog, they scraped against each other. I positioned the jack under the pinch weld. The ground was not level. Gravel shifted under my boots. I tried anyway. The jack slipped on the first crank. The car dropped with a dull clunk. Mara flinched. Stop. I've got it. You don't. The ground is soft. I can set it again. If it slips while the wheel is off, we are worse. Jamie returned, breathing harder than the short walk justified. There's something back there. Mara and I both turned. What do you mean something? I asked. Not a monster something, a car something. Through the fog behind us, past the blinking cones, a shape sat in the road. Low, dark, maybe 40 yards back, maybe 20. Distance was useless. Jamie pointed with his phone, and the light caught a curve of bumper, a pale license plate, condensation on glass. I grabbed my headlamp and walked a few steps closer. It was a car, a small silver hatchback angled slightly across the lane, lights off. Its front end was crumpled against the ditch bank. The driver's door hung open. Hello, I called. The fog swallowed the word. Mara came up beside me. Stay back until we know, Jamie said. Know what? If there is fuel leaking, if there are people, if it is stable. We approached slowly. My headlamp found scratches along the driver's side, mud sprayed up the wheel arch, and a rear window cracked into a glittering spiderweb. The license plate was Oregon. The registration stickers were current. Inside, the front seats were empty. The air smelled faintly of antifreeze and damp upholstery. Mara shone her light into the back. There's a child's seat. That rearranged the night. Not dramatically, quietly, like a hand reaching into my chest and turning something. The child's seat was strapped behind the passenger seat, empty. A blue toddler cup lay on the floor, its lid off, a little puddle of juice sticky and dark on the mat. On the driver's seat, a purse had tipped open. Lip balm, receipts, a key ring with a fuzzy orange charm. The windshield had a circular impact mark on the inside, high on the driver's side. Jamie's voice came from behind me, smaller now. Maybe they already got help. Mara touched the hood carefully. Warm, I looked at her. How warm, not hot, warm, recent. The time-sensitive problem arrived in pieces. The empty child seat, the open door, no cell service, a disabled car, fog thick enough to hide a person 10 yards away, and our own vehicle sitting on a flat tire half on the shoulder. I called out again. Hello, is anyone here? This time, from somewhere ahead or downhill or both, a sound came back. Not an answer exactly. A thin, broken cry. Then one word, maybe. Mom, Jamie said. Oh, Jesus. Mara was already moving, but I caught her sleeve. Wait, she spun on me. There may be a child. There may also be an injured driver in a ditch. We need lights, first aid kit, rope. We need to answer. She was right. And I hated that she was right because the road around us had become a problem with too many urgent parts and no safe order. If we went after the voice, we left the Subaru half jacked, half dead. If we stayed with the car, someone could be hurt in the fog. If we split up, the fog would cut us into separate stories. Jamie raised both hands. We do not split up. No, I said immediately. Mara pulled her arm free, but gently. Agreed. We get the kit and go together. The cry came again, weaker. This time I couldn't make out a word, just a high sound that hit the fog and flattened. I ran back to the Subaru. My boots slid on gravel. I grabbed the first aid kit from under the front seat, the small orange emergency blanket, and the collapsible baton-shaped flashlight I used for night inspections. Mara took her recorder without thinking, then seemed to realize it and stuffed it into her pocket like she was ashamed. Jamie grabbed the tire iron. What are you doing with that? I asked, being emotionally supported by metal. Keep it low. Don't scare anyone. I'll try to look approachable with my roadside bludgeon. We returned to the silver hatchback. Mara checked the glove compartment for identification while I looked toward the ditch. Driver is Alina Markovic, she said, 34. Address in Seaside. A new person, now present through absence. Alina Markovic, 34, female, apparently local or coastal Oregon, owner or driver of the crashed hatchback. I pictured her from the contents of her car because there was nothing else to use. Someone with a toddler cup, receipts from a grocery store, a half-knitted green scarf stuffed in the passenger footwell. A real person, not a clue. Alina, Mara called. Can you hear us? The ditch water gurgled. Then, farther ahead, a tiny flash pulsed in the fog. Once, twice. A light, low to the ground. "Phone," Jamie whispered. "Maybe," I said, was ahead of us, toward the direction of C-17B, where the culvert water sounded louder. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I nearly dropped the flashlight getting it out. The work app had changed. C-17B structure alert, flood risk. Photo verification required by 11:15 p.m. 11:03 p.m. 12 minutes. "What the hell?" I said. Mara looked at my screen, then passed it toward the low flashing light. "The culvert may be overtopping." Jamie stared at her. "English. If that ditch backs up, water can cover the road or wash out the shoulder. Where the missing people might be," I said. The next sound was not a cry. It was a woman's voice, raw and distant, tearing through the fog from somewhere ahead. "Please, I can't see him," Mara ran. I shouted her name and ran after her, Jamie pounding behind me with the tire iron in one hand and his phone light shaking in the other. We left the Subaru with its flat tire and blinking hazards. We left the spare on the wet gravel. We left our safest place because a stranger was screaming in the fog, and there are some choices you don't get to make slowly. The road sloped down. The fog thickened with each step. At the next signpost, my flashlight caught another Green Street sign mounted crooked above the ditch. The letters were in that same unknown language, long white shapes beaded with moisture. Below it, nailed by someone in a hurry, was a cardboard arrow. Black marker. English. "Do not follow VOICES." Jamie saw it at the same time I did. He stopped so abruptly I ran into his shoulder. Ahead of us, the woman screamed again. "Please, he's in the water." Mara turned back, face bright with mist and panic and stubbornness. "Owen," she said. Behind us, the Subaru's hazard lights were already faded to faint orange ghosts. Ahead, the low phone light blinked beside the ditch, and the water under the fog began to roar. Mara was already 3 steps past the cardboard warning when I caught her by the back of her jacket. "Stop." She twisted hard enough that my fingers slipped on the wet fabric. "There's a kid in the water. There's a sign telling us not to follow voices. It's cardboard, Owen. That doesn't make it less specific." Jamie stood behind us with the tire iron hanging at his side, his phone light jittering across the fog. The beam cut over the strange Green Street sign, the nailed cardboard, the black marker words bleeding slightly from the damp. "Do not follow voices." The handwriting looked rushed. Block capitals. Someone had pressed so hard the marker tore the top layer of cardboard in places. Ahead of us, the ditch ran along the right side of the road, swollen and fast, hidden beneath fog, except where our lights caught flashes of brown water. The pavement sloped down from where we had left the Subaru. Behind us, uphill, our hazard lights blinked faintly through the gray. Between us and the car sat the crashed hatchback at a crooked angle, its driver's door open like it had been abandoned mid-breath. In front of us, the road bent left around a dark wall of firs. The woman screamed again. "Please, I can't hold on." Mara's face changed. "The argument left it," she said. "That is not a recording." I didn't say it was. "She's close." "Close where?" Nobody answered because the fog made distance stupid. The voice seemed to come from ahead and down, then from the trees, then from inside the ditch itself. Water slapped against something hollow, maybe a culvert mouth, maybe a fallen branch. It made a deep metal knocking sound that matched the beat under my ribs. Jamie said, "We go together. We keep the road under our feet. We do not climb into the ditch unless we can see someone." Mara looked at him. "What?" he said. "I can be scared and correct." That became our first plan. We would move forward along the right edge of the road, following the ditch, but staying on pavement. Mara would call out. I would watch the water with the inspection flashlight. Jamie would keep his phone pointed behind us every few seconds so we didn't lose the way back. We were maybe 200 yards from the Subaru, maybe less. The slope and fog made it feel longer. "Alina," Mara shouted, "we're on the road. Keep talking." The answer came after a beat. "I'm here. Please." He slipped. A high sob followed, then coughing. We moved. The road surface changed as we descended. Up by the Subaru, the pavement had been rough but solid. Down here it was slick with a thin, moving sheet of water that reflected our lights in broken strips. Gravel had washed out from the shoulder and scattered across the lane. Every step made my shoes scrape and slide. My bad knee, an old souvenir from dropping a motorcycle at 24, started complaining almost immediately. "Slow," I said. Mara didn't slow enough. I reached for her sleeve again, and she snapped. "Don't keep grabbing me. I'm trying to keep us upright. You're trying to control everything because you're scared." That one hit because it was accurate. Jamie, breathing hard behind us, said, "Couples therapy later, flood rescue now." "We're not a couple," Mara and I said at the same time. "Great. Even worse." The low flashing light appeared again ahead, down near the ditch. It pulsed white, vanished, pulsed again. A phone flashlight, face down maybe, blinking through weeds. We covered another 30 feet. Then the pavement dipped sharply. Water crossed the road from right to left in a wide, shallow sheet, pouring out of the ditch and running toward the trees on the opposite side. It wasn't deep yet, maybe ankle high at the crown, but it moved with ugly force, carrying pine needles, leaves, and little chunks of bark. Beyond it, the fog brightened and darkened with the blinking light. Mara said, "We can cross that." I shone the flashlight along the surface. The water curled around a submerged branch and hissed over the asphalt. We don't know if the road is under it. It's a road, Owen. That shoulder is already undercut. "Alina," Mara called again. "Can you see our lights?" "Yes," the woman shouted. "Here, here." A shape moved on the far side of the wash. A person, bent low. Mara stepped into the water. Her boot slid instantly. I grabbed her backpack strap and hauled backward. She slammed into me, elbow catching me under the chin. My teeth clicked together. Pain sparked up into my skull. "Damn it," she gasped. "Are you okay?" Jamie asked. "I'm fine." I tasted blood where I'd bitten my tongue. "You almost went down." I said I'm fine, but she was. Her hands were shaking. Our first attempt failed right there. We couldn't simply walk to the voice, not without risking being swept into the ditch or falling through a washed-out edge we couldn't see. I crouched, ignoring the throb in my jaw, and aimed the flashlight along the water's path. On our side, the ditch was overtopping because the culvert under the road was blocked or overwhelmed. The water should have been passing beneath us through the metal pipe and out the left side. Instead, it had climbed over the road, turning the pavement into a shallow spillway. There's a culvert here, I said. Mara looked at me sharply. C-17B, probably. Jamie laughed once, breathless. Congratulations. You found your work point. The line would have been funny anywhere else. I checked the app. The screen was wet and slow to respond. C-17B structure alert, flood risk. Photo verification required by 11:15 p.m. 11:08 p.m. Our little red dot sat almost on top of the marker. The map behind it had become a blank grid. Alina, I shouted. Are you across the water? Yes, my son. He went down by the pipe. I can't see him. Mara made a low sound in her throat. We need rope. We don't have rope. We have straps, Jamie said. In your gear crate. Ratchet straps. You used them for the ladder last month. He was right. They were in the Subaru, behind us. Uphill. Past the strange sign and the crashed hatchback and 200 yards of fog that had swallowed the hazard lights almost completely. Second plan. Jamie and I would go back for the ratchet straps while Mara stayed at the washout and kept talking to Alina. Mara refused. Jamie refused harder. No splitting, he said. That was the one rule. If we all go back, we lose contact with her, Mara said. If you stay here alone, we lose you. The woman shouted again, more ragged this time. Please hurry. Every second spent arguing felt criminal. I made the worst compromise. We would all go back together at a jog, grab the straps and anything else useful, then return. Mara would keep calling as long as she could, so Alina knew we hadn't abandoned her. We turned uphill. That was when we realized the road behind us had changed shape. Not literally. Not in any impossible way. The fog had shifted, our perspective had shifted, and the slight curve near the hatchback now looked like two separate roads forking around a cluster of trees. One branch rose left. One continued straight. Both had white edge lines. Both disappeared after 20 feet. Jamie stopped. No. The car's uphill, I said. Which uphill? Mara swung her light behind us. We came down along the ditch. Keep the ditch on our left going back. That works unless the ditch curves, Jamie said. It does curve, I said, but the Subaru is before the curve. I sounded more confident than I felt. We chose the branch with the ditch on our left. For 30 seconds, it seemed right. The water noise faded behind us. The fog thinned just enough for the tree trunks to separate into individual dark columns. I listened for the Subaru hazards. Tick flash, tick flash. But all I heard was our breathing, wet gravel under our shoes, and something tapping metal in the distance. Then Mara stopped. What? I said. She held up a hand. From ahead came a faint rhythmic sound. Tap, 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 Jamie whispered. Is someone walking? Tap, tap, tap. It moved closer, or seemed to. My hand tightened around the flashlight until the knurled metal dug into my palm. Mara lifted her recorder without thinking, red light blinking at her wrist. The fog ahead swirled. A tall shape emerged. Jamie raised the tire iron. Hey, I shouted, too loud. The shape lunged sideways with a clatter. Mara yelped. Then my flashlight found it clearly. A roadwork sign, the portable kind on a folding metal stand, rocking in the runoff. One loose reflective panel banged against the frame in the wind or water movement. Tap, tap, tap. No person, no footsteps, just aluminum and fear. Jamie lowered the tire iron and bent over, hands on knees. I hate my imagination. Mara let out a shaky laugh that almost turned into a sob. That was very stupid. Not stupid, I said, loud. The sign had been knocked partly into the road. Its orange face was mud-streaked, but black letters showed through. Road work ahead below that. A newer paper notice had been taped inside a plastic sleeve. Most of it was smeared by water, but I could read a few lines. Culvert replacement, Porter Creek, low water, crossing temporary signage, installed local access, only after 8 p.m. temporary signage. That explained some of it. Not all. Maybe a contractor had put up substitute signs for a closure. Maybe the unknown lettering wasn't a language at all, but coding, internal labels, fabrication marks, some badly chosen decorative font from a subcontractor. My mind grabbed at this with both hands because it was solid. Temporary signage, Mara said, reading over my shoulder. Jamie pointed with the tire iron. Does temporary signage include Ravnik lightning bolt whatever? No, she said, but it means people were working here. And they didn't close the road properly, I said. That was the first new fact that mattered. This wasn't just weather. It was a procedural failure. Road work, temporary signs, a low water crossing. Maybe the official signs had been removed or covered, and someone had installed replacements that confused drivers in fog. The unknown language could be vandalism, or a contractor's prank, or signs from another job staged here by mistake. Stupid, human, dangerous. We pushed past the tapping sign. The road rose, and the silver hatchback appeared through the fog on our right, not behind us, beside us. We had looped somehow onto the other side of it. For a moment, my brain refused the layout. We had gone downhill from the hatchback to the washout. We turned around and followed the ditch back. We should have approached its rear bumper from below. Instead, we came up near its front passenger side, where the crumpled bumper faced the ditch. We took the wrong branch, Mara said. Her voice was tight, but controlled. No, Jamie said, we followed the ditch. The ditch curves. You said that like it made it better. The Subaru's hazards were not visible. Alina, Mara shouted toward the downhill fog. No answer. Alina, only water. Second attempt. Return to the Subaru for straps. Failed. Not completely. We had found the roadwork notice, but we had lost time, lost orientation, and maybe lost contact with the woman. I checked my phone. 11:12 p.m., 3 minutes, until the app's deadline, whatever that meant. No service. Battery at 31%. The work app flickered, then displayed a new message. Photo verification overdue may trigger escalation. That can wait, Mara said, reading it. Can it? I asked. She stared at me. I hated how it sounded, like I still cared about the job. I mean, if the county gets an escalation, maybe someone comes. Jamie said, or an email goes to an inbox nobody checks until Tuesday. He wasn't wrong. We searched the hatchback properly this time because we needed anything useful and because Alina might have left clues. Mara found a small first aid pouch in the glove box, wet wipes, and a paper map folded into the door pocket. Jamie found a child's red rain boot under the passenger seat and immediately looked sorry he had touched it. I found Alina's phone wedged between the center console and the driver's seat. The screen was cracked, but alive. No signal. 38% battery. On the lock screen were missed calls from someone named Nico and a notification from a local community alert app. Flood watch. Porter Creek low crossing unsafe after 10:30 p.m. Avoid temporary route. Report missing signage to county dispatch. Missing signage. Mara read it twice. Missing, she said. Somebody removed the real signs, Jamie said, or they washed out. Signs don't all wash out and get replaced by fantasy alphabet. The toddler cried then. A thin, hiccuping wail from the fog downhill. All three of us froze. It came again, clearer. A child crying, no question. Mara clapped one hand over her mouth, then pulled it away. Hey, we hear you. Keep making noise. The crying stopped. A man's voice answered instead. Down here, not Alina. Lower, adult, hoarse. Jamie backed into the hatchback with a dull thunk. Who the hell is that? The man called again. Help, we're by the pipe. Mara's expression went hard. There's another person. Or someone who heard us, I said. The cardboard warning returned in my mind. Do not follow voices. The sensible part of me said, voices echo in fog, especially near water and culverts. The ditch, the pipe, the trees. The slope, sound could bounce, distort, seem to move. A woman could sound like a man if she was hoarse and panicked. A child's cry could be a fox, a brake pad, a recording from Alina's phone, anything. The human part of me said, a child just cried. We still needed straps. I opened the hatchback's rear compartment. Inside were grocery bags, a folded stroller, a compact tire inflator, and a bright yellow toe strap in a plastic case. There, I said. For one clean second, hope made everything simple. Jamie helped me yank it free. 20 feet of tow strap with hooks at both ends. Not ideal for a human rescue, but better than nothing. Mara grabbed the red child's rain boot without saying anything and tucked it under her arm, as if returning it had become part of the mission. We took the paper map too. Then headlights bloomed behind the fog. Not our Subaru hazards, white headlights, moving slowly along the road from the direction we thought was downhill. Jamie whispered, car. Relief and fear arrived together. I stepped into the lane and waved the flashlight. Hey, stop. The headlights slowed. For a moment, I could see the outline of a high hood, roof lights, maybe a work truck. The engine rumbled low. Diesel. The vehicle stopped about 30 yards away, facing us through the fog. Mara called, we need help. There's been an accident. A door opened. A figure stepped down. Male, heavy jacket, hard hat or cap, face hidden by headlight glare. He did not answer. He walked toward the roadside, not toward us, and bent near one of the strange green signs. Metal scraped. What's he doing? Jamie said. The man lifted the signpost out of its sleeve. The entire sign came free. Temporary, portable, not bolted into the ground. He carried it toward the truck bed. Hey, I shouted. We need help. He stopped. For 2 seconds, he stood perfectly still in the glare. Then he dropped the sign into the truck bed with a clang, climbed back into the cab, and reversed. Fast. The backup alarm beeped 3 times, thin and frantic. The headlights swung away. Tires hissed over water. The truck vanished into the fog before any of us moved. Jamie found his voice first. That was a person. Mara looked at me. He was removing signs. Temporary signs, I said. At 11 at night during a flood. No one had an answer. But now we knew something else. The strange signs were not permanent. Someone was actively moving them. Whether to fix the road closure, hide the mistake, or cover liability, it meant there was at least one other person in the fog who knew more than we did and had chosen not to help. The water roared louder. We headed downhill again with the tow strap, using the crashed hatchback as our anchor point in the map of the night. Hatchback behind us. Ditch on our right. Washout ahead. Subaru somewhere uphill beyond the fork, temporarily unreachable. The road bent left at the cardboard warning. The culvert sat ahead and below, where water crossed the pavement. By the time we reached the washout, my legs were shaking. My jaw throbbed from Mara's elbow. Jamie had scraped his shin on something, and blood ran into his sock. Mara's hair was plastered to her face, and she kept blinking water out of her eyes. "Alina," she shouted. This time, the answer came from much closer. Here, a figure crawled out of the fog on the far side of the water. A woman soaked from the waist down, one sleeve torn, hair stuck to her cheeks. She was dragging herself along the guardrail that lined the road just past the culvert. Her face was pale and muddy. Blood ran from a cut at her hairline. Alina Markovic, 34, female, no longer in absence. "My son," she gasped. "Lucas, he's down by the outlet. He was right there. I heard him." Mara stepped forward. "We have a strap. We can get you across." Alina shook her head violently. "No, Lucas first." "How old?" I asked. "4. The number punched the air out of me. Jamie whispered, "Oh man." A child's cry came again, not from Alina, not from the water ahead, from behind us, uphill, near the hatchback. Jamie turned so fast his phone light streaked across the fog. "That's not possible," Mara said. Alina sobbed. "He keeps moving. I can't find him." There it was, the terrifying part that wasn't supernatural once you forced yourself to think. Sound was bouncing through the culvert pipe. A cry near one opening could come out the other side. Or a child trapped inside the pipe could sound like he was everywhere as the water carried echoes through corrugated metal. The explanation did not comfort me. It made it worse. Because if Lucas was inside or near the culvert, the rising water could drown him while we argued about direction. I hooked one end of the tow strap to the guardrail post on our side. It was old, but solid enough when I yanked it. I threw the other end across to Alina. It fell short, slapped into the water, and started drifting toward the ditch. "Grab it," Mara shouted. Alina lunged and missed. The strap jerked in my hands, heavy with current. Jamie grabbed my belt from behind. "Don't you go in too," I pulled, but the strap snagged on something underwater. The current bowed it downstream. I planted my feet. Gravel shifted. Then the road edge under my right foot crumbled. Not a huge collapse, just 6 inches of shoulder giving way. Enough. My foot dropped into empty space. I fell hard onto my left knee, pain flaring white, flashlights skittering away, and spinning across the wet pavement. Mara grabbed my collar. Jamie grabbed the strap. Together, they hauled me backward as brown water chewed at the broken edge where my foot had been. The strap tore free suddenly, whipping back and slapping Jamie across the forearm. he shouted and dropped it. The far side of the road cracked. A jagged line opened in the asphalt between Alina and the guardrail. She screamed and scrambled backward. The culvert below gave a deep, metallic boom. Not a sound like a monster. A sound like infrastructure failing. The roadway over the pipe sagged. A section of pavement the size of a kitchen table folded downward, slow at first, then fast, water pouring into the gap. The washout widened between us and Alina. The shallow sheet became a channel. Behind us, uphill, something crashed. We turned. Through the fog, orange light flared and vanished. Then another crash. The silver hatchback shifted. Water from the ditch had undercut the bank near its front wheels. As we watched, its nose dipped lower, bumper grinding against rock. The open driver's door swung once, hard, then bent backward with a shriek. Our route back ran past that car, past the fork, past the shoulder that was already breaking. Mara said very softly, "Owen." I looked uphill for the Subaru's hazards. Nothing. No orange blink. No visible road. No sure path back. Then my phone buzzed one last time. The work app opened by itself, or I opened it with wet fingers. I honestly don't remember. Escalation sent. Remain NEAR structure if safe. A second message appeared beneath it. Warning, route behind you closed. The road behind us groaned. A wet, tearing sound moved under the pavement, traveling uphill like fabric ripping in the dark. Alina was stranded on the far side of the widening washout. Somewhere in or around the culvert, a 4-year-old boy might be trapped. Our car was out of sight with a flat tire. The hatchback was sliding. The shoulder was failing. And the way back had stopped being a choice. The road did not collapse all at once. It failed in sections. That made it worse. A clean break would have made the decision for us. One side here, one side there. Nothing to do but shout across the gap and wait for help that might not come. Instead, the pavement sagged and split in pieces, giving us just enough surface to believe we could still fix things if we moved fast and didn't make one more mistake. Alina crouched on the far side of the washout, one hand wrapped around the guardrail, the other pressed to the cut at her hairline. Her face was gray under the mud. The water between us boiled through the broken road in a widening brown channel. It carried needles, foam, gravel, and strips of black asphalt that turned over like dead fish. "Lucas," she screamed. The answer came from below. A child's sob, then coughing. Not behind us this time, not from the hatchback, from the pipe. I dropped flat on my stomach near the edge before anyone could stop me and aimed my headlamp down into the hole where the road had caved. The beam caught corrugated metal, rust orange and slick, half buried under rushing water. The culvert was bigger than I expected, maybe 4 feet across, large enough for a child to be swept inside and trapped against debris. "Lucas," I shouted, "can you hear me?" A small voice broke apart in the pipe. "Mom," Alina made a sound I don't know how to spell. Mara was beside me immediately, one hand gripping the back of my jacket so I didn't slide farther. "Where is he? I can't see him." Jamie crawled up on my other side, face tight with pain, his forearm already swelling where the strap had snapped him. He held his phone out over the edge. "There's something jammed in there," The light found it. A tangle of branches, plastic road barrier, and a bent sign panel had wedged across the pipe just past the broken lip. Water rammed through it in pulsing bursts. Behind the tangle, something red flashed. The rain boot. No, not the boot, a sleeve. He's caught on debris, I said. Alina tried to step toward the washout from her side. The pavement under her foot cracked. Don't move, Mara shouted. Alina froze, shaking. Get him out. Will, Mara said, and her voice had the firm lie of a person choosing hope because panic would waste oxygen. Lucas, listen to me. My name is Mara. We're going to help you. Can you keep your head up? The child coughed again. Cold, he cried. My private fear, the old one from the logging road, had always been about being lost, about choosing wrong and having the world shrink until there was no way out. But this was worse because the road was not just confusing us anymore. It was making demands. Pick a child or a mother. Pick the car or the ditch. Pick speed or safety. Pick wrong and someone dies in brown water under a county road. I looked at the tow strap lying coiled and wet near Jamie's feet. We need to anchor someone, I said. Mara understood before I finished. No, I'm the smallest, Jamie said. No, Mara and I said together. He gave us a furious look. I'm also the only one not pretending my knee works. My shoulder is stronger, I said. I go down, you two hold. Alina's side is closer to the outlet, Mara said. Alina's injured and stuck. No one is going into that pipe, she said. The pipe boomed again. Lucas screamed. Short, high, terrible. The debris shifted under the pressure, then settled. The red sleeve vanished for a second under spray and came back. That ended the argument. Not into it, I said, just to the lip. I can reach the snag. Mara's mouth tightened. You can't reach him from here. I can reach what's holding him. Jamie looked from me to the water. That is not a rescue plan. That is a way to become additional cargo. Then improve it. His eyes moved quickly over the scene, scared but working. That was Jamie at his best, anxiety as a search engine. Guardrail, he said. Our side has posts. Far side has posts. Strap between them. Make a line across the washout. The strap is 20 feet, Mara said. Add seatbelts from the hatchback. I blinked at him. He pointed uphill into the fog, toward the dying shape of Alina's car. Cut them out. Seatbelt webbing is strong. Tire iron for glass if needed. Your field knife. I had a folding utility knife clipped inside my work vest. Mara said, we don't have time. We have less time without a line, Jamie snapped. Alina yelled, he's slipping. A new sound rose under the water, a low rhythmic thudding from inside the culvert, like logs knocking together. The debris dam was flexing. Broke wrong, Lucas would be flushed through with it. If it held, the water would climb over him. Mara made the decision. I'll get the belts. I'll go, Jamie said. With that arm. He looked down as if noticing the swelling for the first time. Fine. Mara grabbed his phone from him, shoved her recorder into his good hand, and said, keep talking to Lucas. Record if you can. If I get turned around, shout. Then she ran uphill toward the hatchback. The fog took her in 6 steps. Mara, I shouted. I'm here, she called back, already distant. Jamie knelt at the edge, voice trembling but clear. Lucas, buddy, my name's Jamie. I'm right above you. I need you to yell every few seconds so we know where you are, okay? "Mom," Lucas cried. "She's here," Alina shouted from across the gap. "I'm here, baby. I'm right here." Her voice cracked on the last word. I tied one end of the tow strap around the nearest guardrail post on our side, using the kind of ugly knot my father had taught me for tying down tarps. It wasn't pretty. It held when I leaned my weight against it. Across the broken channel, the far guardrail post leaned slightly, but remained upright. Too far to throw accurately with the current tearing between us. I coiled the strap, added the metal hook for weight, and looked at Alina. "When I throw, don't step forward. Let it come to you if it reaches." She nodded too fast. I threw. The hook slapped the far pavement 3 feet short of her and skidded toward the water. Alina dropped to her knees and grabbed it by the strap, not the hook. Good, smart. She dragged it to the guardrail post and looped it around with shaking hands. "Twice around," I yelled. "Then clip it back to itself." "I know," she screamed, offended by the instruction, alive enough to be angry. The line stretched across the washout, low and diagonal, sagging over the brown water. It would not hold a car. It might hold a person long enough. Mara reappeared uphill with black seatbelt webbing looped around her shoulders and one hand bleeding. "The hatchback moved," she gasped. "Back end's still stable. Front's gone lower." Her palm had a slice across it, probably from broken glass. Blood ran pink in the rainwater on her skin. Jamie looked at it. "Mara, later." We tied the seatbelt, webbing to the tow strap, making a second line from our guardrail down toward a chunk of exposed metal at the culvert lip. A guide, not an anchor. Every knot looked inadequate. Every second Lucas cried a little weaker. Then the misdirection paid itself back in a practical way. The strange green sign panel jammed inside the culvert was part of the debris trapping him. The unknown language wasn't some message from elsewhere. It was reflective vinyl on portable panels, several of them, shoved by water into the culvert mouth. Someone's attempt to erase or move bad signage had helped create the blockage that now held a child underwater. Human stupidity, human fear, human liability. I wrapped the seatbelt webbing twice around my chest and under my arms. It dug into my ribs. Mara grabbed my jacket. "You do not climb inside. I know. You cut debris only. If the dam breaks, you let go." "I know." "You don't know. You never let go." That shut me up. Her face was inches from mine. Wet hair stuck to her cheek, hand bleeding through a strip of torn shirt she had wrapped around it. She looked angry enough to keep me alive by force. "I'm serious," she said. "Your need to finish things got us here. It does not get to decide how you die." Jamie, trying to keep his voice steady for Lucas, still heard that. He looked away. It would hurt later. It hurt then. It was true enough to be useful. "I'll let go," I said. Mara nodded once. I crawled backward over the broken edge, feet first, with Jamie and Mara controlling the line from above. Cold water hit my boots, then my calves. The current shoved at my legs hard enough to twist my hips. I grabbed the exposed rim of the culvert with both hands. Metal cut into my palms. "Lower," Mara shouted. "Hold." The pipe mouth was just below me, water blasting out around the debris jam. My headlamp beam bounced wildly. I saw branches. Plastic. A work zone sandbag torn open and spilling grit. A green sign panel bent like a folded playing card. Beyond it, Lucas's face appeared in flashes. Pale, eyes squeezed shut, mouth open, one arm hooked over a branch that had snagged the shoulder of his jacket. "Lucas," I shouted. "I see you." His eyes opened. He was 4 years old. That's the part my mind kept refusing to make symbolic. Not a plot point, not a moral test. A 4-year-old boy with wet lashes stuck together and lips turning blue. "I'm stuck," he cried. "I know. I'm going to cut what's holding you. Keep your arm over the branch until I say, 'I want Mom. She's right there.'" Alina sobbed his name from the far side. I opened the utility knife with one hand. The first attempt nearly lost it to the water. My fingers were already numb. I hooked my left arm around the culvert lip and reached into the debris. The current slammed the sign panel against my wrist. Pain shot up my arm. I cut the first strip of plastic mesh. Nothing moved. I cut a branch as thick as my thumb. The blade stuck halfway. I sawed, cursing, water filling my sleeves, grit hitting my face. The branch snapped. The debris shifted. Lucas slid 2 inches forward and screamed. "Stop," Mara yelled. "I've got it." I did not have it. The dam flexed. Water surged through the new gap, cold and strong, hammering Lucas's chest. He lost one hand from the branch. "Lucas, grab it," Jamie shouted. "Grab anything." The boy's fingers scrabbled against the corrugated pipe. I reached farther, too far. My right boot lost purchase. The current swung my lower body sideways. The seatbelt line snapped tight around my ribs, crushing the air out of me. Above, Mara and Jamie shouted together. My shoulder hit the culvert rim. White pain burst across my vision. For a few seconds, there was only water and metal, and my own choking breath. Then Jamie's voice cut through. "Owen, let go of the knife." I hadn't realized I still held it. The blade was caught in webbing around the sign panel. If I held on, it would pull me down with the debris when it shifted. "Let go," I had promised. My fingers opened. The knife vanished instantly. The current shoved me against the pipe mouth. I grabbed the rim again with my left hand. Something tore in my shoulder, not a dramatic snap, more a hot, nauseating pull. I screamed once through clenched teeth. Mara yelled, "Pull him up." "No," I shouted. "Not yet," because Lucas was closer now. The cut branch had loosened the jam enough that the boy had been pushed within reach. His jacket was still snagged on the bent sign panel. One sleeve twisted tight around the reflective metal. "Lucas," I said, forcing the words steady. "I need you to unzip your jacket." "I can't." "You can. Look at me." He looked at me, small face, chattering jaw. "Find the zipper, pull down." My hands hurt. "I know." "Do it anyway." Alina heard and understood. "Lucas, baby, your dinosaur jacket. Pull the zipper like at preschool. Show me." His left hand fumbled at his chest. Missed. Found it. Pulled. The zipper stuck halfway. The debris boomed again. The sign panel bent flatter under pressure. Water rose over Lucas's chin, then dropped. Again, I shouted. He pulled. The jacket opened. "Now slide your arms out." He shook his head, crying. Mara's voice came from above, softer than I expected. "Lucas, pretend you're a snake. Wiggle out, just your arms. Owen is going to catch you." "I can't swim," he cried. "You don't have to," I said. That was not exactly true. He pulled one arm free. The current caught the loose side of the jacket and plastered it against the sign panel. His other sleeve stayed trapped. I reached in, fingers brushing his wrist. Too far. Lower me 6 inches, I shouted. No, Mara said, 6 inches. The line paid out. My chest dropped lower. Water hit my throat. I clamped my jaw shut as spray filled my mouth. My fingers closed around Lucas's wrist. Tiny bones, freezing skin. Got him, the debris dam failed. Not completely. One section broke loose with a thick ripping sound. Branches shot past my shoulder. The bent green sign panel twisted sideways, struck the culvert wall, and wedged again. The release sent a wave through the pipe that lifted Lucas off his feet and slammed him into my arm. I held. My injured shoulder tore deeper. The pain was so big it became almost clean. Pull, I shouted, or tried to. Mara and Jamie pulled. Nothing. Lucas's trapped sleeve held. He was half free, half anchored, water forcing his body sideways. His face went under. Alina screamed. I pulled him up by the wrist. His mouth broke the surface. He coughed water into my face. His sleeve, I shouted. Jamie appeared beside me, not above, beside. He had climbed down farther than I had realized, bracing one foot against a broken slab of asphalt, his bad arm tucked against his chest, tire iron in his good hand. Jamie, get back. Shut up. He wedged the tire iron under the sign panel and levered. It didn't move. He screamed through his teeth and pushed again. The panel shifted half an inch. Enough. Lucas's sleeve tore with a sharp, ordinary ripping sound. I hauled the boy into my chest as the jacket peeled off behind him and vanished into the culvert. Pull us up, Jamie shouted. Mara pulled from above. Alina, across the gap, had thrown herself against the far end of the tow strap, using her weight to steady the line. The guardrail posts groaned. The seatbelt webbing burned under my arms. My boots slipped against mud and broken pavement. Lucas clung to me with both arms around my neck. Too tight. He was choking me. Loosen, I gasped. He didn't. Mara reached down from the edge, hooked both hands under his armpits, and lifted. Her bleeding hand slipped once, leaving a red smear on his soaked shirt. Jamie pushed from below. Alina screamed encouragement from the far side, words collapsing into sobs. Lucas came up first. Mara dragged him onto the pavement and rolled him on his side. He coughed. Water spilled from his mouth. He cried. That sound saved all of us for 1 second. Then the culvert boomed again. Jamie looked down. The slab under his foot shifted. I grabbed his jacket with my good arm. Move, he tried. His foot was stuck between asphalt and the culvert rim. The water had packed gravel around his boot. Mara reached for him, but she had Lucas in her lap and only one good hand. I hooked my fingers under Jamie's armpit and pulled. My shoulder screamed. He kicked once, twice. Leave the boot, I yelled. It's my foot in it. Then pull harder. The slab tilted. His boot came free. We fell backward together, landing half on the road, half in gravel. The edge where we had been standing dropped into the water with a heavy splash. Brown spray hit my face. The pipe entrance opened wider, now a torn black mouth in the road. For a moment, nobody moved. Lucas cried against Mara's chest. Jamie lay on his back, laughing in short, panicked bursts. I hate Oregon. Alina was still trapped across the gap. That returned the world. "My son," she sobbed. "Give him to me." Mara wrapped Lucas in the orange emergency blanket from my kit. It crinkled loudly in the fog, bright and absurd. "He's breathing. He's conscious. Alina, stay where you are." "No, I'm coming." "Alina, no." But Alina had gone past listening. Shock and motherhood had narrowed her to one need. She grabbed the tow strap and tried to cross hand over hand along the sagging line. The far guardrail post bent. "Stop," I shouted. The post tore loose. The tow strap whipped across the gap and snapped into the water. Alina fell forward, not into the main channel, onto the broken far edge. Her injured leg slid over, and she caught the guardrail with one arm, screaming. Mara thrust Lucas toward Jamie. "Hold him." Jamie sat up, dazed, and wrapped his good arm around the boy. Mara grabbed the loose end of the seatbelt webbing and shoved it into my hand. "Anchor me." "Mara, anchor me." I looped the webbing around my waist and the remaining guardrail post. My shoulder was useless, so I braced with my legs and left arm. Mara crawled toward the gap, flat on her stomach. "Alina," she called. "Look at me. Give me your hand." Alina sobbed. "I can't." "Yes, you can." The asphalt under Alina scraped and shed gravel into the water. Mara reached farther. Her fingers touched Alina's, slipped, touched again. Locked. Mara's body jerked forward. I planted my boots and leaned back. Pain made my vision pulse black at the edges. Jamie saw, and without letting go of Lucas, hooked his legs around the webbing and leaned back too. "Pull," he gasped. We pulled. Mara pulled Alina. Alina kicked against the far edge, found purchase, lost it, found it again. For 5 seconds, all of us were connected by wet fabric, damaged muscles, and refusal. Then Alina came across the broken lip and collapsed beside Mara on our side of the washout. Mother and son reached for each other immediately. Lucas crawled out of Jamie's arm and into Alina's, both of them sobbing too hard to speak. Mara rolled onto her back beside them, chest heaving, one hand still bleeding, eyes closed against the fog. The central threat did not vanish. The road was still broken. The fog still pressed close. We still had no working vehicle and no clear route back. But the immediate fight, the pipe, the water, the child trapped inside it was over. One way or another. A siren sounded far away. Not close. Not salvation arriving on cue. Far enough that it might have been on the highway, or at the junction, or searching the wrong road entirely. It rose, faded, rose again. The work app's escalation, maybe, or the old pickup driver calling it in, or someone finally noticing a flood alert and missing signage, and a mother who hadn't made it home. We didn't cheer. We didn't even talk at first. Jamie vomited into the gravel, still holding his injured arm close to his ribs. Mara sat up and looked at her bleeding palm, as if it belonged to someone else. Alina rocked Lucas under the emergency blanket and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," into his wet hair until the words became sound without meaning. I lay on my back on the cold road, staring into fog so thick my headlamp made a white ceiling 3 feet above my face. My shoulder throbbed with each heartbeat. My tongue still tasted of blood from where I had bitten it earlier. Somewhere below us, freed debris battered its way through the culvert and out into the dark. Beside my hand lay a torn piece of green reflective sign panel. The unknown letters were scratched nearly clean off now, revealing underneath a normal warning sign. Road closed, not alien, not impossible, just hidden. Just turned the wrong way long enough to get people killed. I picked it up with numb fingers. The siren came again, a little closer. Mara looked at the scrap in my hand. None of us said what we were all thinking. Someone had known. Someone had covered the words that mattered. Someone had driven away. Lucas coughed against his mother's chest and began crying again, weaker but alive. That was the victory. It did not feel like one yet. By the time the first rescue truck found us, the fog had started to lift in ragged sheets. Not all at once. It peeled back from the road in patches, showing pieces of the mess, and then hiding them again, like even the weather was embarrassed by what it had helped cover. The broken culvert breathed mist from its torn mouth. Water still ran hard through the gap in the road, but the worst of the roar had settled into a steady, furious rush. The siren we'd heard had belonged to a volunteer fire unit from a station outside Vernonia. They didn't come from the direction we expected. They came through a gated forestry access road on the west side, bumping down a gravel track with their light bar turning the fog red, then white, then red again. I remember the first firefighter stepping out and stopping. He was a broad man in a yellow rain shell, helmet tilted back, flashlight in one hand. He looked at the washed-out road, the injured woman clutching a foil-wrapped child, Mara sitting with her bleeding hand pressed to her stomach, Jamie curled over his swollen arm, and me lying flat, because every time I tried to sit up, my shoulder filled with heat and static. For half a second, he just stared. Then training took over. "Medic bag," he shouted over his shoulder. "We've got multiple." After that, the night became hands and questions. How old is the child? Did he lose consciousness? How long was he in the water? Can you move your fingers? Any neck pain? Who else was in the vehicle? Is anyone still missing? Lucas Markovic, 4 years old male, was the first one they took seriously, because everyone with sense takes the small, shivering child first. He was conscious, crying in bursts, wrapped in my orange emergency blanket with his cheek pressed to Alina's muddy shirt. His lips had a bluish cast that made the firefighters move faster without saying the word hypothermia where she could hear it. Alina Markovic, 34, female, would not let go of him. "Alina," one of the EMTs said gently, "we're not taking him away. We're warming him up." She nodded like she understood, then tightened both arms around him. Mara, voice hoarse and still sharp, said, "Let them check him." Alina looked at her. There was no gratitude in her face yet. Gratitude takes room. She had none. There was only the stunned animal math of a mother counting breath after breath. But she loosened her arms. Lucas screamed when the EMT lifted him into a thermal wrap, not because they hurt him, I don't think, but because being touched by strangers after nearly drowning must feel like being taken apart. Alina tried to stand, and her injured leg folded. 2 firefighters caught her under the arms. That was when she finally broke. Not loud, just gone in the knees, forehead against one firefighter's sleeve, whispering her son's name like she could keep him attached to the world by repeating it. Jamie watched that from the road shoulder, face pale and damp. He stopped making jokes completely. The tire iron lay near his foot, and every few seconds his good hand twitched toward it, then stopped. His forearm had swollen into an ugly curve. Later we learned it wasn't broken, but the strap had left a bruise that wrapped almost all the way around like a dark cuff. Mara's hand needed stitches. She argued with the EMT about that. "It's not arterial," she said. The EMT, a woman maybe 25 with water dripping off the end of her nose, looked at Mara's palm and said, "Congratulations." Mara blinked. "What? You are still getting stitches?" Even then, with the road torn open and Lucas coughing into an oxygen mask, and my arm hanging useless at my side, Jamie made the smallest sound, almost a laugh. Mara heard it and glared at him, and for 1 second the three of us were back in the Subaru before the fog, before the sign, before the choice. Ordinary people irritated at ordinary things. Then I tried to sit up again and nearly threw up from the pain. My shoulder was dislocated. I had always imagined a dislocated shoulder as dramatic, the kind of injury someone snaps back into place in movies before running down a hallway. In real life, it was nauseating and humiliating. My arm hung wrong. My fingers tingled. Every bump of the stretcher sent a bright line across my vision. The EMT gave me something for pain only after checking my head, my pupils, my neck, my blood pressure, and asking the same questions 3 different ways. "What day is it?" "Thursday," I said. "It's Friday now," Jamie murmured from somewhere to my left. "Not helping," I said. The EMT smiled without looking up. "Close enough." They loaded Lucas and Alina first into the ambulance, then Mara, then me and Jamie into the second unit that had arrived 20 minutes later by the same forestry road. I remember the fog outside the rear doors, thinning enough that I could finally see the geography we had been fighting blind. It was so small. That shook me more than anything. The Subaru was less than 300 yards uphill, angled partly off the shoulder. Hazards dead now, because the battery had drained, or the water had gotten to something electrical. Alina's hatchback sat between us and it, nose down, rear wheels still on pavement, driver's door twisted backward. The fork that had confused us wasn't a fork at all. It was a temporary bypass lane marked by portable signs. Half of them moved, half of them toppled, the lines on the wet road reflecting like separate paths. The unknown language wasn't a language. That was the first official statement from the sheriff's deputy, who met us at the hospital at 3:20 a.m., while I sat in a sling smelling like creek water and antiseptic. Deputy Carla Reyes, 41, female, from Tillamook County originally, had the calm, exhausted face of someone who had spent enough nights asking injured people for statements to know when not to push too hard. She stood at the foot of my exam bed with a notebook, rain still darkening the shoulders of her uniform. "They're not letters," she said. Mara was in the next curtained bay, getting her palms stitched. She raised her voice through the curtain. "They looked like letters. They're routing marks," Reyes said, "from a private traffic control contractor. Some panels were printed wrong, or repurposed wrong. We're still sorting that out. Jamie sat in a plastic chair beside my bed with his arm wrapped and elevated, eyes half closed. Define wrong. The deputy looked at him. He opened one eye. Please, she sighed. Panels from a different project were apparently stored with the Porter Creek closure equipment. Reflective vinyl, coded labels, arrows, symbols. They were not meant to be used as public-facing signs. Someone put them up anyway. And covered the real signs, Mara called. Ray's didn't answer immediately. That was answer enough. I told her about the work truck, the man stepping out, the sign being removed, the diesel engine, the hard hat or cap, how he heard us and drove away. She wrote all of it down. Jamie added, backup alarm, 3 beeps, not the full beep, beep, beep thing, like it was malfunctioning. Ray's wrote that too. Mara said through the curtain ladder rack. No, I said, different truck from the older couple, higher hood, roof lights, company logo, Ray's asked. I closed my eyes and tried to bring the headlights back without bringing back the water. I couldn't see one. Color, white maybe, or yellow. The fog made everything white. Ray's nodded. People think official investigations give you clean answers quickly. They don't. They give you forms, names you can't have yet. Phrases like pending review and possible negligence and failure to maintain temporary traffic control. They give you a deputy with kind eyes who asks if you are certain the man heard you shouting for help. Yes, Mara said, curtain pulled open now, her bandaged hand resting in her lap. He stopped. Ray's looked at her. Mara's voice shook, but it did not soften. He stopped. By morning, we knew Lucas had aspirated water but was stable. Cold, bruised, terrified, but stable. Alina had a concussion, a sprained knee, and cuts from the crash. Jamie had no fracture. Mara had 9 stitches. I had the shoulder, a bitten tongue, scraped palms, and the stupid, heavy knowledge that if I had turned around at the first sign, none of us would have needed saving. Mara did not say that again. She didn't have to. Around 7, after a nurse finally convinced Jamie to stop hovering in the hallway and eat a vending machine granola bar, Mara sat beside my bed and placed her recorder on the blanket between us. I got most of it, she said. I looked at the little black device. Its screen was scratched. Mud had dried in the seam near the battery cover. The rescue, some of it. The truck too, maybe. Audio only. You recorded while running around in a flood. I record when I panic. That was the closest thing to a joke she had in her. I reached for the recorder with my good hand, then stopped. Do you want to listen? No, not now. Not ever, maybe. But she still gave it to Deputy Ray's when asked. My phone survived. Sort of. The screen had a long pale streak through it, and the charging port was full of grit. The photograph of the first sign still showed blank green. The video Mara had taken through the windshield showed the lettering for 1 or 2 frames when the headlights hit it at an angle. Not enough to read clearly. Enough to prove something had been there. The work app had logged everything. That was the strangest ordinary detail. While our calls failed and maps went blank, the county subcontractor app kept caching location pings, timestamps, alerts, and the automatic escalation. Later, my supervisor left me a voicemail that began with, "First, I'm glad you're alive," and then devolved into legal phrases. The company suspended all road condition fieldwork in that district pending investigation. They did not cancel my contract. They did not ask me to finish C-17. Nobody asked me to go back. 2 days later, a county engineer called and explained what they believed had happened. The culvert replacement project had been delayed by rain. Temporary closure signs were supposed to block the low crossing. After 8 p.m., a traffic control subcontractor had staged materials earlier in the week. Some signs were removed or moved because residents complained about access. A flood watch came in late. Communication failed between the contractor, county dispatch, and the road crew. That was the official skeleton. The flesh was worse. Alina had been following her GPS home after visiting her sister. The closure signs were unclear or missing when she reached the low crossing. She saw what looked like a road name, not a warning. Her car hydroplaned near the bypass lane, clipped the ditch bank, and spun. She got Lucas out of his seat after the crash, but in the fog and water and panic, he slipped from the pavement edge near the culvert. He was small enough that the current dragged him toward the pipe before she could catch him. The strange voices had been echo. Mostly, the culvert and the broken temporary pipe extensions made sound travel in ugly ways. Lucas could cry near one opening and seem uphill. Alina could shout from the far side and sound as if she were in the trees. The warning on the cardboard, "Do not follow voices," had been written by a resident earlier that night after he heard people shouting in the fog and nearly walked into the washout himself. He had called the county non-emergency line. He had also been the older man in the pickup. Name was Harold Vance, 62 male, from Mist, Oregon. His wife, Pauline Vance, 60 female, had been the woman who touched his sleeve and said something we couldn't hear. What she had said, according to Deputy Reyes, was, "Tell them about the boy." Harold hadn't known if there was a boy. He had heard crying, then lost it, then found Alina's car and couldn't see anyone inside. His cell service failed before he could get through clearly, so he drove toward the junction to call from higher ground. He saw us and warned us to turn around because he thought the road was already unsafe. He did not realize we had a work marker beyond the fog. He did not realize we would continue. He came to the hospital the next afternoon. He stood at the door of my room with his cap in both hands and looked 10 years older than he had in the truck. I should have said more, he told me. I didn't know what to do with his guilt when mine was already taking up so much space. So I said, "Me too." That was all either of us could carry. The man in the work truck was identified 3 days later. A subcontractor employee, mid-40s. He claimed he had been ordered to retrieve improperly placed signs before the storm worsened, and said he didn't understand we were reporting injured people. He said he thought we were angry residents. He said the fog and water noise made our words unclear. Mara's audio complicated that. On the recording, beneath rain hiss and water roar and our own voices, my shout was faint but understandable. "We need help." His truck door closed after it. I only listened once. It wasn't satisfying. There was no villain monologue, no confession hiding in the static. Just a man making a choice inside bad weather, bad signage, bad liability, and maybe fear of losing his job. A human choice. That was almost harder to forgive. Weeks passed. Lucas went home. Alina sent one message through Deputy Ray's because she didn't have our numbers and maybe didn't want them. It said, "He asks about the orange blanket. Thank you for bringing him back." I read it in my kitchen with my shoulder strapped, my freelance calendar empty, and rain ticking against the window screen. I had imagined I would cry when something like that came. I didn't. I just sat there until the tea beside me went cold. Jamie recovered with the kind of restless anger that needs tasks. He made a spreadsheet of everything. Times, weather alerts, contractor names, county meeting dates, public records requests. He called it the Fog Goblin Accountability Tracker because some part of him had come back before the rest. Mara stopped recording for a while. That scared me more than Jamie's anger. She said sounds felt too close afterward. The hum of refrigerators, water in pipes, cars passing on wet pavement. Anything repetitive could pull her face tight until she had to leave the room. She still went to her stitch removal appointment alone because that was Mara. But she sent me a picture afterward of her palm with the caption, "Ugly but functional." My shoulder healed slowly. Not cleanly. Physical therapy was a narrow room that smelled like disinfectant and rubber bands, where a woman half my size made me lift my arm until I sweated through my shirt. The first time I drove again in rain, I pulled into a grocery store parking lot and sat there breathing through my mouth while a delivery truck idled behind me. I did not take rural night contracts after that. Not because roads became mysterious, because they became exactly what they had always been. Asphalt over water, paint over judgment, signs installed by people who might be tired or careless or afraid. Systems held together by bolts, apps, assumptions, and someone deciding 40 minutes was too expensive. The county replaced the Porter Creek culvert before winter. They widened the shoulders, installed new reflective barricades, and added flood sensors tied directly to dispatch. The contractor lost the traffic control contract. The employee from the truck was charged with reckless endangerment and evidence tampering, though his lawyer argued the evidence had been unsecured temporary equipment and that he had no duty to perform rescue in hazardous conditions. I don't know how that ended. Court dates moved, paperwork stretched. Life, infuriatingly, continued. 1 month after the flood, Deputy Ray's returned my phone. It came in a plastic evidence bag with a receipt and a warning that it might not function properly. I took it home and charged it anyway. Most of the photos were corrupt. Gray blocks, green smears, a video of the dashboard that froze on Jamie's reflection. The first signed photo was still there. Blank green, no Ravenik, no letter 3DF Eltmar, no unknown language. But when I zoomed in on the bottom right corner, past the fog blur and headlight glare, I noticed something I hadn't before. A small strip of black marker on cardboard, just visible behind the signpost, angled toward the ditch. Not readable, barely a mark. I opened the image editor and increased the contrast until the whole picture looked bruised. 3 letters emerged, not the strange reflective symbols. English. Run, I sent it to Ray's. She called back the next day and said it was probably part of another warning, maybe runoff or rut, torn by weather and framed strangely by the photo. She wasn't dismissive. That almost made it worse. She sounded tired and reasonable and correct. Do you still have the original file? She asked. Yes. Send it over, I'll attach it. Do you think it matters? A pause. In court, maybe not. And otherwise, another pause longer. Sometimes people write things when they're scared, she said. That was all. I never found out who wrote it. Most days, that's fine. Most days, the story has an ending I can live with. Bad signs. Bad weather. A blocked culvert. A mother and child pulled from a situation that could have gone the other way. A county embarrassed into fixing what should have been fixed before anyone got hurt. But on certain mornings in Portland, when fog comes in low enough to blur the streetlights and the garbage trucks sound farther away than they are, I think about that green sign and the letters my eyes saw, but my camera missed. I think about Harold's wife saying, "Tell them about the boy." I think about the man in the work truck stopping in the headlights and choosing reverse. And I think about the cardboard warning that had been right in the worst possible way. Do not follow voices. We followed them anyway. Lucas lived because we did. That does not make the warning wrong. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.